Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, we're getting everything set up. Hello. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Tap the screen, share live. We'll get some likes up, then we'll start letting guests up. Varzif, I see you in the guest request. You lost the son of a bitch. God damn it, Justice. God damn it, Justice. Varzif, I see you in the request. We'll get you up in just a few minutes. Varzif, are you against the topic or for the topic? What's your stance?
War is a game of...
That was Civ Div video on full blast. Alright. Courtesy of your local cyber guy. God damn it. Glad you're doing live. Had enough of pro pallies. They always end up here anyways. Jamal, I see you. Jamal, when do you come to Texas? Son of a bitch, he left. Jamal was here for 2 seconds and then left. Tap the screen, guys. Let's get a couple thousand likes, then we'll start bringing everyone up here. Got to spread this thing to the algorithm. So done with pally debates. They always end up here anyways. It's not like you're going to be safe from pro pallies here. Do y'all believe in God? I'm agnostic. I'm very well read on all the major religions, but I choose to be agnostic. Hope they don't come here. I need a break from... Dude, they... But ugly, they always end up here. Every single time. because they can't go into any live without it having to be about Gaza. Every single time. Every single time I do a live on Ukraine, I get pro-Palestinians who have to come up and make it about Gaza. It's one of the most annoying things ever. 18 VARs if you have to be 18 to go on TikTok live streams. Okay. Oh my God, we're letting Turkey. Trump's actually considering letting Turkey buy the F-35. Are you fucking kidding me? Also, I love that Trump picked someone with literally zero background in diplomacy for being a global negotiator. Let's listen to this. Tucker Carlson did yet another interview with someone who sounds like they have no idea what they're talking about. Let's hear what he says about will there be elections in Ukraine, though.
Moving forward with strong leadership, it's a big deal.
Do you think Zelensky, the question of Zelensky, I think there are good things to say about Zelensky. I think he's got a kind of bravery, which I admire. I think
fuck off, Tucker.
The military is legit brave, doomed because they're just fighting a much bigger country. You know, he's
Right.
not going to win. But I think they've behaved with valiance. But the Russian position is he's not elected, and so we can't sign any kind of treaty with him. Do you think there will be elections in Ukraine?
Yes,
You do.
there will be. Yeah, they've agreed to it.
Okay.
There will be elections in Ukraine. And I agree with you. I think
When?
Zelensky is trying his best. I think he's in a very, very difficult position. He's up against a nuclear nation.
Yes.
And he's also up against a nation that has 4 times the population that he has. And so he's got to know that that he's going to get ground down. Now is the best time for him to get a deal done. President Trump can deliver him the best possible deal he's ever going to
Who's
get.
giving him the?
Oh, fuck off. Oh, suck my fucking dick. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. President Trump, by surrendering Ukraine on behalf of Ukraine, is going to give Ukraine the best deal they're ever going to get. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't forget to subscribe, join the team, all that jazz, guys. Every penny I make from this goes to Ukraine, remember. We're at 3.6 thousand likes. Let's get up to 5,000, then we'll start letting people up. Thank you guys for joining the team. Good morning. King Charles reclaims U.S. Oh shit, thanks, Cyber Guy. Thank you. And then when bombs are falling to vote other president, we need at least 6 months without it. Yeah, like, how are you going to set up voting while, what is it? Almost 20% of the country's occupied. Everyone's still being bombed. Putin's attacking the infrastructure. How the fuck do you hold elections on that? And again, you're advocating for Zelensky to violate the Ukrainian constitution. Because clearly you don't give a fuck about our constitution, so why the fuck would you give about the constitution of another country? No, I think Elon's just an edgy idiot that thinks that we're still living in 2012's humor and he's trying to do it out in real life instead of like in a fucking Xbox 360 live chat. Like on an Xbox 360 live chat, you could say some obscene shit and everyone knew that you were joking. But you can't say that shit that you would say there in the real world. Elon's just like, no, they're trying to outlaw comedy. They're trying to make comedy. Nobody cares, dude. Like, just be a normal person. All right, we got 5,000 likes. Just a second. We'll start letting everyone up. Elon's worse than that? No, I don't think so. I think he's mad with power, but I don't think he's a shit posting IRL and he thinks it's funny when it's not. I don't think he's an actual Yahtzee. I remember I'm only going to be having friendlies up for a little bit because I'm trying to keep it to opposition mainly, except for a few, regulars. Hey, Justice, what's up?
It's Cyber Guy, my man.
Oh, why are you switching between accounts?
My main is Banana because reasonable reasons. And that is all I will go into.
Reasonable reasons.
So I kind of did what you did the other day with that one guy when you pulled up the pew pew and went whacked one, but I was not paying attention to screen awareness, so it kind of like came on screen.
You see, mine's next to me on the floor. I don't have to put it on camera.
Well, mine was in a desk drawer.
Ah, got it. Got it. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, he's hiding. I'm in the diaspora at the moment.
In the diaspora.
Oh, it's hilarious. Like, I gotta, because it was on somebody's live, and they banated the one account, and I just came up right back up on this one. I was like, I'm like a cockroach in your first apartment. I'd never go away.
Jesus. By the way, for everyone who's been wondering, this is the progress on the meetings that I will be having at the Capitol on April 9th for the American Coalition for Ukraine. We've made contact with John Fetterman, Jackie Rawson, John Kennedy, John Curtis, Shelley Capito. Still waiting to make contact with Ted Cruz. Made contact with Brandon Gill, Wesley Hunt, Ronnie Jackson, Brian Mast, Dan Crenshaw, Richie Torres, Marco Rubio. Still working on. One of the contacts was not as receptive as they should have been. And we've already got a confirmation on a meeting with Dan Crenshaw's team and possibly Dan Crenshaw. It should end up being with Dan Crenshaw himself. This is all talking about support for Ukraine at the Capitol. Cyber, do you know who Ronnie Jackson is?
Not off the top of my dome.
Do you remember when Trump came out and said that the doctor who gave him his physical said, he said, I've got the best genes he's ever seen?
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, it's the doctor that told him that.
Oh, Lord.
You sure you want to meet with Ted Cruz? Yeah, I kind of have to if I want to support Ukraine and if I want Texas to support Ukraine. So that guy had an IG complaint put against him in an investigation from March 2018 to like March of 2021, destroyed him. Basically, he's a flaming drunk, can't be professional, harassing his subordinates, sexually harassing the female subordinates, all this disgusting stuff about him. And he was like, it's Obama's fault. And then he left the Navy and went to go be a senator or a congressman.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he blamed Obama.
What?
He blamed Obama for him getting pissed drunk during the Trump administration.
You want to know what? Next time I stub my toe on something random in my house, I'm just going to blame Obama.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah. So he also is very staunchly against Ukraine. And when the whole thing happened with Zelensky, Trump, and Vance, he put out a video from a swanky, fancy balcony on a really rich fucking building. It says, "Go home, Zelensky, and never come back."
See, this is what, like, people, like, because I do believe in some of Trump's economic policies for domestic, but when it comes to, like, his foreign relations, he's the dumbest motherfucking person on the planet.
Yeah. Past 3 times I was here. I don't know if you saw it in a message. Yeah, sorry. Two showers. The problem is I've got the TikTok chat right in front of me, and sometimes I've got the OBS that shows like the Twitch stream and everything is on the other monitor over here. And I don't always look over there because I've got like Windows and news articles up in front of it, so I sometimes miss those and respond late. And then I've got stuff up on my right monitor and like messages up above. Yeah, that dude's just a moron. Also, apparently behind closed doors, like Dan Crenshaw and Ted Cruz are like, yeah, fuck it, let's nuke Russia, but they won't say shit in public.
So, can you do me a favor since we're gonna be meeting all them guys?
Oh, I'm gonna call Dan Crenshaw a boot and ask him why my friend didn't lose an eye, but he did.
Do it. That's great. But I want you to do me a favor and get like $1 bill and have them sign it all.
Oh my god. I am in the U.S. Central Time Zone. Star Wars.
Central, in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Tejas. Wait, why are these?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't kept up on the whole Ukraine thing going on because I've been dealing with the pro-Israel thing recently.
I've been dealing with both.
Well, I'm really good at combating the whole anti-Israel people.
I mean, every time I do a live on Ukraine, they just happen to come up and make it all about Israel and Gaza. Because apparently there's no other conflicts going on in the world that mean literally anything.
My man, I've done lives where it's just like, it's legit just Yoda sitting there and it goes, music requests, only rolls. I can find it on YouTube or Alexa. And they still come up, they go, well, what about Palestine? It's like, what?
Yeah.
That even doesn't have to do with it.
W military coup in Israel? What in the fuck are you talking about? Good day, Sam. This is my alternate account. Oh, RIP Cardio. Do you remember I asked you about D&D before? Yeah, I've played a couple times, but I just kind of don't have time to play. And my DM plays. He has the same work schedule as mine, but he isn't as busy in his personal life as mine, so I never get a chance to go play with him and his group. Also, he lives like an hour and a half away from me now, so that kind of sucks. Can you please remind them in DC what happens to Putin's puppets and Windows? Yeah, when they stop being useful. Hey, Jess.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, you haven't been up to date. So I am going to DC to stomp around the Capitol on the 9th and have a bunch of private meetings with congressmen and senators.
Wonderful. What do you mean private meetings?
So I'm going on behalf of a group called American Coalition for Ukraine. Yeah, we're scheduling a bunch of meetings right now. I'm going to be having meetings in their offices and stuff with them and their teams on support for Ukraine and national security.
With who?
So here's the list that we've got so far, subject to change for adding more people. But basically, I'm taking all the heavy hitters and the people that have been most difficult with the group that I'm working with. But a couple people that are pro-Ukraine, but I just want them to be more outreaching themselves. You've got John Fetterman, Jackie Rawson, John Kennedy, John Curtis, Shelley Capito, Ted Cruz, Brandon Gill. Wesley Hunt, Ronnie Jackson, Brian Mast, Dan Crenshaw, Richie Torres, and Marco Rubio.
Mm. Sounds like mostly Republicans.
Yeah.
So Sam, can you explain this to me? Because like I don't know where this shift because like in Trump's campaign he was like very like pro Ukraine it seemed.
No, he wasn't.
Was he?
No, he
Oh,
wasn't. He never
okay.
was. At the very
Alright.
beginning of the war, he basically was showing support for them, and then as soon as he realized that nobody cared that he had an opinion, he just didn't care anymore.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That was my only question because like I've always thought he was like pro Ukraine for the most part. Then like all this shit's going on, I'm like, what the fuck happened? Where did the Uno reverse card come from? But it just
Dude,
shows that
almost everything he says is just blatant Russian propaganda. Like he parrots stuff that the
Okay.
Kremlin says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have told you that one.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm most excited for meetings with Dan Crenshaw, Ted Cruz, and Ronnie Jackson, that fucking moron. 13th Congressional District of Texas. That's gonna be fun.
How many of these are from Texas?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So Ronnie Jackson is a former Navy medical officer. He's the dude. Did you hear what I was saying about the whole genes thing?
I want to say no.
Okay, so when Trump came out, was like, it got his physical done. It was like the doctor said, "I have the best genes he's ever seen." Yeah, it's the guy that literally told him those exact words.
Big piece of shit liar.
Yeah, no, the dude had a 3-year inspector general investigation upon him that came out and fucking destroyed him. It was like, yeah, he's a flipping pile of shit. Everywhere he goes, he gets fucking pissed drunk, harasses his subordinates, abuses his subordinates, sexually harasses the females underneath him. And all this happened, and the investigation was done about stuff he did during both the Trump and Biden administration. And his response was to blame Obama.
Yeah, completely unsurprising. I'm healthier than Obama. Who told you that had any ounce of truth?
This
Sir,
guy,
and this is
this guy apparently.
Graciously as possible.
This guy apparently
So this
Nope.
guy is a doctor? Ronnie,
was.
you're
was.
out of your lane. Shut the fuck up.
No, he was a doctor. He was a Navy medical doctor. How will you get a meeting with Rubio? Is his office like off limits? Working on stuff. Don't worry what I got in store.
So Red Leg, you actually asked a really good question. So Obama technically could run for VP. It's just not a very.
He's not
good
going to.
I also
Yeah, like
actually I don't think he could because he wouldn't be because that would come with the case that he might need to be able to step in as president if need be. And I don't think he can. Well, no, because you could be like, I mean, like if
think
you were third or fourth in line and it ended up with him, he'd still have to do it. Can we be
Yeah, but
contacted in Discord? I mean, you can go to my Discord server. I never check I'm in like 100+ channels. I never check my messages. I'm gonna be honest.
Technically, there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that states that he can't run as vice president. It just says he can't have more than 2 terms as president.
Doesn't matter. He doesn't want to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The only person that could do that is the bull moose.
Looking forward to these meetings though. So far we have a confirmed meeting at bare minimum with Dan Crenshaw's foreign affairs liaison and representative on the 9th at 3:30 p.m. It's probably gonna be with him as well. They also want to do some video conference calls beforehand to set up a rapport and everything. We've made contact with John Kennedy's team. Brian Mast is the weird dude who he seems nice, but he's like one of those people that like takes support for Israel overboard. He's the dude that like literally walked in wearing the IDF uniform, and it's like, you're a little weird, bro. Like, what are you doing?
What are you going with?
Bias on this one.
How much? Well, basically, this group is trying to get as many constituents from every district as possible to go and have meeting with the representatives. And there's a couple districts that don't have people going. And basically, the whole day we're going to be walking around the Capitol and everything. But my thing is because of my experience and my background, I told them, use me as an expert. If you need someone in a meeting with where someone who's like, I told them, like, just give me the people that are most difficult to work with. Give me the people that are the most against Ukraine that you really need to convince, because they're like, oh, well, we're focused on like the fence sitters and stuff. It's like, those people are fence sitters for a reason. If it's been 3 years and they still can't figure out what their fucking mind is, I don't need to talk to them. So like I'm going up against the people who are at least publicly the most against supporting Ukraine. Like Brian Mast, super pro Israel, was also super pro Ukraine, but he's very wary of the aid and he votes against the aid because he's concerned about the money. That is a valid concern, but there is reasons that I can convince him on that. Dan Crenshaw and Ted Cruz, apparently both behind doors, they have no problem just saying that we should nuke Russia, but they won't say jack shit about that in public, because they don't want to piss off Trump. Dan Crenshaw, especially, though, I want to call out for, like, what happened to you as a Marine? Where the fuck did your loyals and your morals and values go that you're willing to bend the knee for someone just because you don't want to piss them off? What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. The Marine Corps taught you about your fucking core values and having the courage to stand up in the face of adversity, even though everyone around you says not to.
No, these people need to have extreme pressure put on them.
No, Jess, you can't. The problem is I can't walk into a senator's office and just immediately fucking slug him in the face with all this shit and push back against them hard. You have to be diplomatic about it as much as I hate it. You have to set a precedent. You have to set a rapport. You have to talk to them. And that's what I have to do in whatever short time span I have for all of these meetings. So I have to...
asking, how many people are you going with? Like,
so
there, like,
the group said they would like the leaders of the group in some of the meetings with me if possible, but after talking to them and talking about my background, they're fully willing and trusting me to just go into these meetings by myself. Like, one of my friends is trying to make contacts to have me be the one that a lot of these people's teams ping for foreign affairs advice in the future. It would be wonderful, but you need to talk polite. Yeah, that's the problem. So,
you're a Gemini. You got this.
Oh,
You can
Jesus
do it.
Christ. Gemini rising.
Okay, we're bringing in the stars. See, I want to be able to fly on the wall for that conversation. Like, that'd be great.
Isn't
I don't
that
wanna
the
be
bald
able to
guy?
fly
Yeah, Brian Mast is the bald guy. Hello, God knows. Yeah. These meetings are going to be interesting. I have to figure out how I know how to be diplomatic. I got to have my talking points ready because the group already has their own talking points that they want to focus on. One of their big things is the children in Ukraine. There's 1.2 million children that currently live under Russian occupation. Now, as of like 2 days ago, because of Putin's new law that he signed, all of them are having Ukrainian citizenship stripped, not just unofficially now, but officially. They're all...
What?
Yeah, Putin signed a law that says that anyone in Russian territory, which they view all the territory they control as Russia, is forced to either accept Russian citizenship or get the fuck out. But with the children, they're taking hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children. They brag about this online, by the way. They're not shy about it. They burn their documents, force them to take Russian citizenship anyway, so I don't see why the fuck you needed to sign a law for it. They force them to take Russian citizenship. They change their names. They don't let them speak Ukrainian. They make them sing the Russian national anthem every morning. They put them in Russian military schools to brainwash them for support to Russia. And a lot of them, they straight up have videos of them telling them, oh, your Ukrainian parents abandoned you. They don't love you anymore. Like, they are indoctrinating these kids.
So, territories that they're controlling, is this like just Crimea or like...
No, they started the war with 8.7% control of Ukraine already. That included Crimea and portions of the Donbass region. They're at 20% total right now. So 20 minus 8.7, 11.3. So the 11.3% of territory they've gained in this war, all of those millions of Ukrainian citizens, they have been unofficially forcing to take Russian citizenship and just dehumanizing and wiping their ethnic identity. Now he's just signed it into law.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Did you hear about the protests in Turkey? Yeah, I heard the protests again. Wouldn't it be good for them to leave the occupied territories? Yeah, God knows. What happened to the people in Mariupol that were told that they could leave the occupied territories? Where'd they go? Oh, wait, they're dead. Yeah, there's currently 1.2 million Ukrainian children in Russian occupied territories.
Sam, you need to like make a
How do
whole,
you know
like,
who needs to
like,
talk
on
to
all this.
you Wait, how do you know who needs to talk to you then? What do you mean, Two-Star? Yeah, they unalived him.
It's like a common practice. But,
Yep.
it's a common practice that happens when you.
Remember, 90,000 civilians died in Mariupol after the Russians already took it over. After the fighting stopped, 90,000 more civilians died.
Yep.
Yeah, but in theory, where is Putin saying where they should go since they don't have illegal status? He just said leave, but the problem is, what does Russia do with illegals? They unalive them. They force, well, what they would now consider as illegal people in the country. They either force conscript them, or they eliminate them, or they use them for slave labor where you will never hear of their existence ever again. Like, what is he going to do now? We don't know. But the problem is the things we have seen him do in this exact scenario show that he has a very high leaning towards just wiping them out. Guys, tap the screen, get the likes up, join the team. We've only got 23 people in here. We got to get more people in here. Majority try to leave, don't make it out. It's a way of the Russians finding out who's who. Yeah, also true.
I'm trying to tap as fast as my little finger can do, Sam.
I don't know. I think that's an excuse. I think you can tap faster. Use the big.
Yeah,
You said little finger. Use the big finger too. So what's the law exactly? So I can write it down. Look on ViceGuard24 on Twitter. They posted a screenshot of the entire law that was published, and they have a translation of it.
Sam, I think you just need to make a whole booklet. I know it's gonna be a super.
Oh, I'm preparing one for I'm preparing one to bring with me for the thing.
No, I meant like.
What's the TLDR? The TLDR is that they now view anyone in Russian occupied territories. They say that is legally Russian land. Therefore, they're required to have Russian citizenship or get the fuck out. But we all know what that means because we have seen Russia do this.
Wait, Sam, are you playing with what I think you're playing with right now?
Did you hear it?
Show that? Yeah. Can we show those on live?
I don't fucking know.
Don't forget, I'll be the one that tries it. If we're gonna do that, Sam.
Oh, Jesus.
Which ones do you want? Do you want the ones that don't beat? Or do you want the... Hold on, because I'm not flexible and I'm not going to make no other dude flexible.
Yeah. Common, what's up?
How you doing?
Ooh. What's up?
No, been hearing a lot of things back and forth, and talking about Ukraine and you know, all that stuff. And I remember back in the Budapest memorandum, and I just wondered, like, there's a lot of misinformation going out, and I don't know if you're an expert, or I don't really know you at all, really.
Yep.
Or on any of this stuff, but was there ever a to set things straight? Was there ever a
promise that NATO wouldn't expand eastward?
No, right?
Nope. There's a single conversation that you can look towards, which you can find in the CIA archives. It's a conversation with Secretary of State James Baker, President Gorbachev, in which he suggests that NATO not expand into East Germany. It was only in appliance to East and West Germany. And Gorbachev waved it off. It was a single conversation that everyone was like, whatever. And then Gorbachev himself...
It was a conversation... It was a suggestion.
Yeah, and even if Gorbachev had agreed to that on the spot, which would have only again applied to East and West Germany, James Baker's the Secretary of State. He has no say in what NATO votes. He has no say in what America even votes in a NATO vote. He has no say in any of that. That would require a unanimous NATO decision. On top of that, Gorbachev himself has openly admitted in multiple interviews and everything, and in writing and on video, that the whole prospect of NATO not expanding eastward, literally not a thing. And to top it off, in 1997, even if NATO had promised not to expand, it wouldn't matter anymore, because in 1997, Russia signed a document called the Russian NATO Founding Act for Peace and Cooperation, signed in May of 1997 in Paris, in which 6 separate times they agreed to NATO expansion and even offered assistance. But you'll hear people, oh, it's an unwritten agreement. Putin said he didn't want them to expand, blah, blah, blah. Like, you'll hear all sorts of bullshit.
Putin tried to join NATO, didn't he?
3 times. The last time but every time he joined, basically it was, I don't want to follow the rules. I just want to be in 100%, no questions asked. Which kind of would have fucked everything because, like, let's say Putin joined, let's say Russia did join.
But he wanted special treatment.
Yeah, let's say they did join, and then Russia continues with their whole thing of like invading Chechnya, Georgia, Moldova. What's NATO going to do now? Because NATO is going to vote to take action. Like, hey, you can't really do that. And then Russia's going to go, yeah, I vote no.
What are the rules of NATO?
With regards to what?
Everything.
There's a lot of articles within NATO. It just depends. The main thing you have to realize is that Article 5, which is one of the biggest things of NATO, basically says an attack on one member of NATO is an attack on all of NATO. Article 5 can be invoked in which basically, let's say Poland gets attacked. Poland can go, hello, NATO, hello, help. And then they all vote on it. And if they all vote yes, they fucking mobilize. Get fucked. NATO's coming for you.
Unanimous?
Yes, that is the next point I was going to bring up. Every single thing that NATO votes on, regardless of what it is, has to be a unanimous vote. That's why you'll never see anything that comes to fruition of like, currently there's no articles that allow you to kick a NATO member out. And if they even voted to create something like that, Turkey and Hungary would be the very first 2 nations to vote no against it because they know they'd be the first on the chopping block. Which everything NATO does has to be voted on unanimously, even when accepting new members.
So basically, do you think as a whole NATO is like largely beneficial worldwide?
At least in Europe it is, because that's part of the whole reason that Putin hasn't really invaded a current NATO member. This whole thing about, oh, NATO is expanding, I don't like NATO on my borders. Meanwhile, Ukraine had never even applied to join NATO in the first place until after Russia invaded the second time. Correct. And Russia already shared a border with 2 NATO countries. Now they share a larger border. They haven't invaded Finland, though.
When was the second time?
So they started sharing a border in 2004, and then you had like Finland join, and now they've.
No, I mean, Ukraine attempting the second time.
Oh, they've only attempted once.
You know, they were invaded.
No, they didn't even apply in 2014. They applied the very first and only time that NATO or Ukraine has ever applied to join NATO was September of 2022, 7 months after Russia invaded.
Cool.
But so you're saying that NATO is beneficial not to Russia, but to the rest of the world? Yes?
Yeah, because, I mean, it could be for Russia, too, if Russia just decided to stop being a bunch of asshats. Like, the whole point of NATO is leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. And why is it that you think
NATO was
Russia
because of Russia, or
wants
the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
There wasn't NATO.
NATO was formed because the League of Nations was fucking pointless.
There wasn't NATO formed basically the Soviet containment plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah.
All right. I just had to make sure I was correct on that matter.
Putin has been going on saying that he's attacking Ukraine because he doesn't want them joining NATO, and yet his actions of attacking Ukraine has caused other countries to join NATO.
Ironic.
That are bordering him, and it's like, well done, dude.
Yeah.
And then now, like, what was it? Who was it? Sweden? Who's the Switzerland is reconsidering their 500-year neutrality position because of Putin.
Wild.
Like they're seriously thinking about joining sides.
They already did.
Because of
Sweden joined NATO.
Did they?
Yeah.
What was it Sweden I was talking about, or was it Switzerland?
I don't know.
You're thinking of Switzerland.
Yeah. Financial. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Doing okay. What's on your mind?
when do you think the war in Ukraine was planned with Russia? When they invaded? How long ago do you think that was planned?
From the very first failure of the 2014 invasion.
How about back in the 90s? It was planned.
There was definitely thoughts about it, and we know we've seen.
No, I have proof.
No,
it was planned in the 90s.
We know that they thought about it and they talked about it, but there was no like, here's an actual invasion plan until around 2007, and then everything kicked off in Ukraine in 2008, and then everything started getting set in motion with the Maidan Revolution in 2014. But we know they've wanted to since the fall of the Soviet Union. It's just a matter of, is there an official plan in, like, I guess I'm getting more specific and like with precision and language. Like, we know they've wanted to, we know they've talked about it, but that's a lot different than having an actual invasion plan.
Here was always the plan. Let me just tell you, I've been studying this a long time, okay? They're going to just chop up Ukraine now and split it up to everybody else. And then, of course, it's just another Israel.
Wait, what are you talking about? Who's going to split up Ukraine?
They're all chopping it up.
Who is they?
Zelensky, Putin, and Trump are all on the same team.
What?
Yeah. It was all planned. Yes. They're just puppets.
You can't be serious right now.
No, I'm 100% serious.
Yes, he's a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, what's a conspiracy? Well, stop it. Wait a second. They tell you what they're going to do way in advance, and then they do it. J.P. Morgan and BlackRock already have deals in place with Zelensky. He sold out.
No, not with Zelensky. With different Ukrainian companies.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but Zelensky sold out. He got a lot of money to do all that.
Can you prove that? So was Ronald Reagan.
So is Trump. Yeah, they're actors. You're admitting, yes, you're going along with me. Yes, correct.
So can you prove that Zelensky got a bunch of money from BlackRock and all these other private companies?
Dude, he's freaking a billionaire. He's worth
okay,
a lot of money right
so what I'm asking, I don't care. I'm asking you to prove it. He was already rich before he became president. What's your
he wasn't.
He was.
Who backed him to be president?
You realize that he literally owned his own TV broadcast stations because he was a rich actor, right?
He
was the most famous actor in Ukraine, but he wasn't rich.
He was a comedian, became an actor.
He was the most famous actor in Ukraine, but somehow he wasn't rich.
Listen to me. Who backed him?
That's not what I. Don't run away from my question. I said no. You didn't answer my question. You don't get to run away from my question and answer another question. You did. Okay. I asked you what proof do you have that he just took a bunch of money?
Because everybody can see it what's happening. He's a fraud.
So that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask for everyone can see it. I asked you to show me proof. Well, everyone can see it isn't proof.
Well, listen to me. You're going to tell me that he was on a TV show.
You're just not going to answer my question, are you?
I'm going to. I'm going to try to explain it, right?
No, I want an answer, not a random explanation of your own theoretical bullshit.
Answer? What's the answer? I can't tell you how that came to the conclusion. You're going to tell me you don't know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't. Trust me.
Okay. Yeah.
Stop laughing.
Yeah, you the random guy on TikTok who thinks that Zelensky just got rich out of nowhere knows more than the guy that has over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs.
He's a fraud.
Okay, cool. Again, I'll go back to my original question. What proof do you have, not theories, what proof, tangible evidence can you show me that Zelensky took money from all these companies?
Because all our Congress took money from Ukraine too.
Cool. We'll get to that. I'm gonna ask for proof on that too. Hang on. I'm gonna ask for proof on that in a second too. Again, that is not answering my question. Well, someone else took money is not proof of what I asked you. I want proof. Okay, I want you to answer the question.
Was missing.
That's not what he said.
What did he say?
He said that he hasn't been given the other $100 billion.
Where is it then? We are taxpayers, but where's the money then?
Here, let me help you out here. Let me
help me out. Nothing. You don't know what you're talking about.
Let me help you out here. Cool, sure. Let me help you out. You can go to ukraineoversight.gov and you can see the funding tab and you can see how much we've allocated and how much we've spent. We've given them around $70 billion in financial assistance and military assets. The other $100 billion literally hasn't been spent yet. It's just sitting there waiting.
But where is the money then? Why are they using
sitting there because of bureaucratic bullshit over people arguing whether we should support Ukraine or not?
Well, what do you mean for bullshit? You think we should be supporting them because what are we going to do? Stop? You think Putin's going to invade Europe?
Okay, well, he's openly stated he's going to, but let's get back to again. Hang on, no. You're pivoting away. You're running away from my original question. You've now gone like 5 different lines of fucking thought here. I want you to show me proof that Zelensky took money. Now unmute and show me the proof. I don't want anything else other than the proof that Zelensky took money. I don't want to hear that Congress took money. I don't want to hear about, well, he's rich now. I want proof.
Well, first of all, follow me, DM me, and I'll send it to you because I know what I'm
you
talking.
can show me right now.
No, I don't have it in front of me. Okay, you're such a bullshitter. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. Stop it.
Okay.
Oh, show me proof. You can't see. He was an actor, comedian on TV, playing a role that he became president. The actor became president.
So are actors and comedians not rich?
Well, how did he get rich? Who was backing him? You don't even know that. How come you don't know that?
He wasn't. You said. I said.
Who backed him?
Hang on. You said you haven't answered a single goddamn question I've asked you.
I'm going to show it to you.
No. Hang on. Stop. You said, how did he get rich? And I said, well, he was the most famous actor and comedian in the entire country. And you said, well, how does he get rich?
Before that, how did he get rich? How did he become a famous actor in Ukraine? Who backed him?
Because he was good at acting.
No. Who backed him?
You're joking, right?
No, you don't know who backed him.
You sound like an insane psychopath.
You sound like my drunk, racist grandmother who drank herself through 3 livers.
What, is that how you answer? That's how you debate? You just call somebody a racist?
No, you can't. I can't debate with someone. Here, look, hang on, stop. When you when you debate with someone and you make a claim, you make an affirmative claim, you have to support it with evidence. Cool. Stop talking over me. When you make an affirmative claim, you have to show substantiating evidence and proof. You have not done any of that. Every single time you have made a claim, I have called you out on it and asked for proof, and you have answered me with 5 other topics and questions.
I'm trying to answer the question with the question.
How about you just show me proof?
No. Who backed him?
You don't, but you don't answer questions.
Yeah, you can. Why not? Who said we can?
Because that's not how you debate.
No, sorry. Don't tell me I debate. You don't what are you talking about? How can I debate?
You need to go back to middle school.
You don't even know who I am, and you're going to tell me what I do and don't know and what I do?
No, you're going to tell me this wasn't planned in the 90s or the 80s, this whole war in Ukraine on 2/24/2022?
So you're saying Zelensky knew about this from the 90s?
Not him. About the whole plan.
So they just grabbed some random dude and were like, "Hey, we're gonna set you in on our plan."
Put him on TV, made him famous.
So they just selected a random dude and they were like, "Hey, we're gonna let you in on this big secret plan."
Listen to me. He's not nothing. He's not doing anything. That whole show with Trump and Vance and
I'm still waiting for the proof that he's sold out and taking money.
Who backed him? I'll tell you. Who backed him to become an actor?
Then why don't you just give me Jesus Christ? Here's how we solve this.
No, we can't
here's how we solve. If you really had the answer, then why haven't you just said it? Why haven't you just said it?
Who backed him?
Why don't you just say who it is?
Zolomoisky, he's an oligarch from Russia. Zolomoisky. He backed him.
Zolomoisky. Okay, cool. What is cool?
Who's that? Who is that? Who is it? Tell me. Tell me who it is.
What does that have to do with this?
And made him an actor, made him famous so he could run for president and he could destroy Ukraine. That's how it works.
What?
Yeah.
We're laughing at you because you're crazy.
No, I'm not, because I'm right. You just because you don't know.
So can you prove to me that still has nothing to do with what I asked you? Someone backing him in a presidential campaign still has absolutely.
No, they backed him to become an actor.
Oh my God! A dude who got famous for being a comedian got people who went, "Wow, this guy would be great on TV. Let's pay for him." That still does not answer my question. What proof do you have that Zelensky sold out to these companies? That has nothing to do with what I asked.
Just because I can't show it to you right now, it'll be.
Then just name it. Name the proof. I have a computer. I'm on a computer. I can look it up. I'll pull it up on the glorious.
and JP Morgan are cutting deals.
So prove it that they made. No, I don't care about BlackRock making deals with random Ukrainian companies. I want the proof that Zelensky took the money. I want the proof that Zelensky took the money.
First of all, I have it, but I can't give it to you.
So name what the source is. Where did you find this information? Where did you find this information? Where did you? Why can't you? If it's so great and so out there, and everyone should know this, and so easy to find, why can't you just tell me?
How come you didn't know who the guy who backed him was? How come you don't know who that guy was?
Why can't you just tell me? Because I don't care about your fucking pivoting. Why can't you just answer the question?
Why don't you ask about who the guy? What do you mean a question? You don't know what you're talking about.
Because someone funding him to be an actor has nothing to do with the question I asked.
Put him on TV as a good actor, comedian, and then they moved, and then he made him president. He's just a puppet. So is Trump, so is Putin.
Okay, I'm still waiting for the answer to my very first question to you.
That's all it is. It's all that matters. That's all you need to know. You don't need anything else. He sold out. He sold out Ukraine.
Oh my fucking god.
What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You're so clueless.
Honestly,
Then
it's like,
you don't
if
understand what it
I'm
is?
so clueless, then why don't you just give the answer and fill me in?
Why? You know the other purpose. I'll give you the numbers. Follow me. I'll DM you the numbers. I'll give it
Why
to you.
can't you just say it right now?
Because I'm gonna get the lady and you're gonna say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist," because you're fucking idiots.
Cool, I'll drop her right now. Let's go. Just tell me. Tell me the answer right now. She's not up here. Can't say anything.
Listen to me. This war was. Let me
I don't want it. No. Nope. I don't want to hear anything else. I want the
You don't
numbers.
wanna hear
I want the
anything.
proof.
If you don't get the question, you're answered.
That is absolutely fucking correct. I want the question answered because that is how a debate works. I answer a question or I ask a question, you answer. You ask a question, I answer or rebuttal. Except here's the thing. I have answered every single question you have fucking asked me. You have not answered a single question. We are still on question number 1. Answer the question. What proof do you have that Zelensky took money? I don't care who backed him to be an actor. I don't care who backed him for any of this other stuff. I want proof that Zelensky took money.
Why does that not matter to you? Of course he took, but it's all over the internet. You can just spend 5
Then
minutes.
tell me the source.
Well, I'm gonna come back on to your stupid show and tell you because I have
Cool.
to spend.
Go find it then. Bye. Go find it. Go find it. Oh my fucking god.
What were you arguing about?
He was saying, you know, this war's been planned from the 90s, right? And I was like, well, yeah, they've talked about it. Multiple people in Russia have talked about taking over Ukraine, but there's never been any actual plans for it until like 2007-ish, arguably, and then in 2014, the first invasion, which is when they planned the second invasion. He goes, well, they're doing this. They all planned this. And I was like, who? And he goes, Trump, Zelensky, and Putin. They're all on the same team. Do you know Zelensky's made all this money? How did he get rich? And I was like, well, he was an actor, the most famous actor in Ukraine. He goes, well, how did he get there? How did he get that money? And he refuses to answer the question of, because he claims that Zelensky has sold out and taken money from all these big companies, but he can't provide me the proof.
Yeah.
sincerely so funny. And he was so intimidated by me.
Oh yeah, you laughed at him, and that made him upset.
I guess it was so funny. Oh
Yeah.
my.
Guess what? I just ran into the most bullshit video from. So, I guess according to Russian propaganda, this is what they said. The eclair was invented in U.S. in ancient Russia.
What?
Yeah, by a Russian guy. It was not by a French guy. It was not in France. It was in Russia. I was like, oh my god. I was like, the comments were just eating it up. Oh yeah, and I'm like, oh my god. I was like, the Russians are complete morons.
When did they say it was created?
They didn't say the date, but they did say it was in Russia. In Russia.
You need
but,
to send that to me.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh my fucking god, these people are
It was in France, like I think early 19th
19th century,
Yeah, but they said it was in Russia under some Russian king.
1850 and 1860.
Yeah, but it was. Check this out. It was a Russian-French chef that invented it, supposedly. I was like,
You know, how would we really know that that would potentially be true if Russia blocks off so much communication out of their country or into their country, right?
oh man, I just after I left the comment in there. I'm like, I just couldn't stand it. I'm like, dude, don't be attacking my eclairs. I won't say
That is like statistically like a fine French pastry.
It is. It is.
So-
It's every the whole world. It's
Financial news. Still waiting for you to bring me that proof. Hope you can actually go find it.
Yeah, financial news. Go find some eclairs and good news. People are idiots. Did you get
Truly.
the video I sent you? I haven't checked anything, Hannah. I've been busy today.
Dude, I've got an actual bot, fake American bot in one of my comment sections. It's actually pretty crazy. She's literally pasting the same reply to like 20 different people at a time across 3 different videos. Like on replies that have nothing to do with what she said.
What is the
The Russian
reply?
bot.
Hannah, what was made in Russia? Supposedly, eclair was made in Russia. Hannah, supposedly. So don't let the French people hear this. Another war will break out. Did he provide any proof, or he was just saying stupid shit?
Nothing. Literally nothing. All he said was that a Russian oligarch backed Zelensky in one of his first endeavors to become an actor.
So there's a whole new propaganda going on that Zelensky stole all the billions of dollars and built a ski resort.
Yeah, the ski resort that's been planned since 2000, that's had been approved since it was planned in 2017, approved in 2018,
exactly.
And its entire purpose is to bring an influx of cash into the Ukrainian economy.
I thought it was approved in 2017. That's what I thought.
It was planned in 2017, approved in 2018. Do you know do you know who the lead company is on it, by the way?
I don't remember.
It's OCO, the gas station company.
Oh. And then so after reading, I was like, dude, and an older millennial made a video about that. He ate that shit up like peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, he's a fucking moron.
I was like, dude, do you guys even check your shit? It's lit. You can just Google the shit. There's articles on it. It was not. It was approved. The money was already handed out way before the war even started.
I love these morons that keep coming to my chat going, "We installed Zelensky in 2014."
Who's we?
They're talking about
but
the U.S.
He also wasn't even elected anywhere near 2014, right?
We're fucking idiots. Excuse my French. People are morons.
You mean you're Russian?
No, well, yeah. broken Russian, broken Ukrainian.
No. You said you're French. And I said, you mean you're Russian, like the eclair.
Russian would be like pizdец or something.
Or honestly, it could be, excuse my United States.
Excuse my United States.
We're ranking real low currently. It's a real shame.
In what?
Everything. Happiness, security.
Happiness. I mean, there's a lot of countries that don't have toilets. Just they're not happy.
You know what? Honestly, I love the toilet. I do.
Who doesn't love the toilet? I love the toilets too.
But the fact that so many other developed countries also have le toilet.
La toilet.
And healthcare and childcare and they don't have to live paycheck to paycheck.
With the medicine, in terms of medical and medicine, I agree with you. We need a better healthcare system. I agree with that 100%. Something that is better for the average people, and maybe universal healthcare would be good. I mean, I don't see anything bad in it. If you need it, you need it.
Yeah.
I don't see anything bad in that. But of course, we have to do a lot of legislation for it to even get by.
I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. It would take
not with Trump in power.
No, 100%. No, it would take all the boomers dying out, and then the Gen X slowly, and then I don't know, maybe 30 years from now. Who knows? Hard to say.
Oh my god, I just realized who this fucking moron is. He messaged me back in November of 2024 with a bunch of conspiratorial bullshit. He says, "You don't know anything. You are lost." I said, name one thing I was incorrect about.
Wait,
and
who are you talking about?
The conspiracy theory dude. And then he just went off on a bunch of random shit in my DMs. He goes,
Wait,
he
say
says,
that again?
The conspiracy theory dude. And then he goes,
no, before that.
I said, name one thing I was incorrect about because he said I was lost.
Uh-huh.
He says, follow Larry Fink's nephew on Twitter. I've done 33,000 hours of research.
Larry Fink. On Twitter?
Yeah.
CEO of BlackRock. Okay. Ugh.
Oh my god.
What? What is...
Oh my god, this man's insane. Got a call. Alright, world is.
He's a Los Angelian. Married to his wife for decades with one child. Swings Democrat. That's interesting. I had I don't know if you remember, like a year or two ago, I was like tasked to work on the BlackRock account through my company, which I will not name. And I was like, I don't know. And you were like, no, it's fine. And I was like, I'm not comfortable.
Wait, with
doing
what?
that. BlackRock, the company.
They're an investment firm. Fuck it.
I wasn't comfortable with it.
Wait, with what?
I work for other investment firms now, which I'm still not fully comfortable with, but I wasn't at all comfortable with working for BlackRock. But what does this have to do with anything? With what?
BlackRock is invested in a lot of Ukrainian companies to help rebuild after the war. It's like, well, that's smart on their behalf, at least.
Yeah, I mean, like pouring money into a developing nation post-war. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Wait, what did that guy say again? Conspiracy theorist dude?
That Zelensky, Trump, and Putin were all on the same team, and this war was planned, and that Zelensky was a sellout who was paid off.
Yeah, and that's insane. But what about Mr. Finkel?
I don't even know, nor do I care at this point.
Yeah, that checks out. I don't understand the bunching together of these three people. That doesn't seem congruent to me.
There's no way that this man just linked me something he didn't read. Oh my fucking god. There's no way.
No, that makes sense.
No, you need to get the fuck up here right now. Financial news, I need you to get the fuck up here right now. I'm going to pull up what you just sent me. I'm going to show the entire stream what you just sent me.
Where is he? Where is he?
I need this man up here right now. Come on, dude, get it back up. You're here somewhere. Get up here. I need you up here. I want to show everyone what you just sent me.
The same guy that I kept laughing at, right?
Yeah.
Is he?
I see you. I know you're in chat. I see you typing. Get up here right now.
Is he intimidated by me?
I don't know. I think he's
Myself. That's fine.
Cardio. No, you need to see this, Cardio. I'm sorry. Fuck your sleep, Cardio. Financial news. Please come up here. Stop typing in my DMs and get up here.
You can sleep when you're dead. Allegedly.
Come on, financial news, get in here. Also, guys, keep tapping the screen. We're at 16,000 likes. Let's get more people in here. Yes, you need popcorn, Hannah. I can tell right now that this man doesn't read a goddamn thing he sends. Just in case he erases the message, I'm going to screenshot this, just so I have proof that he sent me this link. Just in case he tries to delete the messages. Come on, financial news. Get up here.
You haven't shared the link yet, right?
No. I have it up on my screen, though. I pulled it up. And I read it. It's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 paragraphs.
Simpletons.
Oh, my spine. Who's this? Hello, what's up?
My brother, you know who the Azov Battalion is?
Yeah, what about him?
Yeah, why don't you tell us who they are?
They started out in 2014 as a rebel group against the Russian invasion in 2014. From 2014 to 2016, they were a bunch of blatant neo-Nazis. In 2016, they got fucking purged like the neo-Nazis they were, rightfully so. I've interviewed a bunch of them. Most of them are living in Poland right now. Go figure, they're in a racist country. And they were banned from ever serving in the Ukrainian military ever again. Since then, Azov Battalion is built up. They've been a very substantial fighting force against the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And their largest religious demographic right now is Jews, which consists of 31% of the Azov Battalion.
Oh, wow, you got all the little pedantic facts. Well,
yes, facts.
You stand with Ukraine? When you got a flag up there that says I stand with Ukraine, I stand with corruption.
So wait, how are you gonna wait, let's get back to Azov. Why'd you immediately pivot to corruption? Let's go back to Azov. Why'd you run away from Azov? Did you think I wouldn't know who they were?
No, because that's the little secret they got in Ukraine, that they got Yahtzees. They all play
What
Yahtzee
secret? Everyone knows who everyone knows who Azov is. What secret?
The secret is that they like to play Yahtzee. So when you stand with Ukraine, you stand with playing Yahtzee.
Do you support?
Wait, hang on. Does the KKK exist in America?
I don't think so. I don't see them.
So the KKK, stop. The KKK doesn't exist. Hang on. Don't stop rambling. Stop rambling. The KKK, do they exist in America, like at all?
Maybe in the 60s. I haven't seen a modern day photo. The only photos I see is from the 70s, the 60s.
Dude, this has got to be the worst bait.
Maybe?
This has got to be the worst bait of all time.
No, man. You stand with corruption. You stand with money laundering. You stand with trafficking. That's what you stand. When you stand with Ukraine, you stand for corruption, man.
Dude, I need you to breathe. I need you to breathe because you're like out of breath as you're screaming, and what I'm assuming is your car. So back to Azov Battalion. Yeah, Azov Battalion is a single unit in the entirety of the Ukrainian military, which is 900,000 personnel. They've got like maybe 1,000 people in Azov. That's it. So 1,000 out of like 900,000. Where are you going? So that's, again, one unit. In 2014 to 2016, if you had said they were a bunch of neo-Nazis, yeah, absolutely, they were. Doesn't make it okay, but they were. And again, they got purged like they should have been, rightfully so, because they were a bunch of disgusting neo-Nazis. They got kicked the fuck out and banned from ever serving again. That doesn't change that they're not a neo-Nazi battalion today. And on top of that, if you want to say that Ukraine is just a bunch of neo-Nazis, what percentage of the Ukrainian population supports Yazis?
I don't know, man, but I'm a damn bohunk, man. I'm Ukrainian myself, and even I don't
think you are.
Ukraine.
I don't think you are. I think you're a liar. I think you're an uneducated white Southern American voter who. I think you're an uneducated Southern voter in America who knows absolutely fuck all. So you hang on. Cool. I don't care. Cool. I don't care. I don't care. So do I. So do I. And I'm a random white American that has nothing to do with Ukraine. You pay Easter eggs like every other American on Easter. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ukrainians don't refer to Ukraine as the Ukraine. So now I know you're lying again. So again, you said that Ukraine is just a bunch of Yahtzees, but you don't know how many Yahtzees. You don't know what percentage of the population. Could you take a guess? Could you take a guess? Cool. Could you take a guess? Hang on. Could you calm down before you start rattling off all the Russian conspiracy theories? Calm down. Take a deep breath. Stop screaming in your car. I want you to answer me like a rational adult. Now, take a guess. What percentage of the Ukrainian population do you think, just a roundabout guess, doesn't have to be accurate, just what percentage of the Ukrainian population do you think supports Yahtzees? Just guess.
The left-handed ones do. The leftists. I don't know what they call them in Ukraine. Like the Democrat side, they the Yahtzees.
This is the worst. That's just the worst bait ever. He's just a moron. Hey, so since I can see that Financial ran away from my stream because he's no longer in the viewer list, I'm gonna show you guys what he sent me. because he said he was going to send me proof that Zelensky took money and is corrupt and he stole $10 million. He said that, $10 million. You guys remember that? Okay, so he sent me the link. EU versus disinfo.eu/report/Zelensky-stole-more-money- than all Ukrainian presidents combined. So let's pull up that article. It's not that long. Let's read it, shall we?
Wait, what's the source? The website?
EU versus disinfo. So Zelensky stole more money than all Ukrainian presidents combined. Summary. The summary accusation is that Volodymyr Zelensky has managed to steal more than all other Ukrainian presidents combined. Tens of millions of dollars are transferred every month from every government body to Zelensky's office. From the Odessa region alone, 10 to 15 million are transferred every month, and the income from the Ukrainian conscript service ranges from 2 to 4 billion a year. The response: recurrent pro-Kremlin disinformation narrative personally targeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, accusing him of corruption, all in the context of Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine. No reputable sources or investigations have substantiated claims that funds go from different Ukrainian regions to Zelensky's office, let alone that he won 2 to 4 billion a year from conscription. Ukraine's use of public and international funds, especially during wartime, is subject to scrutiny by domestic watchdogs and international partners. Literally the second paragraph of what he sent me.
To be fair, he didn't know how to read that far.
He literally read the title. That was it. He read the title.
What a lot of people do, apparently.
President Zelensky himself ran in the 2019 election on an anti-corruption platform and has made progress on this front. While challenges remain due to the war disruptions, the Ukrainian state is still capable of tracking corruption and holding corrupt officials accountable. For example, President Zelensky fired in August 2023 military recruitment chiefs amid corruption concerns. Additionally, the Ukrainian parliament dismissed the agriculture minister due to the alleged involvement in illegal acquisition of state-owned land. The man's own source that he provided me to tell me that Ukraine was corrupt. Oh my fucking God, dude. Holy shit. I guess that's why he's not here. I think when he heard me read it, say that he didn't read it, he read it and then ran away. Oh my fucking God.
Honestly, I hope that's the case. I hope he ran away he was intimidated by me.
Because you chuckled lightly into the microphone.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love your t-shirt.
Oh. Oh, have you seen that someone released the entirety of the Linkin Park Hybrid Theory album, but made with Mario 64 noises?
I don't want to be on the side of the internet that shows me that.
I saw it in my YouTube recommended one day. I clicked on it, and then I was like, oh, it's got the intro and everything. It's got like One Step Closer. And then I scrolled down, and the top comment was, oh dear God, it's the whole album. Hell yeah.
No, that was like one of the first like definitive albums of my youth, and I want to keep it that way.
Oh, it bops in Mario 64 noises.
I don't really like you anymore. I just want to make that clear.
Hang on.
It's really weird. Please don't play. God. Oh my God, you're gonna do it. Oh, it's bad. It's
yes.
terrible. It's awful.
Also, for those who didn't see, Boyce Critical shit himself in his car.
Say that again?
YouTuber that I watched. He went on a date to a Deftones concert and had this the upset tummies, and then on the car home was farting to release gas, and there was a really stinky one, and he got to a gas station bathroom, disgusting, glory hole and all, and then like looked down at his underwear and saw a brown streak and went, oh fuck.
As disgusting as that is, what percent of the population is using glory hole truck stop gas station? I don't.
Hang on. This is crawling. It sounds accurate. Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
That's fucking great.
No, it's not.
That's
I
fucking
remember
great.
the day he died. I remember re-listening to that album because it was so impactful to me at such a young age, and I cried listening to it again. So any bastard who disparages it with
Oh,
"What
they
did you
honored
say?"
it. They honored it.
It's terrible, and I
They honored it.
All right, Sam. Sam.
Mm-hmm.
There's this British ex-military guy.
Mm-hmm.
He went to Ukraine. He's just released his YouTube video. That'd be good for you to watch.
Who is it?
Harry M. If you type in Harry M. alone in Ukraine.
Harry M. alone.
Or Ukraine alone.
I went to Ukraine during the war alone.
Yeah. There's two parts. The first part of it is him traveling. The second part is more in depth.
Uh-huh. Did he fight or did he just go there?
No, so he went there to take on a kind of his take. He met his guys there that was fighting in Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
And has been. Yeah, it's a good watch.
All right, I'll have to look at it later. He just went into Kursk. Neat.
Oh, he just went into Kursk. Who did?
Apparently this guy did. I don't know.
No, he went to Kyiv.
Did he actually go to the front?
No, so he met the guys that was on the front.
So he didn't even go to the front to see?
There is people on there. There is, who is it? I sent it to Liam. I'd have to get his name. They're fighting on the front. They was the ones who was fighting for Bakhmut.
But if you're like going there to document this stuff, shouldn't you like go near the front?
Well, he was taking more a stance on it because people wasn't talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
People kept on forgetting, there is a war happening in Ukraine and all things like that. So he wanted to bring to light that, no, actually, there is a war happening in Ukraine. And just because people in Kyiv are now basically carrying on with normal life doesn't mean that 40 bombs isn't going to be dropped on their heads. Making a point that, no, there is actually still a war. Because I think people are going to Ukraine and being like, oh, nothing's happening here. No, because it's all happening on the east.
Yeah. No, you
Ukraine
hear people talk all the time about why are they partying in Kyiv? Just because it's not the front line? Are people just not supposed to live their lives?
Literally, because that's what you've seen a lot of people coming out with.
Fuck, I went to drink at a bar, or I went to a bar where I drink occasionally, not every night, but my guys were drinking every single night when we were in Ukraine.
Honestly, but I think people are listening to people who are going to Ukraine, seeing Lviv or, people hanging about in Kyiv and being like, there's no war here.
Yeah.
And that's what they're getting.
It's like going to El Paso while, like, the eastern portion of Texas is being bombed and going, there's no war here.
Literally. There is one guy who is British, by the way. He made out his stuff and he stayed well away from the front line, but made everywhere else sound like there's no war. And it's like, well, actually...
Yeah, is he just going to lie about the air raid sirens that come on, like, every day in Ukraine, even in the West?
1,000,000%. And Yulia actually called him out on saying, well, actually, you're showing parts that isn't even being hit, but it's still a risk. Like, go to the front and stuff like that. And when it's like that dude that was just in here is like, where are you actually getting this information from? Because, yes, okay, Ukraine's a big place. Not everywhere's going to be hit. Honestly, I can't with people and their stupidity.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of I guess I'd have to call them props that I'm going to be bringing to the Capitol with me.
From Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Like the little Ukrainian girl's 5th grade English homework that's burnt to a crisp that was dated for 2 days before the invasion.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It's her homework talking about her parents.
I have to wonder if people, when they think about the idea of war, they think about like World War One, World War Two, where it's like this big, massive thing, and if it's not that, then they don't see it.
Even World War One and World War Two, not every portion of every country was being bombed.
Yeah.
You got to think though, back in World War One and World War Two, they were still functioning during there. Whether it was people was giving up their time at work to then, do stuff for the soldiers or make food and stuff like that, they were still doing it. They were still
people were always
country.
still living. Yeah, but I have to wonder if people think of war and they look at that time and they think that like nearly everything shut down. I don't know.
Do you know what it is? They're playing too much Call of Duty.
You might be right. Yeah.
We live in a society now that's what it is. They're spending too much time on, social media and playing Call of Duty.
When you can placate war, real war seems like nothing.
But then if they actually go and see the videos that are actually coming out of Ukraine, they would be disgusted.
How is the Kursk front going or soon to become Subi? Right flank of the Kursk region collapsed, which led to some fuckery going on with the rest of it. They still hold a small ground there. Sumy, they're starting to take some. They've been pushing to Sumy a little bit. Belgorod in general is still having a lot of heavy fighting going on. How many Ukrainian women are fighting in the war? Is it a significant number? I think Ukraine has. I think it's like. I don't remember the exact number of active duty females. Not many in combat roles, though. How many women are in the Ukrainian military? They've got a couple badasses. 60,000 women in the Ukrainian military and 13,000 in combat roles or combat arms.
Good number.
Yeah, it's about the same as Russia.
That's a good number, though.
Yeah. I've seen some badass females fighting over in Ukraine.
Yeah.
There was that girl, I'll always remember her face. She was the face of Mariupol. That one woman.
I feel like I know what you're talking about.
She was pregnant, weren't she?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the one who, she was the sniper, and then she hid the fact she was pregnant for 2 months, and then her command found out and took her off the line, and the Russians tried to say, look, they're making pregnant women fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Propaganda.
Did a whole debunk video on that, and then my channel got taken down.
Your main channel?
Yeah. You remember this.
So can't you get that back?
No. I got denied on my appeal. It's been gone for months. It's been gone since October. I had 50,000 followers on there. Just gone.
Yeah, but it says we're still friends on there.
Yeah, well, that account's gone.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok's a joke.
Yep. I get banned, but the dudes that come on my lives and threaten to behead me, they're totally fine. I saw a video of a Ukrainian soldier who was pregnant. Is that true? I'm sorry, do you expect soldiers to not get pregnant, period? I mean, they're people.
It's so easy.
Pregnant women are not allowed to serve on the front line, if that's what you're asking.
In all fairness, a lot of the pregnant soldiers are actually hiding the fact that they're pregnant. Till they can't hide the fact that they're pregnant.
Yeah, like what was literally just discussed.
Yeah, she said that she didn't want to admit that she was pregnant because she was afraid that they would look down on her and say she did it on purpose to get away from the front line. Which is literally what the Russians did. At the same time, they're like, look, they're forcing pregnant women to fight. But at the same time, she got pregnant to leave. It's like, well, which one is it? Was she trying to leave or were they forcing her to fight?
Yeah, because a lot of like oppressive forces will like force pregnancy upon women specifically to take them out of society.
It was a Russian soldier who came across an injured Ukrainian pregnant woman. What?
Oh, I know what he's talking about. That was that 2023? They made a video to say like, they're even sending pregnant women, and she had a huge
God.
Yeah.
Dude, for as pro-Ukraine as you are, dude, if you can't like figure out how to like use basic common sense to debunk these videos, like, dude, you got to work on that shit.
It was all over the Russian Telegram channels.
When he made any debunked video on History Legends, I don't know who History Legends is.
But that's where a lot of people will get their information from, is the TG channels from Russia.
Yeah.
Just like,
Do I have any guys? Tap the screen. Let's get more people in here. We're at 20,000 likes and we're only at 30 viewers. Like, what's going on? Like, I know the Russian bots haven't shown up tonight, but goddamn.
no, we still got time.
I don't know how they would get pregnant in war, but my only guess is they did the thing before they fought.
Jesus,
or,
what?
My man, you know that people still have sex, right? War doesn't stop people from having sex.
If anything, it makes you more.
It's a basic human instinct. The fuck?
Fuck, even the Russian males are fucking each other in the trenches. It's an actual thing.
To get your viewership up, either we're gonna have to argue more or talk about fucking more, basically.
I'm gonna put up a drawing of Muhammad. I'm gonna draw a stick figure and label it as Muhammad.
The only difference between Ukrainians and Russians in war is
That's
Ukrainians
so.
will go-
Wait, hang on. True. So I guess just dumb decision on them. Bro, what are you talking about? How is it dumb for someone to just say, "Hey, I want to have sex with my significant other. The war's not going to stop me." It's not like they're planning to get pregnant on the front lines.
They do know that they won't have like access to like certain things, don't they?
That and like wartime is fucking stressful, and
The
like
last thing-
what better relief for stress than fucking
A cigarette.
so far beneath.
No. You get done with a firefight, you're not like, I gotta go have sex. You're like, whoa.
Have a cigarette first, and then you go to get off.
Yeah, but you're
whether
also
it's-
not having sex in a trench.
I would fuck in a trench, honestly.
And this is why you will never be in a trench.
I don't know. The Russian soldiers did. They got caught on with the drone, didn't they?
No, they were caught in the rubble of a
Given
building.
head. And given head.
So, Jess, if you don't know, there was 2 Russian soldiers that were caught on Ukrainian drone footage. I swear to God, I didn't realize you could tell the emotion of a drone pilot just by the movement of a drone. The drone's flying and you're looking downward, and the drone flies and goes, whoop. You can see it pause. You're like, wait a minute. You can see the drone pilot. You can feel the drone pilot going like, wait a minute. And it's a Russian soldier standing there, and there's another Russian soldier on his knees, and the Russian soldier standing there is like moving the guy's head. You can see the head bobbing forward and back. And they drop yes. And they drop a grenade and it misses, and both of them get up and run away. And the Ukrainians were just laughing their ass off at this because of how like homophobic the Russians are, especially. And then Russian state television actually put the video up on TV. It was like, Ukrainians are accusing our men of being homosexuals. That's not true. This man is clearly praying, and this other man is giving him the word of the Lord. Like, they actually put a video of one of their soldiers giving a blowjob to another soldier on state television.
Oh, it was brilliant.
That's wild. And I'm going to say, honestly, as an American woman, I think that at least bisexual men, very hot. Very hot.
Wait, hang on. Dare you to make a debunked video on history legends. Funny how you Yahtzee O'Crane supporters act like you don't know who is history legends. Why the fuck would I know who some random person is that you just named? I don't know who the fuck history legends is. And Ukraine isn't just a bunch of Yahtzees. Like, what are you talking about? What?
That wasn't the guy from earlier, was it?
No, that was just some random nutcase.
I don't remember.
History legends is literally alternate history. I don't know who the fuck he is though. Who is it?
Yeah, that's weird.
Google it.
I don't like the idea of
Oh my god.
the idea that we have so much access to so much information spreads so much disinformation that it's like, well, if you've never heard of this, you just need to Google it. Like, I don't know how to tell you that. Huh?
You said, I don't know how to tell you that, and then you cut off.
Yeah, because I don't know. I'm baffled. When someone comes at you and they're like, well, did you know that the moon isn't even real? And you're like, what are you talking about?
Where are all my pro-Israel people tonight, too? All my pro-Israeli friends are just non-existent in my chat right now.
I'll tell you one thing that the Ukrainians have got is morale. I swear to God, that they are absolutely hilarious. Can you remember when they first went into Kursk and they started leaving Google reviews?
Oh, that was pretty funny, yeah.
Drive-through
was disappointing. Couldn't fit a European-sized tank.
So they're hilarious and they like to fuck. They're great people.
They was leaving like reviews in Kursk region saying something like, couldn't park my Challenger tank here and things like that. Oh, it was so funny.
Staff refused to speak the new language of the region. That will be corrected soon. They wouldn't accept Rivna. We can correct that.
Oh, they were funny.
I mean, what else are you gonna be in wartime? Like,
I don't know.
Exactly.
What are you gonna do? Is sit down and like accept it and be sad and no.
Well, that's what majority of the people want. Is everyone to be depressed in a corner or to surrender.
And that's wild, and I don't understand this whole idea of criticizing people in wartime when has wartime ever been this visibly displayed on the worldwide fucking internet for everyone to see?
I found this dude's YouTube channel. No idea who the fuck he is. Never seen him before.
Who is he? What does he look like?
He's just some random fucking dude with a goatee.
I don't like him.
Is he pro-Russia?
I don't know. Someone in chat said he is. I have no idea.
What Western companies are still trading in Russia? Green one.
I don't know.
That's a good question.
If History Legends makes dumb arguments, then it should be easy to debunk him. I don't know what his arguments are. I don't know what... I've literally never seen the dude. How do I know what his arguments are? Like, you're expecting me to make an argument against a dude that I don't know. Oh, my fucking God. F-47 fighter jet? Yeah, I saw that, Hex. Nick is taking all the viewers. Is Nick still live? There's no way Nick is still live.
Who's Nick?
My friend does Pro Israel stuff. Holy shit, he's still live. And Matt's live too? What the fuck? Oh my God. Bastards.
It won't be long before the Russian bots come in.
No, that'll be in about 2 hours.
As if you know the exact time.
I do. No, I do.
Yes, yeah. Wait, what time is it in the UK right now?
22 minutes past 8.
Is Heathrow still closed?
I'm not too sure. I think they opened part of it yesterday, but I think flights will resume today.
So
Yeah.
the bots usually hit my TikTok channel around 1 p.m. Moscow time.
What time is it currently?
They're 2 hours ahead of me.
So yeah, in about 2 hours.
8. Okay.
So 10:23 it'd be there.
So I had I work in the travel industry, and so we had an interesting day today with Heathrow being closed. And
Wait, here we go. Hang on, here we go. Gotta make this about Gaza somehow. Okay, but your views on Gaza are a bit hypocritical then. Yeah, you mean my views that I should support the Western-aligned, Western ideological nation that is an ally of the United States that was invaded by an outside entity that violated the sovereignty of their borders and declared a war? Damn, how hypocritical of me. They're not operating out of Russia, though. They're more like Africa or India. No, the Russian government openly has bot farms based in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Yevgeny Prigozhin had 3 of them on his tax returns publicly.
Did you see the people that went to prison in the UK for that?
No.
Yeah, there was, I think, was there 3 people had got caught, and they all went to prison for helping Russia. Yes, 3 spies.
Oh my god. That dude just went on a fucking tagging spree.
Who?
The financial dude.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's tagged me in 10 videos in the last 20 minutes.
The one that I laughed at.
Yeah, all a bunch of... Dude, he literally tagged me in the Tucker Carlson interview that I did a debunk on.
Oh, Lord.
1 woman, 1 female, 2 males. Yes, green 1.
Oh my god, he's using Gray Zone, which is literally funded by the Russian government and founded by a dude that ran away from the United States for crimes.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the point he was trying to prove again?
Oh god, Russell Brand is anti-Ukraine?
Is he?
Russell Brand has a
Yeah.
whole video going off on Ukraine. I did not know that.
He's very right wing.
I'm gonna have to
And-
make a video making fun of Russell Brand.
He's a bit of a
Fucking discount hippie bitch.
anyway.
He is a bit of a cunt.
Bit of a cunt.
Bit of cunt. That sounds too posh.
Do a live react to his latest video interested in live debunking of a pro-Russian propaganda. I'm going to have to double check if I can get away with that on YouTube because Al Jazeera just gave me a copyright strike for watching one of their videos on my channel, on my live stream. I watched the video and actively gave commentary, and they hit me with not a warning, not a like takedown. They hit me with an actual fucking strike.
That's concerning.
Yeah, Al Jazeera, by the way, it wasn't even just an Al Jazeera video. I was viewing the original source of a Hamas video that Hamas posted themselves, which Al Jazeera later posted. And somehow Al Jazeera, it's weird that Al Jazeera owns the content rights to a Hamas video. Really weird how that works.
Sam, can you give me a Russia argument to debunk cardio?
Give you a Russian argument to debunk? What? What are you talking about? What?
How are you, my friend?
What are you asking?
Can you give me an argument that the Russians use so I can debunk it real quick? I want to practice my debating skills a little bit more.
Bro, what? I refuse to argue from the Russian standpoint.
Okay, fair enough. Can you give me a synopsis? No, you don't have to argue for it, but just give me a synopsis of
What? Oh my fucking god.
Ukraine.
Did he back out?
That wasn't me. No. No.
I would have given him something.
No.
All I
It,
would've said exactly what he was asking for, but I don't
It wasn't me, but I saw who it was.
know.
One of them could be. Who
Oh,
was
he's
it?
not in the request now.
Russia's. Ukraine's destroying the Russian-speaking language.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Hammer.
Even though majority
Oh,
of Ukrainians speak Russian.
that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, is it someone?
So I don't have any problems with Hammer, but apparently Hammer and Cardio went off, or Cardio went off on Hammer and Hammer's DMs, and now Hammer's just toying with them.
Wait, is he still moderating like all of your lives?
Hammer pops in whatever he wants.
The boat yesterday absolutely killed it. I miss the African lives.
Oh, Jess, you did miss when me, Hammer, and some other dude were named Matt were going off on some crazy African dude yesterday, whose entire thing was we were going. He said that we go to Africa to eat people to absorb their knowledge.
That's wild. Do you do lives with Hammer like very frequently?
He pops in. Hammer just does what he wants. He just pops in. He's usually on next live.
Because every account of his that I see that I've seen, honestly, I've blocked because I got fucking tired of seeing his stupid fucking face.
Why? We're not starting with insults. No, I'm that's calling it now. I am not having every single night of my live end up with the people that I talk to arguing. I'm not doing it.
Okay,
Nope.
that's fine.
Nope. I'm not.
But because
every single live I do.
If I don't see your lives come up because of that.
No, that doesn't stop anything.
I rarely.
If you're following someone and someone you have blocked is on their panel, it doesn't stop anything.
Well, I rarely see your lives come up. Nowadays,
It'll pop up if you go to your notifications tab and I'm live and you're on at the same time. You'll see me at the top.
I do.
Well, I wasn't live for the last few weeks. I was in California.
Who did you stay with?
At a Airbnb with my friend's family.
What, in like San Diego?
No, Simi Valley.
Okay. Did you see our auntie or anything like that?
Yeah, I stopped by and said hi to the family.
God, I haven't seen her in so long. I hope she's good.
The young one was dressed like a whore, and I was mad at her.
Oh God! Every time I see her TikToks, I just.
Yeah, I need to have a talk with her.
How's the family doing?
Oh, Ethan's family, they're doing okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Everything's settled. They're happy that everything's fine now.
Wait, who? What?
Did you not see what I? You notice the beard's gone, right?
One time Jay shaved his whole beard, and I didn't notice for like 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I'm gonna send you a video. Go watch it and come back.
I did see something with you recently where it was like you were shaving, and then it was something with Ethan. I don't know who Ethan was.
Yeah, that was my friend that I was in Ukraine with. That died. He died in. Why am I not following this account? TikTok unfollowed you. That's weird. He died in December of 2023, and the Russians took over the area. And his body was unrecoverable until December of 2024, when he was found in a body exchange and they DNA identified him. And then his family found out that the Marine Corps was not going to pay for his burial because of some circumstances, and he wasn't going to be able to come home. So the Marine Corps was like, we're not even going to cremate him because you can't pay for it. So the Ukrainian government said we
come home because somebody can't pay for it?
Because the Marine Corps wasn't going to cover his funeral costs, and his family's already spent all the money going back and forth to Ukraine trying to get him. And all the time out of work and bringing their kids with them because their kids are under 18. The Ukrainian government was like, we'll cremate him, but it's not going to be done by the time you leave Ukraine. He's going to come home in a box by himself.
Okay,
and I was like,
US service member?
Yes, but the catch is, in order to rate a military burial paid for by the U.S. government, you have to have served for 24 months consecutively. He got medically discharged after 7 months because of a blood condition that he didn't know about.
Oh my god. That's
So me and a friend fronted $23,000 to get him home, get him buried, and do all the stuff, and then we fundraised afterwards and recouped the losses and gave his family the rest of the money. But we organized his coming home. I made sure that he was on the plane. The dude that escorted him was actually the one who was with him when he died. We basically took care of everything from start to finish, and that's why I shaved my beard. When it was all said and done, we knew for a fact, okay, we've got the organization. He's coming home. I'm going to be there in California to meet him there, and I'm going to make sure he's safe the rest of the way. So I shaved the beard. I paid over $1,000 to get my uniforms because I hadn't worn my uniform since before COVID when I fucked up my back. So I had to buy my whole uniforms brand new again and went through the whole fucking thing. And he flew in on the 4th of last month, or maybe it was this month. I don't know. He flew in on the 4th, and then we buried him on the 10th. Actually, it was this month. Yeah.
well, fucking good on you, dude. That's a lot.
Yeah, that was an emotional couple weeks.
That's really shitty.
It was an emotion. It was an emotional couple weeks. He was basically, he reminded me of a young fucking motivated me. So it hit extra hard.
And as emotional as those 2 weeks were, it's a good thing you had good friends to help you through those hard times that you talked to when you were on the road. It'd be nice if your family checked in a little more often. Your friends were there for you.
To be fair, me and Jess play telephone all the I don't call her. I don't call Jess unless there's family drama.
Yeah, so some of us were there to check in on him.
Oh, don't start.
Anyway,
Come on. We're not starting.
The only reason I came up is, Jess, you don't have me blocked on this account, so I want to come up on this account so you can block me. Go ahead, love.
You gotta admit, he's got a good sense of humor.
Go ahead and block me. I just want to make sure you got this account blocked.
Damn it.
Okay.
Good,
Give me
good.
something. Give me something to block you for then.
No, stop.
Just block me. What? I don't need to give you anything. You already blocked me on all the other accounts. Just be consistent.
Why are you so mad about it?
I'm not. If I was mad, I'm asking you to do it.
Shall I be the wall of divide?
I'm asking you to do it. Go ahead and block me. I didn't realize you still. I came up here. I checked in real quick and I saw the name and I thought it was someone else altogether. And then I heard the person talking and I'm like, who is that? And then it took me like 10 or 15 seconds to realize who you were because I totally forgotten about you. But it's clear you still think about me. You still think about me a lot. Clearly. So just block me and it'll help you move past.
Oh my God. Can we not argue, please?
I'm trying to help you achieve closure. So just block me.
It's so funny because.
Wait, hold on. Wait, this is important. Hang on.
I thought it was Jess from Canada.
Hang on. Cardio, hang on, stop. Everyone stop. Cardio, I got no problem with you. I know you got stuff with Hammer, but why does Hammer need to watch himself? What does that mean?
No, because he told me to wait. Hold on a second. So I asked him a question, and he's just not blocking me. He's just like muting me, denying my requests, and so I'm just saying, watch yourself. That's literally it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that though?
Or what?
Literally just coming up to talk on the panel, and he's just removing me.
Or what?
No, but like, what does you
Just
need to
watch
watch
yourself,
yourself
that's all I'm
mean?
saying.
No. I'm asking you now. I'm gonna press you on this. What the
Go
fuck
for
does
it.
you? What the fuck do you mean by that?
I'm just saying, watch himself. That's all I'm saying.
Or
dude.
what?
So
nothing malicious.
expound on
Nothing
that, because
malicious.
when I tell someone to watch
Or what?
themselves, it means that I have intentions.
I do
Or
not have
what?
any intentions. I'm literally telling him just to watch himself.
Why
That's
would
all.
he? Why would he need to watch himself though?
Or what?
Yeah, because he's being rude.
Or what?
So why does he need to
Don't worry
watch
about it.
himself?
I'm just saying, watch yourself. That's literally it.
And
That's
again,
literally just
what
rhetoric.
do you mean by that? Cool. So
It's just empty
expound
rhetoric.
on that rhetoric.
It's empty rhetoric. I'm just saying, watch yourself.
Empty
Don't do it.
rhetoric. So you're puffing out your chest with nothing to puff.
That's not
Yeah,
puffing
so
out my
you mean
chest. That's me
nothing.
telling you to stop. That's me telling you to knock it off.
Or else
Stop
what?
or what?
Literally just telling him to knock it off. That's literally
3,
it.
2,
Go for it.
1.
You call.
As President Trump would say, shalom means hello and goodbye. Shalom means
I did
hello
like that
and
post.
goodbye. Better watch yourself. Better watch yourself. Or what?
Don't people say that as a threat? Like,
Or
I
what?
want to watch.
Or what?
How did Hammer and Jess both come to the same page there for a second?
Or what?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, as much as I don't like you, like, that was fucking weird and stupid.
Or what?
Cardio, again, I have had no problems with you personally. Clearly you do with Hammer. But when you tell someone to watch themselves, there's some implications with that. And as you said in the comments, no, it wasn't a direct threat that would violate the law, which is why I think you worded it vaguely the way you did, because it is rhetoric and there are implications that are not explicit.
Oh, but as we were speaking prior to this weird person, there was like one or two lives conversations that we had, and then the next one, Hammer, you said to me, you were like, I don't like you, and I was like, oh, okay, that's
Yeah, he
weird.
doesn't like most people.
And then you said something to me, you were like, I don't think about you, I just don't like you, and I was like, that's weird. What do you mean by that?
Oh, you're gonna have to learn Hammer is like the most literal person.
Wait a second. You don't know what it means when someone says they don't like you? That's too confusing for you to process?
Not at all what I said.
That's what you just said.
No, she said that she didn't understand what you meant by the combination of I don't like you, just because again, Hammer, most people aren't literal like you. Most people, when they say something like that, and coming from a normal person, that wouldn't make fucking sense.
I don't like you.
I don't like you either. So
I don't like you either.
Baruch Hashem, that's great.
What you had said was you were like, I don't think about you at all, and I don't like you, and I was like,
I don't. As soon as I came into the live just to pop in and check in on Sam, someone said something. Hammer's because I dropped that goofball, and you started rambling about Hammer, and I checked for his accounts, and I make sure that I blocked them, and I didn't even know who you were. It took me 10, 15 seconds to even remember who you were. I thought you were Jess from Canada. I'm like, why is Jess blocking me? That
totally believe you. I completely believe you. Yeah.
Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant to the truth. The truth is the truth. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Some people believe men can become girls. And girls
men can become boys. Hang on, Hammer, they can become lady boys.
No, they think men can become girls and girls can become men, and they think that some people even think Elvis is alive. Some people think the Earth is flat. Doesn't make any of it true. It just means
some people think beans on toast are good.
Oi, shut up now.
Beans on toast is delicious.
Jess, that actually might warrant a drop.
No, I didn't say anything. I'm like dividing these two. Don't come
beans and toast is disgusting.
It's poverty food. It's poor people food.
It's like you guys are still living like you're getting bombed by the Aussies.
It's what people in the trailer park would eat when they run out of mayonnaise for mayonnaise sandwiches.
Do you know what it is? Yeah, it's one of those
honestly, unpopular opinion. When I was a child, I fucking loved mayonnaise sandwiches.
Of course you did.
I was a pavo. I don't know.
And you grew up poor, right?
It's lazy cooking. It's not really cooking, it's just being lazy, basically.
You grew up poor, didn't you?
I did, a little bit.
Hang on one side of the family. One with mom, yes. One with dad.
That's why you ate mayonnaise sandwiches, because you were poor and you had a poor lifestyle.
What's so fucked up is that my father was like,
your mic's peaking.
And the child support to my mother was so low. We were eating mayonnaise sandwiches.
Wait, no, Jess, hang on, Jess. I'm gonna have to talk to you offline about how much child support your mom actually got.
Oh no, we can have a whole conversation about that because it never changed in 1992.
No, he was. Hang on. The legal requirements of what he was required to give her didn't.
If you don't know, we're siblings.
Jess, your signal and your mic are fucked.
Hey, when you ran out, hey, Jess and Sam, when you guys were little kiddies, when you guys ran out of milk, did you eat cereal with water?
No, she's my half sister. She lived with her mom most of the time. No. So just the legal requirement of what he was supposed to give her didn't change, but there was a lot of other money. I'll talk to you about that offline, though.
Poverty sandwiches.
Americans have no right to call anything horrible when you put gravy on a scone. Hold on.
Yes.
Hammer, these people don't know about how delicious biscuits and gravy is.
Okay, first of all, do not ever compare a biscuit to a scone.
They're
A
the same
biscuit
thing.
is soft in the middle.
No, Hammer, they call biscuits and they call our biscuits scones.
Okay, but actual scones are dry and hard and disgusting. Biscuits are soft in the middle and they are moist.
Nice crunch on the outside.
Yeah, biscuits and gravy
Buttery
is the bomb.
and light and fluffy.
No, it is not the same thing, Ashton. It is not the same thing.
That's another thing I'll agree with you on, even though we don't like each other. I fucking love biscuits and gravy. That's one of the
Hang on.
best.
British people think biscuits and gravy that they've never tried. Here's the thing to all you British fucks. I've had beans and toast. I've also had biscuits and gravy. You guys are living like you're still being bombed by the Yahtzees.
It's a poverty mentality.
They're preparing themselves. They're perpetually preparing themselves for a future war.
Hear us out, yeah.
It's a poverty mentality.
If we was to do biscuits and gravy, right, we're putting brown gravy on what you call a cookie. It's just, we're not vibing that. But beans on toast is one of those lazy put together meals that you can't be bothered to cook, but you've got to eat food.
It's poverty food.
It's a tin of beans, but there is majority of the people will just, they'd rather go out clubbing than buy food.
Like canned beans?
Have you seen King Charles and Trump saying that about coming to the Commonwealth?
Hang on.
What?
The Daily Mail Royals has uploaded a video of King Charles Trump agreeing to join the Commonwealth.
I don't know. Biscuits, beans in general are gross. Hold on. Don't you fucking talk shit about my Bush's baked beans.
Aren't they barbecue?
You can get barbecue flavor. I have tried biscuits and gravy and it's fucking vile. If you tried biscuits and gravy in England, you have not had biscuits and gravy.
If you try beans on toast in London, you've not eat beans on toast.
I've never had anything like that in London, but I will say that I make beans every week. I make a big pot of beans every week, and they're really, really good. And I would eat them on toast, no problem.
I like your half
Tin beans, so I don't know about that.
Right, that's
hold on. Laura's just saying some off the wall shit in chat. She says all beans are gross except green beans. That's true. Green beans are good, and edamame. That's also good. But she just said chili is gross. What is wrong with you, Lauren?
Lauren, try it with dark chocolate in it. You'll like it.
A scone is a soft. Hang on. A scone is a soft dessert identical to a biscuit. No.
No.
No, it's not.
I don't like scones.
No, it is not. That's ridiculous.
I can't vouch for it.
Yeah, Ashton, I need you to come to America before you try biscuits and gravy. More specifically, come to the South or Texas. It looks like vomit. It does not taste like vomit.
Honestly, ain't norm.
Jess,
across America, if you get
you're like living in a
gravy.
tunnel right now, Jess. Your service is awful. I'm gonna need you to unfuck your Wi-Fi.
I don't know what to tell
I can
you.
make a joke right now. But
Hammer, stop.
Do it.
No, stop.
No, do it.
green beans are actually good.
Nah.
I
It's
don't
not worth
care
the
about green
hassle.
beans. Make the stupid fucking joke, please. I want to
Not
hear
worth
it.
the hassle.
Oh God! Can I just get some anti-Ukrainians up here?
It's just not worth the hassle.
Who said chili is gross? Someone in TikTok chat. You can see it to your left. If you're looking at the stream on Twitch or YouTube right now, it's literally the chat to your left.
Do you know your chili? Is it the same as chili con carne in the UK?
No, it depends where. In Texas, they don't eat beans in their chili, but everywhere else we put beans in chili.
Yeah, I don't.
I
like
put beans in my chili.
beans, so-
Hammer, I
That's
gotta.
not the Texas, but that's not the Texas way.
Yeah, I'm also not from Texas. Hammer, I got to show you this. So this is the list of the meetings and stuff we've got set up, or that we're the people we're contacting that I should be meeting with in DC.
When are you going?
The 9th. I'm gonna be stomping around the Capitol with Mickey.
You know, Rabbi's going too.
Yeah, Mickey's already handling stuff with him. He's gonna be there before me.
Oh.
So, John Fetterman, Jackie Rawson, John Kennedy, John Curtis, Shelley Capito, Ted Cruz, Brandon Gill, Wesley Hunt, Ronnie Jackson, Brian Mast, Den Crenshaw, Richie Torres, and Marco Rubio.
It's a pretty good group.
I should
Wait,
be
you got a meeting with Marco Rubio?
working on that one with people on his team.
Wow.
May end up just being something with one of his liaisons or something virtual.
That would be cool. Tell him I said what's up.
Like he's got to know who the fuck you are.
Everyone knows who I am, dude. Stop it. Stop it.
I've been to LA, been to
I'm
New York,
worldwide.
been to Virginia. I've had American biscuits and gravy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm worldwide,
Wait,
dude.
hang on. This man said he's had biscuits and gravy, but the places he's been to are LA, New York, and Virginia.
I don't know
No.
about Virginia, but
No.
the other places I wouldn't.
No. Yeah, the other places, it's like, what kind of food do they eat in Texas? Biscuits and gravy. And you try, and you're like, what the fuck is this?
LA. In LA is ridiculous.
Yeah, where are the pro Russians on TikTok? The pro Russians should be here in about an hour and 10 minutes. Hammer, so I've noticed that around 1 p.m. Moscow time for the past 2 nights, I've been hit with a massive influx wave of copy pasted Russian bot accounts in my chat. Like, no shit, at exactly 1 p.m. Moscow time.
All right, well, I'm not going to stay much longer anyway.
Sam, retract your anti-British comments. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Britain is trash.
The anti-British.
The UK is trash. It's a lost country. You guys
London's
are conquered
trash.
by the Muslims. You're authoritarian, censoring speech.
Hammer, we got an angry Brit.
Broke.
Yeah, you know the funniest
Broke.
thing? The funniest thing?
Mhm.
Pathetic.
You're from a country, Israel, which has a tiny
I'm
economy.
American. I'm American.
No one
jackass.
up here is from
Oh,
Israel.
yeah, sure you are.
American
Israel has a
jackass.
very small economy. You have the Israeli flag. All you do is simp for Israel. What are you talking about? You're American.
Where do you
You
see?
don't speak
Where do
for
you
us.
see an Israeli flag?
I'm talking to Hebrew Hammer.
Well, I simp for
He's
the
from
United
fucking
States.
California.
I
I
don't give a
simp for the
fuck. He
United
has
States
jewel.
as well.
He clearly has.
I also simp for the United States and how much better we are than your garbage country.
Yeah, but the difference is my people built that country. Your people were getting kicked out. By
Wait,
everybody.
wait,
They
wait.
were
The
getting fucked up
British,
by everybody.
the British built California and Texas.
The British built the United States. It's founded on English law, common law. It's founded by English people,
13
British citizens,
colonies.
British
Wait,
way of
wait,
life,
wait,
British
wait.
cultures, British
So,
values. What are you talking
so you're
about?
saying you built everything after 1776?
No, but the people that were in America were Anglo. They were white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yeah, what were they doing? They were getting away from they were escaping.
It doesn't matter. They
your
still had the intrinsic
godless
culture of
heathen
British
society.
people.
They were
Like, your
escaping your
people couldn't build a
godless
country
heathen
like that.
society because they wanted to get away from you guys.
And also, you know what's funny, Sam? Is that you're simping for a country that abandoned Ukraine. The only country that's there for Ukraine right now are the Europeans, the British. We train every Ukrainian officer. We train their special ops. We send them more than anything. And
Do you
you're from a
think I?
country that
Do,
put
wait,
more
wait,
into
wait,
it.
wait. Am I not allowed to be pro my country but also criticize my country at the same
Country's
time?
Shit. You voted for Donald Trump.
No, I
It's
didn't.
an indictment of how
didn't.
disgusting your country
I
is.
did not vote for Donald Trump.
You
didn't vote
get
for
somebody that
Trump.
can hardly string a sentence
No, no,
together.
no,
It's
no, British. You're just throwing out a bunch of accusations with zero basis, and you don't even fucking know me. First
Your
you said,
country voted
"Hang
for
on, no, no,
Trump.
stop." First you said Hammer was from Israel. He's not. Then you said I voted for Trump. I didn't. I don't think you know anything at all.
I never said he. I said he's clearly repping Israel. He has an
No,
Israeli
you
flag,
you said he
right?
was from Israel. You the exact words from your mouth are no, he's
His
from
whole
Israel.
premise is defending Israel. What are you talking about?
Wow, a
His
Jewish
whole
man
thing is
support a
about
Jewish man
politics.
supporting Israel. Shocker.
Well, that's what I talk about on TikTok.
So he has
That's
an
what I
allegiance
talk
to
about
another
on
country, then, doesn't he?
TikTok. That's what I talk
So
about
don't
on
be so
TikTok.
disingenuous.
That's what I talk about on
I'm
TikTok.
not being the disingenuous
Exactly.
one here. Again,
you have an
I
allegiance to
didn't
another
vote for
country.
Trump. I'm allowed to be pro America while also criticizing my country at the same time for things I disagree with.
It's the best of both worlds, then, isn't it? You're from a shit country which elected an absolute buffoon that can hardly string a sentence together. You're laughing
I
stage.
don't like.
Meanwhile,
I don't. Do you think I like? Do you think? Do you think I like Trump?
Wait a second.
Doesn't
Your
matter.
prime
Your country
minister came
overwhelmingly
over
supported
here
it.
and basically crapped
Only
his
like
pants in front of Trump.
What?
Two-tier Kier. You know, the one that lets grooming gangs run all over the parts of your country where
Grooming
little
gangs
girls
happened way before
are
Keir
molested
Starmer.
and assaulted while you guys are
Keep
deindustrializing
consuming
yourself
right-wing
and
media, buddy.
begging the
And the
Scandinavian
Russians.
countries
Good
for
job.
Wait. Hang
electricity
on.
and energy.
Yeah. Do you wait? Are you saying that the grooming gangs and the grape gangs didn't
I
happen?
know a lot more about internal politics.
That's not what I asked. No. British. I didn't ask that. To answer the question I asked, not the one I didn't. Are you saying that didn't happen?
No, it did happen.
Okay, then why are you upset when we talk about it?
No, it's happening.
Because it's not
current.
happening.
Yeah, it
Because
is.
what's
It's happening
happening,
in
if you look at
Rochdale.
It's happening.
Yes, I'm well aware. If you look at the metrics, though, when you do it on a per capita basis, they're not overwhelmingly represented. You know, you're just listening to right-wing media.
Well, I'm sure that's a big consolation and relief to all the girls who've had their lives ruined by your Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs.
Yeah, it's very
You don't
very
have daughters, do
convenient.
you?
Whenever
You
you
don't
need
have
an
daughters,
ethnic
do
group to
you?
blame.
You don't have daughters, do you?
Wait. If the statistics show that one group is overwhelmingly going out and gang raping white little British girls, you think it's not okay to call that out?
Yeah, and you're basing that off of what you've seen on Twitter. And what
No,
you've seen
I'm
people
basing
do
that
on
off of the
WhatsApp.
statistics released by the police
Or
departments. No, British.
whistleblower
We're
accounts.
basing that off of the actual statistics released by the police departments themselves.
And multiple
Cool.
whistleblowers who said they weren't supposed to investigate, people who were investigating and were told to drop
Listen,
the
I'm
investigation.
not going to die on a hill of
What are you
defending
talking
Pakistani
about?
groomers.
And this is
but
why
you
your
are.
country sucks because
But to assume
this
that our
is why your
country-
country sucks because you
Our
excuse
country
raping
sucks.
of little girls.
You're a nomad. You're like a
Because
nomadic
you
person.
excuse
You're
the
a wanderer.
raping of
What are you
little
talking
girls.
about? You have a dual allegiance to another
Because
country.
you
At least
excuse
I'm
the
in my country.
raping
At
of
least
little
I'm proud of my
girls.
country. My country birthed both your shit nations of Israel and America. So
And
know who you're
you
talking to,
couldn't
you
hold on
dog.
to
Wait, England didn't found Israel.
Are you kidding me? What was it before Israel? It was the British Mandate of Palestine.
Yeah, and then what
We let
happened?
them
Hang on,
in.
what
We let
happened?
them in.
And then the British noped the fuck out and left.
Yeah, like most of our colonies, buddy. But the difference is,
Whoa,
we let them come to our-
whoa! So you just
We let
agreed
them
with no,
come to our colony.
stop. You just said England founded Israel, and then when I said no, actually they left beforehand and noped out, you went yeah, like they did with these other colonies. So you agree that your previous statement of England founded Israel is false?
Yeah. If you're going to take everything literal and you're going to be like, well, the 1948
Yes, that's how-
resolution, the 1949, the
Hey,
Peel
British
Commission, if you're
loser,
gonna
I got a
talk-
question for you. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
No, I don't speak German.
You're
Oh, the
welcome.
royal
You
family?
would be speaking German if it wasn't for us, you fucking loser. You
What
would
are
be
you
speaking
talking
German
about?
right now.
What are
if it
you
wasn't for
talking
us.
about?
You're welcome.
The Soviets did
You're
everything. in that war.
welcome. You're welcome.
You're
Wait.
welcome for what?
welcome.
The Soviets did everything, but Stalin openly admitted that if it weren't for the United States, the Soviet Union would have fallen.
I mean, you apparently go off.
Who
of
did
all these
Lend-Lease?
metrics.
Hang on.
90%,
British. You
90% of the
realize?
Germans were
Hang
off
on,
on the Eastern Front.
British. You realize that Stalin openly admitted that it was the United States that prevented them from falling, so that it wasn't just the Soviets.
Yeah, obviously, it was a collective effort, but
But
idiots
that
like
you
you
just
did
no,
Lend-Lease,
hold
the
on.
American
But again,
solution.
you just did another thing. You fucking shifted the goalposts and ran away and contradicted what you just said. You said it was the
You're
Soviets.
waffling.
Oh, the irony.
Who
This
did
guy
who
made
did
the- this guy
Lend-Lease?
made the assertion
Who did
that it's
Lend-Lease
due
that
to
kept
the
you
Americans
guys?
for not
Who
speaking
did
German.
Lend-Lease?
Absolute nonsense.
Who
by
did
the way.
Lend-Lease that kept you guys afloat at the beginning of the war? Was it the Russians?
Yeah, that was to America's own
Who
benefit.
did Lend-Lease? Who gave
Doesn't
you guys
matter who
weapons?
doesn't matter who it benefited. It kept you in the war.
Congratulations, you did trade of things.
You
where
guys would have
lived
been
in the war.
completely smashed to the ground if it wasn't for Lend-Lease.
We fought the Battle of Britain by ourselves and
With
smoked-
our weapons.
We smoked
And
the
our
Luftwaffe. What are you
pilots.
talking about?
With our weapons.
And our pilots.
No, not your pilots. If anything, it was the
Yes,
Polish
there was American pilots who came over to help during that
I
entire
don't care
period.
if there was some volunteer. Nobody's saying there weren't volunteers, but what is this?
If it wasn't
It
for
wasn't.
us,
No,
you
no,
guys
it wasn't
wouldn't be American
volunteers. They were
pilots.
officially
What a
assigned to the.
load of
It wasn't
nonsense.
volunteers. They were officially assigned by the United Air Corps to the RAF.
Oh yeah, how many? Can you tell me?
I don't know the exact amount, but the fact is they were still there.
If it wasn't
So
for
wait,
us,
no, no, no,
you
no.
guys would have been.
Again,
Hold on, Sam.
hang on, Hammer. This is a big one. He just contradicted himself again. He said we fought it by ourselves, and then I said, well, actually, we had pilots over there. He goes, well, it wasn't just America, not
Okay,
mainly, but
Sam,
it was
because
also the Polish. So then you didn't do
Sam,
it by yourself.
Sam, the equivalent of what you're saying is saying the Americans didn't win the Battle of Midway because the British helped them because we had some reconnaissance.
If
and-
it wasn't
so
for the
what?
U.S. giving you guys weapon, you would have been throwing tins of beans at the fucking Germans. That's what you guys would have been
That is
using
the
weapons.
stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
No,
Hannah, how do you feel about your fellow countrymen?
Here. I don't know whether you know, but there's a place down in the south that is dedicated for the soldiers of America who actually lost their lives during World War II on our land.
Okay, they
Because
got
the biggest
dragged into a
victory
war
for
when Japan
Britain by
declared war on
themselves
them,
in
and then-
World War II
Well,
was
can I
Dunkirk, where you
just
guys surrendered and retreated.
Germany declared war on America first, right? You know, that's the difference.
You guys remember Dunkirk when you retreated and ran away? That's your big glory moment of World War II before we saved your asses.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't the North African victories. It wasn't D-Day. Yeah, it wasn't any of these battles now.
The Great
Yeah,
Battle of Dunkirk, where we just ran away. We
Do you
won.
know
Yeah, I
how
don't even know Hebrew Hammer. I don't even know what country to insult. Do I insult Israel or America? Because
You can insult anyone you want. It doesn't matter to me.
So the
I don't
Israelis,
care.
I mean, the greatest victory is what? The 1967 war with less than 10,000 casualties.
Oh,
73
Jesus
You guys are
Christ.
such little novices.
73 war.
Hey,
Again,
Hammer,
it's like 2,000 casualties.
Hammer, a British person in my Twitch chat just sent me a link. It says, "Can I send a link which shows or England and Wales just to prove British wrong?" So I open it up and it says number of police recorded grape offenses in England and Wales from 2002 to 2023/2024. Dear God, it's
Oh,
bad.
there's a lot. Look at
Are you going to
Hammer,
Can you
Hammer.
extrapolate?
Oh no, I'll just show it. Hammer, look at this.
Yeah,
I
what's
wasn't
the-
seeing
So
all
in
that.
2002, we're at 12,000, and then we get to 2023, and we're at
Okay.
67,900.
Yeah, and now can you break it down by ethnicity? Because that's kind of the whole point.
Most of those
Oh
are
my
being
God,
done by
what the
Muslims.
fuck? Are you want to bet on that?
Do you know what? I'm just going to take.
Do I
my
wanna bet
piece
on what?
this. So my
That
friend.
you think that Muslim men are the ones who are primarily
Oh
raping women?
no, Jess,
Yeah.
in England it is like that's not a joke. In England,
Yeah, but
in England it is. There's specifically it's Pakistanis the most. There's been a massive rise and a massive drop in prosecution of grapes in England right now. Like this is not.
They're setting up grooming gangs.
right, guys, I'm just going to say this. Right, grooming
Here, let
gangs are of ethnicity. However, what I will say is I know someone personally who goes out and does decoy on the internet. Okay, so they decoy people, and do you know what? Majority of the people that they have decoyed are white British men.
Mm.
As a percentage of the crimes committed, it is overwhelmingly Muslim. It's not even
Yeah,
close.
grooming
You can look at
gangs. Yeah.
that, and you can
So
look
if-
at that. It's not just Britain. You can look at that everywhere where Syrians immigrated during the Civil War into Western Europe and Scandinavia. The rate of sexual assaults against women have skyrocketed. It is Muslim men. It is 100% Muslim men.
Yeah.
Okay, but can you listen to the woman who lives in the UK who was telling you?
No.
Yeah. So
Data
one
is
thing,
data.
look
Data is
up,
data.
look up Rochdale grooming gangs.
Hang on.
What was that you just said?
Rochdale,
Rochdale.
yeah.
Where else?
Oldham.
BBC's reporting that I'm looking for the actual statistics, but BBC is reporting that it's overwhelmingly made up of British Pakistani males.
And the same in Sweden, and the same in Germany, the same in Spain, Same in Italy. It's happening all over.
Where's the
Britain, it's a little
charts?
different because in Britain, it's a little different because it's the Pakistanis, and those other places, it's the Syrians and the Turks. And it's just a statistical fact.
Yeah, remember we're talking about people coming from a country where, in order for a woman that it's not only not illegal to grape someone, but in order to report grape in many of these countries, the woman has to have multiple male witnesses to report it, and then it still gets marked down as a non-crime.
And in these
And
countries,
can we also state that even if you try to report something like this in any country, you're likely not to be believed.
No, but just the difference is not necessarily, but even in America, it gets taken down as a statistic, even if you report it. In like male or in Muslim Middle Eastern countries, it's not even a crime. Like you go to report grape, and the police laugh at you and go, "That's not a thing."
In some of those Muslim countries, the crime is the woman bringing shame and dishonor to her family, and she is the one that gets punished for being graped.
Yeah, that's actually a thing too.
I have heard that, and that's absolute trash. Absolutely. But I don't want to sit here and
But there should not be a but after that.
wait, but about what?
Oh no, she was changing topics.
Eve, just to
I just want to say that as a woman, I have been raped by white men.
Graped. You can't say the actual word.
I've been raped by white men, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that white men are not the problem.
No,
when
Jess.
Across the board, all men can be the problem.
No, Jess, we're talking about specifically in the UK. Yes, there's grape cases from white men, but in recent years, the amount of grapes by white men have been fucking massively eclipsed by primarily Muslim immigrants.
And I want to hear from the woman who actually lives in the UK.
Because the data is wrong?
I'm just going to comment back to Eve. Eve, that guy that done the unaliving of the kids in Stourport, what you're talking about, he was actually born in Cardiff. So even though his parents wasn't British, he was born in Cardiff. So he was...
You can be two things, Hannah, two things can be true at the same time. They can be British and Muslim.
No, so I think his parents were actually
No, I'm not saying about this specific guy. I'm saying in general.
Let her speak.
In general, you can say, oh, they're Brits that are doing this. It could be Brits who are Muslims. It's two different classifications.
Yeah,
So she agrees.
He wasn't a Muslim.
It's two different classifications.
He wasn't. African descent, he was.
No, I don't want the I don't want the 2012 data. God damn it, internet! I don't want the 2012 data.
But we also had the incident where a lad had unalived his family not so long back. All three, and that was all down to a game in London.
Whatever, Britain sucks. That's the main point.
We have it bad. We honestly, we have it bad down here. We really do. Eh?
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
Maybe in your part of the woods, but I'm from the countryside, okay?
But that still it still matters if one part is affected.
Whereabouts are you, British?
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. Okay, so you are literally East Midlands. So you are still within the Midlands area. How are you saying that it's not bad?
I'm nowhere near the East Midlands.
Open your eyes and wake the fuck up.
There's I'm near Sheffield.
This is what is wrong with the country because people keep sleeping on the fucking matter. Wake the fuck up.
Human Rights Voices has a report talking about how white British girls are being raped by Muslim gangs on a quote industrial scale.
British, if someone came, say Russia, came to the UK and decided to invade England, would you get off your ass and fight?
Obviously, but it's never going to happen. It's just stupid hypothetical. We're a nuclear armed nation.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Yeah,
Not really.
statistically speaking, like over 70% of people in the UK openly admitted they just surrender immediately.
Yeah, you know, you're taking off a sample size of what? And when push comes to shove,
10,000 people.
Like, we don't flee. We're not pussies.
A 10,000 person sample size, which is pretty significant for a poll of that matter.
In a country of 67 million. Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty large sample size for a population of that small.
It would be based on location, ages, race. I mean,
they did that entire breakdown.
Okay, I'd love to see that.
You need to wake up and stop being ignorant to what is happening in the world.
Ooh, this is pretty graphic. Yeah, I can't show this on. This is some pretty graphic descriptions. I cannot show this on TikTok.
And this is what fucks me off with dumb fucking idiots.
There's a report of a 13-year-old girl who showed up to a police station at 2 a.m. Covered in blood and all over her pants and crotch, and tried to report what happened to her. And the police ignored her and instead drove her and dropped her off at home.
Correct.
Yeah, can we talk about the fact that this kind of stuff happens literally worldwide?
Yes, but there's a much higher majority. But just we're talking about how it happens at a much larger scale in specific regions where it's not only accepted, but it's a crime to be the victim of it. And when you bring a mass amount of those people to a different country all in one, they tend to do the same thing.
Yes, I see that in Middle Eastern countries, absolutely. And I can see these men going into other countries, yes. But
Like in Sweden right now, they're having a problem with Muslim gangs so Sweden doesn't really have a violence problem, or at least they didn't used to. Sweden has had to create new laws in recent months to prosecute minors for violent offenses because they've never had a problem in the past with minors going out and committing extremely violent crimes. But in recent years, they've had Muslim gangs recruiting kids as young as 14 to literally car bomb other people and blow up apartment buildings. Like, they've had to create new laws because of this. It's bad in some regions.
Do you know what is also...
Reminds me of the old times.
Oh, wait, hang on, Hammer. There was a delay. Hannah was first on that one.
Do you know what also baffles me, yeah, is our justice system? That it is so fucked. Because maybe if everyone actually listened, maybe if they got a reasonable sentence, and I mean life in prison, for even approaching a child, maybe other people wouldn't fucking do it because it would be putting a statement out there that you can't fucking...
Tar and feather.
Yeah, or send him to a fucking island, yeah, where they can't fucking escape, and they're made to fucking...
I agree, Ashton.
In that way. But, yeah, they really need to do something about the justice system because they're getting slapped on the fucking wrist.
I still will never get over... And I'll go that Hammer can go, and I think it was just after Hammer. I still can't believe the fact that there was an actual police report that openly corroborated the story of the 11-year-old girl that was being raped by a Muslim Pakistan. No, I don't know where he's from, but the report did say he was Muslim, in an alleyway and having his way with her. And the police drove up and asked him what he was doing. And he said, "Oh, it's okay. It's consensual." And they went, "Oh, all right. Have a nice night." And they drove off.
They were doing that too. They went into an apartment where an 8-year-old girl was getting groomed, and they arrested her for disturbing the peace and intoxication with a minor intoxication, even though they basically force-fed her alcohol.
None of this is surprising, honestly. None of this is surprising. The fact that so often shit like this gets blamed on the woman or the girl, the little girl in the situation, not surprising to me. Not surprising at all.
Yeah, but the problem is, although stuff like this may have been happening like a decade ago in England, it wasn't happening at nearly the numbers it is today, nor was it happening at such a large scale by certain demographics.
Do you know what I always say? As a child growing up on a council estate, I never felt safer. We felt, and I grew up around the corner from a hospital that had inpatients for mental health. Now, I felt so fucking safe on the streets.
Oh yeah, one of England's bragging points used to be that you didn't even have to lock your fucking doors because it was the civilized country. There was no crime.
Honestly,
and we haven't even touched on the rampant anti-Semitism.
Well, that's mainly England.
Disaster. Well, we're talking.
I mean, not England. That's mainly Ireland. Sorry.
No. England has. What are you talking about?
Ireland per capita is a lot worse.
Right.
You saw 3,000% year-over-year increase in anti-Semitic incidences. So I'd say UK has its own problems as well.
Oh, I don't deny that. I'm just saying per capita, Ireland's worse.
Include the fact that they're dead broke, that their deindustrialization plan is destroying their energy sector.
We're the 5th richest country in the world.
The what?
The 5th richest country in the world. We have the 5th biggest economy.
And it's going down.
Okay, it's going down. We're also a tiny island nation with 67 million people.
Wait, how do you wait? It's either one or the other. Either it's good or it's bad. You can't you can't in one breath say we're doing great, and then in the next breath go, well, I mean, yeah, it is getting worse. Which one is it?
Take into account that we're in a situation where we have a limited amount of resources, a limited landmass, a limited population, and we're still doing fine. So I think we'll continue to do fine.
After seeing your guys' crime rates, I don't think you're doing fine.
Our crime rates are so much smaller than America's. What are you talking about? On every metric. By a long
Well, yeah, because you have a lot less people, but the crime rates are going up.
On a per capita level, every single metric besides maybe
more people die by knife crimes every year in the UK than people shot by pistols in the United States.
Pull it up, because that's not true, by the way. Not even close.
Hammer, what you was just saying about that, which baffles me, because going through school, high school especially, so from like year 7, we are shown the Boy in the Striped Pajamas documentary and like the film in school, which shows everything that, well, if you've watched The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, you'll know. Absolute heartbreaking film. But we are shown that in school.
Knife crime per capita. 50,000 offenses in England and Wales for knife.
I don't think he realises America's quadruple the amount of people.
Yeah, per capita means that takes out the equation.
Hand.
Sam, trust me, you're wrong. I've read all the reports. You're wrong, right?
I'm reading it right now. So in 2023, there were 7,000 deaths by handguns in the United States. But if we look at the amount of deaths by stabbing in the UK, it's, how do I convert this? It's 50.5, but it says in thousands. No, is that... No, sharp... I don't want it sharp objects included. I want just knives. God damn it. Hang on. No, I don't want sharp objects. Why do you guys put sharp objects and knives together in one category? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because it's the same.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
Sam, our number of unalivings by stabbings is less than 300 every single year. Less than 300. You can do
but that's still less than 300 more than it should be.
Okay, but I'm saying it's an incredibly small rate, and especially comparative to the Americans.
Per capita?
Again, if you do it per capita, 300 versus 15,000. Our population's 5 times smaller.
Your population's 5 times smaller.
Yeah, 300.
And we.
So if our population is bigger, then we should be stabbing each other more.
No. Right. So on the amount of people that have been unalived in the UK by stabbings is less than 300 every single year. You guys, on average, get around 15,000 just by firearms. 15,000 versus 300. Five
We
times.
have
Come on,
gun
guys. This is
problems.
simple
It's
maths.
not 15,000. It's 7,000. It's
Oh, well, I
half.
was
It's less than
thinking
half of what
different.
you just said.
Okay, well, still, it trumps you guys on per capita. This is not even close.
We still have gun problems. We absolutely have a gun
Oh,
problem.
we got a violence problem. 13.7 gun deaths per. Nope, I want pistols only, not.
Just to say, British, have you watched the new documentary that is based on, poking people in the UK with kitchen utensils called Adolescence?
Yeah, I mean, I've not, but I know it happens. I'm not denying it doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
no, maybe go and watch
That
it.
wasn't my initial argument.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They brought that out because 2 young girls had lost their life to knife crime.
So
Exactly.
5.6 out of every 100,000 are due to pistols in America.
So when you're saying, oh yeah, but it's still less, stabbing it in the UK is still less than shooting in America, it doesn't matter.
Hannah, no. He made the claim that on a per capita basis, you're more likely to be
Because
stabbed
you're
in
making
Britain
out the
than
country's
shot in
got no
America. It's just not
problems.
true whatsoever. It's not even
Because you're
close.
making out the country's got no problems.
What? I'm not saying that.
You have been saying that.
Hannah, I'll keep it to Hebrew Hammer and Sam. You're not following suit.
I didn't make the claim.
I'll keep it
She's
to Sam.
telling you, hey, there's a large problem here with X, Y, and Z, and your response was, but not in my area.
Well, no, I go for statistics, especially on this. I'm not denying it doesn't
But
happen.
you
Stabbings happen in every
said
country.
not in your area, as if because it's not in your area, it's not your
Well, you
problem.
pivoted, Sam, because you know you're wrong, and you know the data
No,
doesn't
I'm
support
just
you.
no. I'm looking up data still, but I heard that you just denied what she said, and your entire response again
No,
earlier was
no,
that it wasn't in your area.
It's so disingenuous. So she says 2 young girls got stabbed. Okay. I mean, what? Okay.
One in
That has nothing
Liverpool.
to do with my argument. I know terrible things happen in every country. Well, so
No,
what?
you're
You can't
going
use
on
that as
about
a
knife
basis of
crime,
every
and I'm
argument.
saying you're going on about knife crime, and I'm saying they have just
Sensationalized in the
brought
media. It's less than
a
300 deaths a
Netflix
year.
documentary, a 4-episode one, right? 4 hours, based on the shit that is happening in our country. Why are people taking to the streets with knives? Wake up. There is a huge fucking issue that is happening. You're denying it because it's not happening in Derby, in Derbyshire. Wake the fuck up.
Or you're a man and you don't see these things that are happening because it's not happening to you.
Yes, because
the argument-
adolescence shows the fact that it is males, that is, they respect males more than they respect women.
Yes.
This is what the documentary is highlighting.
Hannah, the argument you're making is akin to me saying there's a murder in Iceland. Iceland's a dangerous country. They have murders. Why is nobody talking about it?
No.
What I'm saying is that actually, relative to most countries, Britain has a very low.
Wait, hang on. What's your population? UK population.
Sam, all you need to do is how many people have been unalived by a knife? How many people have been unalived by a gun in America? Compare the two.
How about Google
Hang
how
on.
many women are mercs in the UK?
Hang on. How come we have about 5 times the population as us, but you have more than half of the total crimes committed? Period.
Well, it depends what you base in total crimes off. Petty crimes, shoplifting.
You
Again,
have
I found that
6.52
very
million
much
crimes committed versus our 11.8 million crimes, but we have 5 times the population of you.
Sure.
Crimes per 1,000, you rank 4th in the world, 3 times more than the United States. We're ranked 22. Violent crimes, 1.7. We got more than that with violent crimes. Oh, with the intent of homicide. Oh, we're getting specific in this. Violent crimes, overall. Nope, I want violent crimes per million.
British, who did you vote for?
Me, I didn't vote. If I don't like any candidate, I'm not going to vote for them. I mean, I would probably swing more toward Labour just because the Conservatives were terrible.
Say the fucking all.
I mean, the Conservatives were objectively terrible.
Assault, victims of assault. You're ranked second in the world with 2 times the amount that we are.
Oh my god, Sam. Right, you're really stretching here.
Total crimes, you guys are ranked third with 25% more crimes than us. Fear wars.
You're really making the argument that America is more safe than Britain. Okay.
Drug offenses.
don't even think that.
Wow. This one actually really surprises me. You guys have 327 times more drug offenses than the United States. How the fuck is that even possible?
We do. It's a very reliable data. How many people have been unalived by fentanyl in the US? Compare it to the UK.
Too many.
You guys don't have. You guys don't have 10 million illegal aliens coming over from Mexico.
I think I prefer aliens, to be honest.
I mean,
we are ranked worse than you guys in bribery.
In basically every major crime, whether it's armed robberies, unaliving, homicide, any violent crime, America is not even close comparative to Britain. Right?
Because
yeah, I'm sure some petty crimes were probably more.
Huge population. We have 330 million people here.
Per capita.
Property crime victims, there's 22% more than the United States.
Our most dangerous city, you've got maybe like London, Bradford, Birmingham. You guys have literal ghettos, okay? You have slums that you can't go past. You go to Skid Row.
Have you seen London?
Yes, most of London is very much fine.
No, it's not.
Oh my god, I went to London and I was horrified. It was fucking garbage tent city.
Have you ever been to Detroit? Have you ever been to Skid Row? Most places in California? Have you been to
most places in California? Most places, you say?
Yeah, I mean, you look.
Really,
at
what places? What places have you visited in California?
I've never been to California.
Okay, so what city? What? Hang on, Jess, hold on. Okay, cool. You don't have. You're right. You don't have to visit. So, what cities in California have a homeless problem?
I mean, you look at San Francisco. It's horrific.
Okay, that's one.
Okay, one that has a lot of homeless people.
Okay.
You've got little shanty towns.
I said what cities? What I said what cities?
Okay, Sacramento has a high homeless population.
Sacramento has a bunch of
LA County.
What? Sacramento.
According to Statista, in 2023, the United States had 1.22 million violent crimes reported to the FBI. In the same year, Britain had 2.01 million violent crimes.
Also, there's twice as many robbery victims. There's twice as many robbery victims. 1.2% versus 0.6% per million.
You guys are sounding like boomers.
Ooh, damn, we're definitely offing ourselves a lot more than you guys are. You guys are beating us in that one.
And can we just say a lot of crime isn't actually reported to the police, by the way?
We only have 4 times more car thefts than you guys, despite having 5 times the population. Actually, per 1,000, yeah, your car thefts are worse. You have 35% more car thefts per 1,000 than us.
You're reaching to get these specific crimes.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of specific breakdowns here. I'm reading through a lot.
I think the one that makes the most sense. How many people get unalived every year? Compare.
Per capita?
How many murders are there in America compared to Britain?
Depends on what the breakdown is you want to do.
Just murders in general.
Jails.
We murk each other for a lot of different reasons here. So.
Ooh, our youth are definitely more violent than you guys.
You have a rampant school shooting problem, which doesn't even exist here. So.
Yeah, a rampant problem that is also exacerbated by the fact that if you pop yourself with a firearm in a school district, it's counted as a school pew-pewing. Which is insane.
That problem doesn't exist here, so I don't care if that's the case or not.
Well, that's lies, though, isn't it?
Oh, there's school shootings in America, is there? In Britain, sorry.
There was in Dundee.
What do you mean in Dunblane? 30 years ago, which is why we banned firearms.
Yeah, exactly. But how many? Can you remember a little girl not long ago being shot and killed?
Hannah, listen.
There's been shootings in the UK.
You're like the equivalent
step aside
of
that. Eh? What was she
I
saying?
don't know what you do. I don't know if you're like you're on some sort of crusade to try and make Britain look bad. I mean, what's the whole
No,
thing here?
because I'm being
You're
a
just spouting
realist.
nonsense.
I'm being a realist.
You're not being a realist. You just said you
How
had school
aren't I being a
shootings.
realist? Opening up, saying about how shit our country is at the minute.
We have 16% more crimes, period, despite having 5 times the population of you guys. That's.
Do you think the people that we lost during World War II, would stand proudly today of the Britain we are today? No, would they fuck? Would they fuck? Open up your eyes.
Okay, Hannah. I
Okay,
implore.
it's because you don't like the truth, mate.
Yes. You're gifted with wisdom. But Hebrew Hammer and Psalm 41, I just implore you guys, put what's safer, England or US, and just start reading. Read the charts from there, the data, the
Where?
statistics.
Yeah, it depends where. We're massive, dude.
Come to my neighborhood. Come to my city. It's completely safe.
Yeah, sure. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of regions in America that's completely safe. But your
Here, I'll tell you what are the good indicators. Good indicators of where it's safe and where it's not safe in the United States. If your city is run by Democrats and you have restrictive gun laws, your city's going to not be safe. If your city is run by a Republican and you have loose gun restrictions, then you're going to have a much safer city.
I mean, even Democrat-run areas with loose gun restrictions usually have lower.
Well, hold
All
on.
the most violent cities in the United States have Democratic mayors.
Well, to my
and a Democratic
knowledge,
city council. Jess, this reminds me of old times where I would say things that are factually true. You and your overwhelming ignorance and uneducated and lack of
Oh my
knowledge
God!
would make
Stop.
comments, and then we would just prove you wrong over and over again.
You don't have to add the extra stuff on there, Hammer.
Well, hold on, Hebrew Hammer.
You comment about stuff and you know so little. It's
Enough.
Okay,
Enough.
Well, hold on. To
Embarrassing.
my knowledge,
Enough.
correct me if I'm wrong, the safest places in America are your New England areas. You miss it, your what are they called?
Salt Lake City.
No,
Yeah,
where all the good universities are.
Salt Lake City's pretty safe.
Sam, the state with all the good universities.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, that's the
Boston,
one.
South Boston, Southeast. You're kidding.
Most overwhelming Democrat.
No.
Southeast, the safest, best in education.
Boston's fucked, dude.
And then you're talking as if places like Mississippi are safe and nice, even though, again, by every metric, they're dangerous shitholes.
What goes on in Mississippi?
Just look up yourself.
Well, you're making the claim, so what are you claiming happens?
Sure. So if you look at Mississippi and you look at it on the basis of income, education, and unaliving rates, they're the worst state almost every single time. Almost every single time. They're near the bottom, at least. So
Wait, so they're you said they're the number one. Oh well, I mean they're near the bottom. So which is it?
Yeah, so like
you do this thing where you shift the goalpost mid assertion as if you realize you're gonna get called out on something and you're like, oh, I better dial it back a bit.
You want to hear something hilarious?
Hold on, no.
People like to shit on Mississippi.
I'm an American.
Wait, Jess went first on that one, Hammer. There was a delay. Jess, you were saying?
I'm an American.
Okay.
I'm not dumb. I'm not.
I mean, our family's a little bit dumb. Okay, continue.
God damn it.
We get that from Dad. Don't worry. We'll come back to you. We'll circle back. Okay.
No. I want to speak. I want to speak right now. I'm not a fucking idiot like Hammer might point me out to be. I'm not like some Democratic loser who lives in a blue city, blah blah blah. The highest like death rates, gun rates are statistically in the South. They're not statistically in the blue cities.
Like where? Where?
Not. Oh my God.
What city?
Hang on. Let's look it up.
The most violent cities, the worst crime cities are St. Louis, blue. Detroit, blue. Memphis, blue. Baltimore, blue. Birmingham, blue. Other cities that have
Birmingham is blue.
Dangerous cities. Atlanta, blue. Orlando, blue. Kansas City, blue. Cleveland, blue. New Orleans, blue. Crime is fought at the local level, not at the state level.
The fact
So
that you think these cities are all blue was
they are.
wild.
They are. Which one
Actually,
of those
yeah, Birmingham is 60% voted Democrat.
Yeah, they're all blue. They're all blue. And by the way, just because the guy liked to say something about Mississippi, which is the poorest state in the United States, has a higher per capita GDP than the UK. By about 10%.
Does it have a higher quality of life? This is what I mean.
By about 10%. How do you know? Have you ever been to Mississippi?
It's completely inflated.
Have you ever been to Mississippi?
I've seen Mississippi. Have you ever been to Mississippi?
I haven't. But I could see
Actually,
the
wait,
data.
hang
I
on.
didn't make the claim.
Hang on,
I didn't make the claim. Hold on,
Miss-
Sam. I just gave you data. You made the claim that the standard of living is higher in the UK.
Hebrew
It may
Hammer.
well
Okay,
very well
sure.
be.
Let me.
Well, what's the data to
bounce
support
back.
that?
Hang on. I gotta add on before you go real quick. Mississippi's violent crime rate is 36% lower than the overall United States.
Oh, there you
So
go.
What's their poverty rate?
Hebrew Hammer, can I bounce that question back? What country do you think is better? I know it's a state. But where do you think is better to live, Israel or Mississippi?
You can't compare the two.
Why can't I compare the two? I mean, one
Because
has a
one's
higher
a state
per capita.
and one's a country.
Yeah, no, I'm saying. Where do you think it's a better place
Jess,
to live?
18%.
It's such a dumb question.
No,
Because
it's not a dumb question.
It
You just
depends
made
what you
the
want.
you
What are
made
you
the
looking for?
argument.
Like, you know what? If you
Why
want,
did you compare this state to the UK
I'll
then?
tell you. Here, I'll give you an answer. If you like beaches, Israel's better.
So that's the only metric if you like beaches.
Hang on, hold on. Well, no, California's beaches used to be nice.
The metric is what is important to the individual who has to make the choice between Mrs. I'll give you an example. I lived in Los Angeles. I was 35 minutes from Malibu. I could hop in the car and go to Malibu anytime I wanted in 35 minutes. I traded all that to go live in the desert. Now, a lot of people will tell you the standard of living in Los Angeles is better than the standard of living in Las Vegas. It depends what's important to you.
Wait, hold on,
That's an individual
Hammer.
micro
The median household income in England is £34,000 versus. Hang on. Let me make sure I got this right. Pounds to dollars.
What is that, about 45 grand, 48 grand?
34,000 pounds, which is 43 grand.
Because I also live here, Vegas is unreasonably expensive for what it is.
Depends where you live in Vegas.
Hang on.
Everywhere.
Hang on. Hang on.
Where you live.
So the median household income in
Centennial
England.
Hills is quite reasonably priced.
The median household income in England is $43,900, but if you look at the median household income in Mississippi, it's $54,900.
Yeah.
And everything's dirt cheap there.
Yeah. Now do it. Who lives on paycheck to paycheck more? Who has more disposable income? Right. All these factors because you're going off of.
I
I'm
agree
sure
with that.
Mississippi's going to have more disposable income.
Yeah, Mississippi's cheap as fuck.
Because
Mississippi's
we have
cheap as
lower
fuck.
taxes. We have lower taxes, so of course Mississippi's going to have more disposable income.
Do you know how inflated the GDP per capita is? Look at Ireland. Ireland is the best example of that.
Oh,
Ireland
now
has
you're
one of the
Wait.
highest-
So the statistic
Hold
doesn't
on.
work now because it shows you
So
wrong.
the statistic doesn't work because it
It's
makes you
common
look
sense.
Hang on.
Actually,
Hang on. Here. How about this, Auntie? What percentage of your money goes to taxes?
Personal money?
Your income.
My personal income is about 38.2%.
That's insane.
How much?
38%.
38.
Yeah, that includes things like national insurance and stuff like that on top.
Just to say, Sam, not many households actually get the actual 34,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's the median household income.
Yeah, that's household income, pre-tax income, by the way.
Yeah.
That you're reading there, Sam. About
What was the median family? What was the median
So-
family in the UK?
So Auntie.
So hold on a minute. No, the British, right? I just want to just handle this situation a second, right? I want to discuss a few facts, right? The United Kingdom routinely underpays people grotesquely for what they're actually worth. The UK also has a policy of not taxing wealth, which basically means that we also have a big problem with offshoring. Do I need to, if you look at things like Alderney, Guernsey, Jersey, Isle of Man, Gibraltar, you can register a company there, pay 2% corporation tax. Good on that company for doing so, by the way, because, like, why the fuck? The rules are there. Why shouldn't they take advantage of it, by the way? The mainland, they can then do business on the mainland and pay fuck all taxes on there. The country is being continuously robbed left, right, and centre. We are not investing in the services we should be investing. We cannot even carry mace in our jackets or our purses, so not even the most basic defense equipment is permitted. And if you are found to carry it, you can actually go to jail for it. It is our country is fucked, and it's fucked because we got people whose alarm clocks are sounds are rule Britannia rules the waves, and people think that men standing behind bars with pints, smiling as politicians, are good people to run the country. But most of them are millionaires, if not, and a couple of them are now billionaires, and we don't actually deal with the problems in this country. We have had massive socioeconomic deprivation over the past 40 years, which has literally ripped the heart out of the community. Immigration is a problem in the UK.
I can't wait till Auntie moves to Texas and starts voting conservative
Sam,
here.
what was the median income in the UK? What was the median?
You would never vote conservative.
No, Auntie's voting is like traditional conservative in America.
What's the median income there in the UK?
It was like, it's like 34,000 there's 34,000 pounds, which was 43,900 US.
Yeah, which is absolute.
With 38% of their taxes goes. By the way, with Mississippi, the state income tax in Mississippi is 4.7%, meaning that if you lived in the medium income bracket in Mississippi, less than 30% of your money is going to taxes.
Yeah, but then you live in Mississippi, and
but it's cheap.
I can't believe you're trying to argue that Mississippi's better than England. Oh
So,
my
yeah,
God.
I would.
Because you made
because you're an idiot, Sam.
Sam,
How do you know? You've never been to
British,
Mississippi.
British Sam is anything but an idiot.
He's very easy.
No. Sam has got well over 10 years of geopolitical studies, 10 years in
Mississippi's like any other place in the United States.
Sam is one of the
Good parts.
Wait,
there are bad parts.
hang on, let Auntie finish.
Yeah, I never blow smoke at people's ass because I don't do that. But Sam is one of the most intelligent people you'll ever meet. He has got situational awareness.
He's not showing it yet, so I'm still waiting for it.
Not just from a military standpoint of view, but also from a global view on the issues which we need to deal with.
Yeah, there are people with pink hair that say they're experts.
Again, let me finish. And the United Kingdom, right? We are failing as a nation. We are failing because we prioritise a couple of rich pricks who are unelected. We've got more unelected in our upper house than we have in our lower house. And our lower house is full of posh fucking twats that do absolute bugger all. It doesn't matter, Labour, Conservative. And as for this Reform UK lot, oh my good God. They are. They're if they're not a symptom of stupidity, God only knows. Because
British supports Labour.
I never said I supported Labour.
Yeah, you did.
I said I would vote Labour.
Did he say he supports Labour?
That means you support them. If you because you didn't vote doesn't mean you don't support. No. You can support someone without voting for them. Just because you said you support them and you would have voted for them.
No, I didn't. I said I didn't vote, but if I was to vote,
and do you know one of the reasons why we've got one of the lowest recruitment rate for our militaries?
Oh, my hammer.
In our history, do you know how much we pay our troops? It's fucking gross, dude.
Okay, you actually beat us on that one. We pay our people garbage.
So do we.
No, it's in California when serving the military as an enlisted person, I actually qualified for unemployment benefits.
Yeah, but like we still pay, but that still doesn't mean we pay our guys good just because we actually beat you on that metric. For fuck's sake, it just means that both countries need to step up and show some more goddamn respect towards the services and pay people what they're worth. But it's like in the UK. Just let me land this plane in a second, Sam. But when you're paying like the average UK service personnel less than say 30,000 a year, That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. How can you be British and proud? I did that. I did quickly take a look at your profile, which is fair enough. And there's all these sort of militaristic images, and I'm thinking, why would anybody want to sign a blank check for the country right now when we don't even pay the money that?
Oh, wait
they
till
pay?
British. You know that the British military currently doesn't have enough rifles if they wanted to issue out every single personnel rifle.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's something
why
to
is
be proud of.
that?
Hang on.
But
All right,
why
so
is that?
hang on. This is I gotta read a message to British from Twitch chat. British so diluted the cost of living is so bad in the UK. I moved back to Spain. Oh my God, you could hardly afford anything. Labour, the people who British would be so willing to vote for, stripped elderly people of winter fuel payments, so they basically freeze to death in winter. Meanwhile, illegal immigrants are cozy and warm, given food, clothes, phone, and able to get free lessons for DJ lessons and driving lessons and a car. Oh, sorry, Paradise.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? In every country, you're going to get people that are privileged. And in every country, you're going to get people that hate it, that don't fit in with the culture, that don't like the area that they're in. They'll move somewhere
Like
else.
the grooming
find it
gangs?
better somewhere else. They'll find it's better somewhere else. I mean, it's very like anecdotal, these people. For example, where I live, I love it here. I think it's the best place in the world, in the Peak District. I love it here. But I have the awareness to understand that a lot of people who are raised in, say, Sheffield or Bradford, they'll hate the UK. And that's fair
I've
enough.
lived in Derbyshire twice.
How's Birmingham doing?
Appreciate it, like.
Yeah, Birmingham's not a nice place to live.
Birmingham, but
I'm a little
Birmingham-
bit too
but
close to
Birmingham,
Birmingham.
Birmingham's so bad because of the way that they're treating even their local council workers. That they've got a trash collection strike going on at the moment.
Sharia police.
There is
Shall we
a-
comment also on Birmingham that they are the biggest council in Europe and they declared bankruptcy?
Yeah, they declared bankruptcy. And they're declaring bankruptcy because they got so many people moving there who are people who are claiming asylum, etc. As a big symptom that the council isn't getting the tax receipts off the population they're trying to cover. So if they haven't got the money coming in, then they cannot balance the books. Central government is not going to give them any more money because the central government.
God damn it! Now we got another Brit coming up. Son of a bitch.
Because the government is too busy spending lots and lots of money on bullshit. Like why do we need to continuously do gentrification projects instead of actually just upgrading our infrastructure? This country's fucked, my friend.
The NHS needs a lot of help.
Okay, Doomers, can we hear from Tommy, a real patriot?
Eh?
I'm gonna laugh so hard if Tommy's against you.
I.
Hi, Tommy. How you doing, my friend?
You all right?
Yeah. Can you have a little chat with this other British dude, please? Because it's just like he seems to be a little bit blinded with rose-tinted spectacles.
I'm curious to see where Tommy sits.
Well, I'm working class. I've worked all my life.
Thank you, Tommy.
I've got 2 houses. I drive an Audi, and I can understand that you're saying that it's crap and it's shit, but I don't see that. The people I work with are all happy. They've all worked their lives. I know we've got issues, but I mean, one of the things, like, I'm really pro-gun. I like shooting, and when we had a shooting in a school, I was devastated that they got rid of the pistols. We had shooting they banned that. But when I look at the statistics for this country, all these years later, though it hurt me at the time, we've lost the Olympic sport, but it's just a better place to live than places where, I mean, Nottingham used to be really bad for gun crime.
Yeah, they used to call it
and they sorted
Shottingham.
that out. So, say again?
They used to call it Shottingham. It was so bad.
Yeah, I know, but they've sorted that out. So,
but
I don't know.
Pew pew
I
crime.
can see Auntie's argument. I can see British argument. I mean, Derbyshire's a fantastic place to live. I'd live in Derbyshire.
But that's the thing. If you live in a cloistered area, if you live in quite an idyllic surroundings where the impact hasn't hit of course people are going to look around, wake up in the morning, and go, "Oh, I love it here. It's brilliant." You know, there is area-based rose-tinted spectacles in the UK. We see it all over where there are these pockets of sort of it's idyllic in some areas.
There's
And
lots of pockets that are idyllic, and there's lots of areas that are really poor and run
Yeah,
down
and
and
it's-
have
and
been
it's-
for a long time. But your migrants have always moved into them areas, and then as their community has gained wealth, they've moved out of those areas into other areas, and you can see that in cities where over time, like since the Second World War, you've had communities move in the original immigration, and then they've gained wealth and moved out, and other communities have moved in that are poor.
Yeah,
And
but the
that's something
difference-
that's something that Britain's really good at.
But
Well,
Tommy, on the top, can you openly admit that Britain has a fucking problem at the
Everywhere's
moment?
got a problem, but
yeah,
the problem is that it hasn't got as big a problem as what everyone says. And then people like Reform. All right, there's the gangs.
Well,
yeah?
I think
And
that
nobody's
you
gonna defend
openly
the
acknowledge. I think that you openly acknowledging that you don't see it kind of clouds that view of, well, it's not that bad because you don't see it.
The thing is, right? When people, what you just said, when oh, well, you know, when the first lot of immigration came, actually, we've had immigration for hundreds of years, Tommy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But the difference, the really key difference here, is that comparative numbers of immigration were much lower back then. Plus, we also had the majority of citizens being still of this country in the first place, and we enabled integration of those immigrant groups. Now you've got situations where you do not have large pockets of indigenous people living in areas to enable the integration. So what tends to happen is that you get cultures, especially in the past 30 years or so, coming into the country. Some of them are great people. I'm not going to tar everybody with the same brush, but a significant chunk of them tend to cloister together in their own groups, and they don't change their attitudes. They don't change their viewpoints on the world. They don't change their viewpoints towards women, and what we end up having a situation is that they then become intergenerational. They have children, and they then bring them up to believe their values as opposed to traditional British values, and that is part of the problem in this country with lack of integration and secularism, to ensure that they actually blend into the country as opposed to staying cloistered in their own little areas.
The huge issue as well we have is the failings within the NHS. Now, I know someone mentioned the NHS within the chat before, because we have a, national treasure. But I lost my dad because of the NHS. The NHS killed my dad. So when people says, oh, there's no problem because we can't see it, no. Because in 2015, when the NHS was overloaded, was the cause of my dad's death. So when people don't see a problem, but yet people can openly see an actual issue and openly admits there's a fucking issue, that is people who are generally proud to be British, but we're saying there is a fucking issue with our country.
Yeah, but Hannah, what's the
What's the reason for my dad's death from the NHS?
Hannah.
Basically, the overloaded impact of Worcestershire, the Alexander Hospital closing down. So everyone else in Worcestershire was directed to one A&E, a small fucking A&E. My dad had a fall at home, fractured his hip. 4 days later, died in the same fucking hospital. Explain how you die from a fractured hip. You can't, but because the over fucking crowding and the underfunding of the NHS, it's not improved. More people are dying within the NHS because they are underfunded, they are overcrowded, right? But where is everyone standing on the ground? There is a fucking problem. It's not just within anything like the world, we own up to the shit. You can see it just because Derby, and let's be honest, Derbyshire's not fucking all you make out to be. I've
Yeah,
lived
Hannah,
in
everything
Nina
you say.
and I've
Oh,
lived in
okay.
Ripley. It's
So,
not all that.
okay, so Hannah, firstly, Derbyshire is the region, right? There's a lot of places in Derbyshire that aren't nice, like Derby, Chesterfield. I personally live in Bakewell,
Yeah,
right?
I lived in
District.
Hena.
So
I
I
lived
live in
in
a
Hena
village where it's
and Ripley.
so, yeah. What you're saying is very
Exactly.
Nice places,
situational
Hena
because
and Ripley.
hold on, Tommy, 1 second, mate. So what you're saying is very situational because what you're saying about the NHS, I've had, the complete opposite of what you're saying, the polar opposite. Because my brother has brittle bones disease. He's broken his bones 22 times individually, including his back. He has recovered every single time due to the NHS and their exemplary work. My mum had breast cancer. She was completely cured on the NHS. My dad had a heart attack, helped by the NHS. So all of these things that you're saying about your situation, which is terrible, by the way, I'm very sorry about that. For somebody like me, I look at the NHS and think it's a godsend.
It is, right? It's in a small percentage. But do you think there's a fucking issue happening in the country, in the world, within Great Britain? Because it's not just England, it's Wales also.
Yep.
It's Scotland as well.
One of the biggest reasons for our decline is economic policy. Like, this is the thing, right? When you have now at least 2 generations of Britons born into an environment of mass socioeconomic deprivation throughout the United Kingdom, like, you can gentrify, you can do up a city centre to make it look all pretty, but the reality is it's what is surrounding that, and it's not just the cities. You go into the towns and the villages, they are being absolutely wrecked by economic policy, and yet, for example, the government can afford to waste bullshit amounts of money on HS2. We don't need HS2. We need public services. For example, we don't need to have money being continuously funneled into vanity projects when the core is breaking. And also, when you do have these mass issues of socioeconomic deprivation caused by, we need to save the City of London policies like we had in the 1980s, what ends up happening is that the indigenous folks also become part of the problem. It's not just the immigrants on
Auntie,
that
so
score.
I've got a question for you. So, in your bio, right, you've got Ukraine to win. I'm guessing you're pro-Ukrainian. So am I. But would you then argue that Britain, with all these problems, we shouldn't be sending billions to Ukraine in
We
aid?
absolutely, because ultimately, when it comes down to the economics of this, not only have we signed up to this under the Budapest Memorandum, but we owe them in that regard. But also the fact is that we as a country do not tax the wealth that we should tax. Do you remember what I was saying about Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, Londony, Gibraltar, right? All of those places have ridiculous amounts of corporate registrations on them. They do business on the mainland. They do business on the mainland. They don't pay their taxes. We should be making businesses pay their fair share of taxes. We wouldn't have half the problems in the United Kingdom if the tax system was made.
Listen,
Hang on. Before we move on, I've got 84 people in here. We got 36,000 likes. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Join the team. All that random crap. Do I have anyone who's anti-Ukraine in the chat? Anyone? The Russian bots. I know they won't show up for another few minutes, but.
Sure, хорошо.
Hold on. Sorry, what's that? You should worry about funding.
Damn it, Tommy.
First.
What did he say?
Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava. But about sending aid to Ukraine, yes, we should. We've done Battle of Britain. They should be able to do Battle of Ukraine.
Wait, so hold on. So I agree, but again, it's just contradictory because you guys, there's no middle ground. You're saying
No.
everything is awful. 1 second, everything is awful. Our NHS is in disrepair. We shouldn't do HS2. Our council estates are terrible.
Yes, but what was the reason? What was the reason they gave for sending the aid to Ukraine?
Listen, I'm not going to argue with you there.
No. Hang on. You're saying they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth and stuff, being hypocritical, but what was the reason they gave? Because if you actually listen to what they said, you'd see they're not being hypocritical, because they said realistically
yeah.
they shouldn't be sending aid to Ukraine, but the problem is you have an obligation to do so. Because you
Well,
signed
the
an
United States have
agreement.
an
No,
obligation,
no,
and they
you
don't care
signed
about that.
you signed an obligation or an agreement, and you don't just get to back out on someone just because it's
the Americans
inconvenient
did.
now.
The Americans did.
That doesn't okay, cool. That doesn't make it okay.
make it
It's
right.
also not okay that America's fucking backing out on the Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah,
that
I'm
doesn't make it
highlighting that it's
okay.
not legally
No.
binding, it's
You're
not.
using that as an excuse to justify England doing it. You said again, how could you say we shouldn't be sending the money, but also say we should send money? Because they understand that economically you probably shouldn't be, but it's the right thing to do to uphold the agreement you signed, because you don't get to abandon someone just because it's inconvenient.
Sam, there's a lot of morally righteous things that countries can do. The first and foremost.
So you're just
is
gonna
you should
ignore
benefit
everything
your
I just
country,
said.
right?
You're just
You
gonna
benefit
ignore
your
everything I
country.
just said.
No, because you're
All right.
arguing. The
I'll
core-
do one better. In 2021, Zelensky signed an agreement with Boris Johnson to aid us with food and trade and everything after leaving Brexit. So, yeah, maybe we should, because that was in October. And in February of 2022, Putin decided to invade Ukraine. So,
okay.
out of all countries that was like, oh no, we'll trade with you, UK, after leaving Brexit, was Ukraine.
Yep.
Was Ukraine.
And also the point I was trying to land about the socioeconomic issues.
True,
in the
Tony.
UK was if you keep a if you keep a population poor, or relatively so compared to other places, if you keep a population poor, and if you make a population have to sustain themselves on some pretty fucking shitty food as well, then what's going to happen is that you are going to reduce the health standards of a population. When
Oh,
you
wait, what did
reduce
just-
the health standards of a population, that means that their healthcare takes the hit. The reason the NHS is struggling is because people have been forced into horrendous economic situations, whilst the rich just keep on getting ridiculously richer.
Because they
And-
don't get taxed enough.
and they don't get taxed enough, so that because they're not getting taxed enough, central government doesn't have the money it should have to be able to pay for things, and to also and to continue the uplift on this country, and therefore therefore multiple areas of the country stay in socio-economic deprivation, which again has a direct impact on people's personal health, which ergo strains the fuck out of the healthcare system that we've got. And then you continue that for a couple of decades, which is exactly what we've got, and then the NHS is crumbling. What do you expect?
So what's your solution? Because a lot of the stuff you're saying is what Reform's picking up on, and then going, we need to get rid of all immigrants, and Reform are the only salvation.
No,
What is
no,
your
it-
salvation?
Immigration is not necessarily it's an overall problem. There are issues with immigration, and they need to be resolved. However, that being said, we need to have a basic rule. If you do business on the mainland, you pay fucking taxes on the mainland. You don't
That'll
get
be
to
fair.
register offshore or in other places. So we have the cash flow coming through the country in order for us to improve the citizens' lives of this country, and that also means as well we need to have a law that prohibits more than, I'm going to say, 12% of MPs coming from private schools and places like that, so that we actually have a House of Commons, we have a House of the Commoners. So we can have
Well,
a bunch of-
I would rather
scrap-
that nobody
we-
wants to be
we
in Parliament gets to be in Parliament.
And we
I'd rather it be
also-
something more like jury duty,
yeah,
where people are selected to run it as rather than because they want to be there. But
we
I can't
scrap
see
the
that ever
House of
happening.
Lords. We scrap the House of Lords. Why is it that there is something like 900 and odd permanent members of the House of Lords, completely wholeheartedly unelected? That is part of the problem as well. The royal family full modernisation. The duchies need to go. Money needs to be put into the country as opposed to the pockets of elite people
Not long enough, Sam.
Who've never earned it. That protects the people and that restores the country because it gives the government the money necessary to do what we need to do. And I apologise, Sam. Sam's getting bored now.
I'm also the only American up here, and we're not talking about Ukraine.
Yes.
Well, America does suck.
So is America over? Is America finished?
No.
Will the courts
We've been through worse.
Right, come on now. We will talk about America.
The worst country in the world.
Or Ukraine, because the flag's on flag.
How are you gonna call us the worst country in the world when we don't have Muslim grape gangs running around?
Yeah, instead you have the the biggest idiot. Is going back to this isolation.
Again, Trump being a moron is not gonna be a gotcha moment. I also think Trump is a disgusting moron that doesn't know anything about geopolitics.
Okay,
that doesn't negate Muslim grape gangs.
Well, at least we don't have MS-13 in our country.
Cool. That doesn't negate Muslim grape gangs.
Who's MS-13?
MS-13 is a Salvadorian gang that likes to have a position of power within South Central Los Angeles.
Oh. Yeah, just to say that you're coming back to you're coming to the Commonwealth, so.
Oh yeah, W Trump for that actually. W.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. That's the only smart thing he said. Come back to the British Commonwealth.
They was never in the British Commonwealth.
Oh my
Well,
God.
the Commonwealth is, it's just.
Thank you. Holy shit, Sasha. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Holy shit. I don't know how many you just said, but thank you. What the fuck just happened?
You just got gated.
I don't know what just happened, but thank you, Sasha.
So you don't think Trump's going to destroy your government?
No, he's probably gonna try. But we've been through worse. I think the American people will make it through.
I mean, the use of the Alien Enemies Act, that's just horrendous.
He's a moron. He knows nothing about geopolitics. That's what
they
people
did
like.
to they used that for the Japanese, didn't they? You had some of your best troops fighting in Europe and their parents were locked up in concentration camps. I understand why it happened. But for somebody to be doing that again,
Difference internment camps. Precision language here. I know I'm being anal about it. Internment camps versus concentration camps. Because concentration camp by definition means that you're like mass unaliving people there.
No,
doesn't make it any better.
We invented concentration camps in the Boer War to concentrate the Boers' families together, so we could. So
the definition of concentration camp, though, that is used today is like death camps, essentially.
Yep.
Well,
they come with special showers.
Not necessarily. Like you could just have, nice big ditches.
I know. I'm trying to keep this polite, Sam.
I don't know how bringing up a gas chamber's polite.
Well, there was a difference between various camps.
Yeah.
Let's not split hairs.
I think Sam today has realised that not every Brit just steps on.
Oh, I've known that for a while. I've been talking to Auntie for a long time, who again doesn't align with a lot of people in England and in America would be considered a traditional conservative.
Yep, damn straight.
Or trucks with bad exhaust. Hold on, what you got against fucking big trucks with bad exhaust?
Wow.
Roll call, baby.
I'm socially left, but in the rest of me is like on the right.
Angie, do you like beans on toast?
Well, you're not British if you don't like beans on toast, are you?
Tommy, just for that. Hannah, do you like beans on toast?
It's
no,
fine.
Absolutely not.
You're a liar. British, do you like beans on toast?
I'm not even gonna answer it.
That's all the answer I needed. Auntie, do you like beans on toast?
No. It's the sort of food I would have eaten when I was a student. I prefer, if I want protein, I have meat.
That's what she said.
No, I love biscuits and gravy, I do.
I mean, biscuits and gravy is good, but it's definitely not the best. just know that. So wait, Tommy, liar? What am I lying about, Tommy?
Tommy, don't. It's with an A, not an E. You're letting us down here.
No, I'm being accused of being a liar for saying I don't like beans on toast. It's definitely not my favourite food at all.
What, British?
So I've actually got a question, right? So don't get it twisted. I'm pro-Ukrainian, right?
Okay.
I'm pro-Ukrainian, pro-Western.
Mhm.
But I can see the writing on the wall, and Ukraine is going to fall. What do you think the next steps are? Because now
Wait.
cowardly Americans have left, right?
Yeah, I'm not one of the cowardly Americans. Also, what indications are that Ukraine's going to fall?
Again, I know you're going to have all the you're going to be way more well versed on this, and you're pro-Ukrainian. So anything you'll be able to spin into a Ukrainian victory. The way I see it is just I see massive losses in the east. I think was it Kharkiv?
But that doesn't mean that Ukraine's going to fall.
The writing's on the wall.
What writing? Like, you're right. I
Again-
am much more well versed in this, which is why I'm sitting here dumbfounded that you think Ukraine's just gonna fall.
Well, yeah. Once your people betrayed them, so now we have to do the heavy lifting.
Okay,
Yeah,
that still does not substantiate your claim that Ukraine is going to fall. What writing is it that you see on the wall? What proof is there that Ukraine is going to fall?
Do you think Ukraine will cede land to Russia?
They're going to refuse. And they're going to fight to the bitter end.
Exactly. And
Okay,
do you
cool.
think that
But again, that's
Ukraine-
provided that no one helps them. So again, what proof do you have that Ukraine is going to fall and cease to exist?
Well, the fact they've just lost half of their help. Half of the help is gone.
Yeah, they also
Effectively
didn't.
like
They
that.
didn't need any help when they took back most of their land at the start of the war. None of the help had arrived yet.
But also, how many troops did the Russians send? I think they sent, less than 500 to Kiev?
No, there was multiple units surrounding Kyiv.
No, wait, you know, in the paratroopers that came into the airport?
Yeah, that was Hostomel Airport. That's not Kyiv.
Oh, was it not Kiev?
No, that's not anywhere near.
I thought it was
Kyiv.
the Kiev airport.
No, Hostomel Airport. That was a bunch of Spetsnaz, and they got fucking schwacked.
They did get schwacked.
Yeah,
That's
the
like saying-
rip
that's like
VD,
saying-
rest in piss VDV.
That's like saying Oxford Airport is near London, and in reality, it's miles and miles and miles away.
And also, Poland is like someone in chat said. Poland's waiting to step in. The angry little Polish ball is just waiting for permission to be let off the leash right now.
They've been waiting for the last 3 years.
Listen, I don't take everything I see on TikTok. Like I said, you guys will be experts on the Ukrainian war analysis. I'm not.
The
What I-
Ukrainian war. It's
But
Ukraine.
hang on. But I'm asking though, what is the proof that Ukraine is going to fall?
Yeah, and this was the point I was going to make. Everything that I've been seeing on TikTok, I understand algorithms and whatnot, just seems to be Ukraine's losing land here, territory here, Russia's surrounding this town. Again, I don't
What
know if I'm-
percentage of Ukrainian land has Russia gained in the last 12 months?
I'll check.
It's about 1%.
Does he realise how big Ukraine is?
I don't think so. Toxic, what's up?
How you doing, Sam? Yeah, I'm one of those Brits who's
God
seen as a
fucking
warmonger.
damn it!
Right? Yeah. Oi. But I'm more of a real Brit who's still got guts. Right? All they want to do nowadays is protest, wave flags, and burn flags.
Thank
if we
you.
want to solve this, we've got to give them aircraft. We've got to give them more
Oh,
artillery.
did you not see all the Eurofighters that just got sent to Ukraine that you guys fucking lied to Russia about? It was great.
Really? No, I
Yeah,
haven't-
they lied about the time. I don't remember who it was that spied it, but they lied about I think it was France, but they lied about the timeline. That publicly they were like, "Oh yeah, we're still training the pilots. Also, the planes aren't ready yet. It's gonna be probably about another year." And then out of nowhere, they're like, "Oh hey, by the way, the pilots are done training. The planes are already here." And it was like, "What?"
I know, it's fucking crazy. Everyone has this mindset here that Russia is fucking invincible. And they're not fucking invincible.
Oi, mate.
The U.S. dictates NATO. Poland will sit on their hands. JC, you realize that countries within NATO are free to do whatever the fuck they want outside of NATO, right? Also, Toxic, do you know anything about like Russian T-series tanks?
Yeah, the shit.
Yeah, do you know like the different variations of the tank though?
I know some of them. I don't know all of them.
Do you want to take a guess at what the most common tank on the Russian front line is right now?
It's the one from the early 60s, 50s and 60s.
T-62 from 1961.
Yeah.
What happened to the T90s?
They pulled them back. The glorious T-90, their most advanced tank, was pulled back.
It's not going good for Russia, and we were all like led to believe that Russia is this massive animal, and we can't beat it, and we can beat it.
Okay.
Don't forget that Germany was the massive animal once.
Hannah, I'm going to swap you out because too many British people.
Okay.
Fuck your beans and toast.
Right, so there's 600,000 Russian troops in Ukraine already.
Okay. Oh,
And like I said,
how does that answer my question of how much land did Russia gain in the last 12 months?
I mean, they've got all the eastern
That's
part of Ukraine.
okay. Again, how much land did Russia take in the last 12 months?
About 2%.
1%. In a year, they took 1% of land. That's with minimal arms support, because most of the shit that people keep saying they're going to provide is barely getting there in fucking drip, like in a fucking drip feeding fashion. Like it's barely getting there. So they're still doing what they can, mostly with their own equipment that they're producing themselves or leftover fucking stockpiles.
But the point is for them to take over all of Ukraine, right?
That's what Putin wants. That's what he's openly stated.
And he's taken 1%.
In the last 12 months. So at the start of the war,
And
Russia,
how long has it been going on?
3 years. So at the start of the war, Russia had
it's a wash,
yeah.
right?
So at the start of the war, Russia had 8.7% control of Ukrainian territory. That was Crimea and portions of the Donbass region. At the height of the war, they had 44.8% control. That was when they surrounded Kyiv. They pushed past to Bucha and all the other cities where they did their little fucking massacres. And then in the ensuing counteroffensives, the Kyiv offensive, Kharkiv, Kherson, Izium, Irpin, Ukraine was able to push Russia, before all the aid arrived, down to 10% total control. That means a 2.3% net gain in territory in the entire invasion. They were going to push Russia out entirely. And the only reason they didn't is because the Biden administration fucked them and told them to stop. Because the Biden administration openly admitted, oh yeah, we thought Putin was going to nuke them. So we told them to stop and dig in. Even though they later admitted also that they had no indication Putin was going to nuke them, they just were fearful of it. So since then, Russia has, again, they're at about 20% control right now. So that means in 3 years, they have gained like, 11.3% control of Ukrainian land? In 3 years? What the fuck are they doing?
The math is on that one.
Yeah, but then, Sam, you've got to look at it from a societal level. If you look at Zelensky's approval rating, which is higher than what Trump says, by the way, but it's around 51%. So
It's in the 60s.
I would vote for Zelensky for the next president here.
I mean, it's in the 60s for percentage.
What you've got to remember is that he's a wartime president, so you're always going to have people on the opposite end of the political spectrum who just don't like him anyway because he's not their politician.
Fuck, even his political opponents, like the people who are planning to run against him, have said, no, he's doing great. I'm not running because we're legally not allowed to. Our country needs to follow our laws. Like, even his opponents are...
I love that. It's a unity government. You just got to look at what happened with Winston Churchill. Fantastic.
It's him. Hey, man, thanks, bro. Hope you're doing well in fucking...
Well,
I don't know if you're still where you said you were. I don't know if you're talking about it still on TikTok. Oh, sorry, continue.
Every president in the United States during wartime also had huge debate. Right now, no. This idiot is that we've got right now is an idiot. Zelensky, they literally dressed him down for what he was wearing. How dare you wear?
Winston Churchill turned up with the British equivalent of World War II.
Dude, I knew that shit was coming in the meeting when, what was it? The first time Zelensky met again with Trump after he got elected was in France. And
Yeah.
Zelensky was wearing a sweater there too, and nobody else gave a shit except for American media. It was like, Zelensky shows up in sweater. Well, look at how everyone else is dressed. This is rude. And the EU media was like, oh, hey, look, Zelensky's here.
It isn't. It
Yeah,
obviously isn't rude. That's the thing. It obviously isn't rude.
It's like
If someone who's in the midst of being in a war shows up in something that is like semi-war dressed, are you fucking kidding me?
like
It wasn't
at
even
the
war
end-
dress. It's just casual because he's a man of the people.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, right? When was the last time, apart from when Bush visited the troops in Afghanistan and put a bit of camo on to look like he was one of the boys?
Hey, Bush was in the military. Bush flew. Bush like
No. Auntie's talking about like when Bush actually like dressed the part and went out and hung out with the troops.
I'm just saying he was.
Yeah, but I'm
back
just
in
saying,
the
when
day.
was the last time a U.S. president was actually running a war and wasn't wearing a suit and hiding in the?
How about the question be?
No, Frank, I'm not having a go here. I'm just
Okay.
backing you up on the point, so just chill, please.
Okay.
So and also I'm going to say British Prime Minister as well. Like for
Maggie
me,
Thatcher, she got
see
kitted
that an
out and got
Oh
American
my God, everyone stop interrupting. Fuck.
And thank you. Anytime I see a British Prime Minister or an American president put camo on to look like one of the troops, I'm like, get fucked. 99% of the time, all you do is wear a suit and hide in situation rooms or bunkers when you're fighting this war. Zelensky is literally
that I
facing
care
it.
about that didn't serve is Obama.
Yeah, Zelensky is literally walking around his country that's at war right now, where God forbid if they actually manage to airstrike him. But like Jesus Christ, he's literally walking around a country at war. Our people, they just hide in situation rooms and bunkers with suits on, going, we're generals. Fuck
Okay,
off.
but eventually it has to end, right?
What?
Eventually it has to end. I mean, I know it's easy for us to say in the West,
Okay.
keep fighting, keep fighting.
British, are you suggesting a peace deal?
No,
They
because I
don't
don't
want
think
it
it's
to
favorable.
Hang on, Frankie, stop interrupting. British, what are you suggesting then?
I'm suggesting there has to be a compromise. Ukraine has to cede some land, but not what Russia wants.
Okay,
not all of it.
okay. So again, what exactly are you asking for? Are you asking for a peace deal?
British, it could be like us
peace
and we could
deal
have a
in which
100-year war, yeah?
yeah, a peace deal in which Russia gains Odessa.
No.
What? A peace deal in which they gain more land than they're not even near Odessa. What are you talking about?
Odessa, Kharkiv.
You realize that they
basically
don't
some of
even
these-
control any of those territories,
They
right?
control northern Kharkiv.
Damn, you're sounding pro-Russian.
No, they control like 5% of Kharkiv. My friends literally just took back a village in Kharkiv yesterday on the border. The guys that I trained just pushed Russia back across their border.
Well, have you seen the Russian demands? How much land they want?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
fuck the
have.
Russian
But
demands.
again, Russian demands can go fuck themselves. Why would Ukraine give up land that Russian troops aren't even near?
Because if Russia decides to keep going and going and going, it's going to be more.
How the
Ukrainians
fuck are
than
you
otherwise.
pro-Ukraine?
Of course, I'm pro.
No. Shut the fuck up now. How the fuck are you pro-Ukraine but going, yeah, Ukraine should just do a ceasefire or a peace deal in which they give up more land than Russia's ever even controlled? And, which will ultimately lead them to another invasion.
What's
The same way I could be pro Denmark, and if Germany decided to declare war on it, I would say, yeah, you know what, it's probably sensible.
The things you are saying are the stupidest things I have heard on this live probably this week. And not even close to. No, I don't give a fuck about being nice. This is the most stupid bullshit argument for being pro-Ukraine.
Because he knows it's right.
How is it right to give Russia land that they don't even touch right now?
What's the capital of
Because-
Ukraine called? What's the capital of Ukraine called?
Kiev.
Oh, you said it wrong. That's pro-Russia.
Kiev.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
What is the logic of Russia Okay, cool. You give Russia more than 50% of Ukrainian land. Now what? Do you give in
Not
to the
more
rest
than
of the demands too? Ukraine demilitarizes. Ukraine doesn't have any agreement with any other country and no alliances, and no country's allowed to help Ukraine.
I think we all know that that's not a real thing.
No, that is a real thing that Putin's demanded.
No, but we're not, or they're not going to do that. I'm
Yeah,
so
just
sorry.
like Ukraine's also
Because
not going to
I'm
give up.
American, I can't say that we're not going to do that.
Just
more.
like Ukraine's also not going to give up land that Russia's not even near. But
Ukraine is not
apparently,
gonna
hang
do
on,
that,
hang on.
no.
That's what I'm
So-
saying. Why should Ukraine? Frankie, that's what I'm asking. Why? What demands are you going to give into, British? Because you're saying they should just give up all this land that Russian troops aren't even near. What
Yeah,
other
it's not
demands?
something I'd be happy with. It's not
What
something I'd
other?
be happy with.
Stop interrupting in the middle of my question. How can you answer if I haven't even finished asking? What other demands are you going to give in? Because that's already one of the main demands, which is more than half of Ukraine's land. So what other ones of Putin's demands are you going to give into?
Well, you're not going to like my answer.
British, are you seriously?
You're not pro-Ukraine. You're pro-surrender.
No,
You're pro-surrender. Oh,
No,
shut
no,
up. No.
no.
You're pro-surrender.
They're not going to do it.
British, would you agree that Ukraine has to demilitarize? What about that one?
No, I don't.
Okay, so why do you get? So you agreed with one, but not that. What about allowing Russia to have a say in who Ukraine's an ally with? What about that one?
I also don't agree with that. But
Okay,
understand that
what
Russia
about?
won't-
Hang on, I'm going through Putin's demands right now. What about giving Putin the ability to tell a country no if Russia invades in the future and Ukraine wants help?
No.
Okay, so what about Frankie?
back him
Fra- stop! I'm going through the demands right now. Okay, what about Ukraine paying for all the land that Russia destroyed?
No.
Okay, so you disagree with all of those. What about demilitarizing down to 50,000 personnel?
No.
Okay, so why do you agree to giving more land but not all those other ones? What's the difference?
So I think that there will be negotiations so long as Russia gains land, because that will be their biggest victory. That will be seen as their,
But that's not what Russia wants. So Russia's not seeing that as a victory because Russia wants the whole thing and they want all of their demands met.
They're giving extortionate demands.
Yes,
so that if Ukraine
like
was to
giving
compromise-
more land than they even touch. You're giving into extortionist demands. You're giving into the dictator who said just a little bit more land. I promise I'll stop.
Yes.
Peace was already tried in 2014, again in 2014, again in 2014, and in 2015. Every single one of those agreements, Russia violated within less than 12 hours. So why
Yeah, I
is
don't-
this one different?
Yeah, I don't trust the Russian rodents, but here's the thing. They're ruthless. They're going to keep coming at the Ukrainians. More Ukrainians are going to be unalived. And it's just...
And that's why we need
What's
to
the
They
answer?
fight. That's why they fight.
That's
They
because
fu-
we need to stop pussyfooting
Hey,
around.
hey, British, why not just hand over the whole fucking country?
Yep.
Yeah, right?
They're not
Shut
asking for
up.
the whole country.
They are. They have
Hey.
multiple times.
They want the entire country.
Dude, British,
They
you
want-
realize that the Russian soldiers showed up to surround the capital of Kyiv with 3 days of food rations and parade uniforms in their backpacks. They literally were going to they were planning to host a fucking military parade through the capital.
Wow.
You know that, right?
I didn't know that. Did you?
Sam, can you give me more powers temporarily?
Why? Who?
I just want to block.
Mikitoma, silence. You had 5-minute timeout.
Oh,
Mikitoma's a
You
fucking
were like a
idiot.
jerk.
Mikitoma's a fucking stupid twat.
Look. I love this. Keep going. I have no notes.
British, why not just give them the whole country?
Well, no, because that's ridiculous. And nobody in Europe would let that happen.
So why is giving them all the land that they don't control also not ridiculous?
It can give them security measures and it can stop the violence.
What security measures?
Like I was...
What
like I was saying.
security measures?
The security measures are already there. We're not using them.
So I think that if Ukraine was to negotiate and they were to cede land, one of the exceptions would be that they can at least get a treaty with the British and Americans, not necessarily join NATO.
So like 2014?
Like the one that hasn't been applied.
So like 1994 and 2014?
America's out.
Seriously, right? I don't know what the issue is, right? Putin has said multiple times he wants to rebuild the glory of Russia. Now that basically means a
Hello,
reformed
Captain.
USSR, a reformed USSR minus the Soviet bit. If Ukraine is allowed to fall into their hands, we're going to end up with, you know, they're going to go after, they're going to take Georgia, they're going to take Moldova, and then once they've got their military strength back up, if you think they're going to stop there, they won't. You're kicking the can down the road. We need to be engaging with the Russians as soon as possible whilst they're in their weakened state, and we need to clean the rats out of Europe.
Again,
That's how we do it.
British, like I was asking, you said that, oh, just give them some land and Russia will stop. Okay, Ukraine did that already, and it clearly didn't work because here we are now. So why would it work this time?
Are you talking about Crimea?
And portions of the Donbass region, yeah. Fucking 8.7% control of Ukrainian territory. Ukraine seceded those. So why is this time different?
British, you related to Neville Chamberlain or something? Did you have in your hand a piece?
No, stop. I want him to answer my question. Why would this time be different?
Well, that is exactly what I said before. That Ukraine should never sign on anything unless there is.
That's not what I asked. I said what? Yeah, you mean like the ones they already had? They already had security assurances. So what is different about this one?
Are you talking about the memorandum?
Oh, for the love of God, answer my fucking question. What is different in this scenario? This is your last chance. Answer the question. What would be different in this scenario? Why would Russia not invade again?
It's a good question.
Are you going to answer?
Sam, just be
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a good question.
Are you going to answer?
Is in like I'm not being facetious. I don't know. You can't trust the Russians.
So why would you give them more land with the promise of not invading again?
I think my perspective comes more from just the unalivened part. I don't want the Ukrainians to keep.
I honestly don't. I hate this fucking argument. I don't think you give a single fuck about Ukrainians.
And Finns and
house
Latvians to be
Ukrainians.
unalived as well.
Yeah, at least if you're gonna say what you're like, if you're gonna say your part of this, at least like fucking say it like quietly, you know, or you know, like
what?
A decent way.
Yeah, at this
What?
point, British. I think you should change your name to Russian Patriots.
Yeah, I don't think you give a single fuck about Ukrainians. And I hate that argument.
That you're yelling. I hate it.
Cool. I don't need to be told how to run my own fucking panel. I don't think you give a single fuck about Ukrainians, because if you're gonna sit here and go, well, I just don't want them to die. Cool. What has Russia done in the cities that they've already taken over where there's no fighting going on? What have they done to the Ukrainians there? Do you not know about the mass murders of Ukrainians in Russian-occupied territories and cities where there's no fighting? Like the 90,000 civilians that were slaughtered in Mariupol after the fighting stopped?
There've been cases of little girls having multiple independent DNA samples inside them because of the mass rapes that have been taking place at the hands of the Russians. One 10-year-old girl had like 7 fucking samples inside her. Jesus fucking Christ. These are the sorts of animals we're dealing with here, and they need to be wiped off the fucking face of the planet.
Yeah, like, there's hundreds of thousands of children right now, Ukrainian children in Russian occupied territory, that Russia proudly posts videos of bragging of them wiping their identity, taking away their passports, forcing them to have Russian citizenship, banning them from speaking Ukrainian, and literally beating them if they don't speak in Russian, making them sing the Russian national anthem every day, putting them in Russian military schools, and telling them that their parents just abandoned them because they don't love them anymore, and that's why they should be pro-Russian.
And swapping them for troops.
Yeah, that's another thing. Russia in prisoner of war exchanges, you know what Russia offers? Not Ukrainian soldiers half the time. It's fucking Ukrainian children.
Yeah, 300,000 children are presumed missing, either captured or unalived at this point by Russia. They have anywhere between 45,000 to upwards of 55,000 who have been kidnapped and are currently living in Russia under forced adoption. The older ones are being put to work in factories, and they are making war supplies to basically feed back to the Russian army to unalive and capture more Ukrainians.
Yeah, listen, Russia's the biggest enemy of the West, right? I'll stand by that.
So then let's get rid of it.
I'll present you a question, Sam.
Right.
Hang on, Auntie. Hang on. What's the question?
So my question is, okay, you know what? Perhaps you swayed my way of thinking, okay? But now my question to you is, what happens in the foreseeable future, the next 2 years, right? Assuming that we continue funding, the Europeans keep funding Ukraine.
We leave it up to the Ukrainians because it's up to we leave it up to the Ukrainians because it is their lives and their land that they are fighting for. And what the Ukrainians have said is, yes, we overwhelmingly, by majority population, want the war to stop, but not at the cost of our land and not at the cost of our people and our identity. They are dealing with a man who openly states that he does not recognize the right of the Ukrainian ethnic identity to exist and does not think that they deserve to be a free and sovereign nation and does not recognize them as a people.
And that goes the same for Georgia, Moldova, and at least a dozen other countries that Russia wants to take and so it can rebuild the glory of the USSR. Putin's already said as much. What we need to be doing, right? Russia is the biggest problem for Europe. It has been for generations now. We need to crush Russia. We need to economically destroy it. We need to make it implode, and then we go in and we occupy Western Russia.
God, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with Russian occupation. You guys can occupy them all the fuck you want. I don't want to deal with that.
I'm on about Europeans doing it, Sam. So chill.
Oh.
We need to occupy Western Russia. We need to reform it. We need to make sure that it never pulls this shit again. And all those republics east of the Urals, they need to be given the right to freedom again. Because remember, these are conquered countries and territories under the Russian Empire, and they have been ethnically cleansed the fuck out of for generations, and they need to be given the right to have their freedom. Russia only should exist as far as Moscovia region at this point, and even that's being generous.
Nuke Moscow.
Well, yeah, make car parks great again.
It's even Hammer said that. Yeah, this is the Nuke Moscow.
So Sam, I get it from the societal standpoint. You're saying as long as the Ukrainians want to keep fighting, completely get it. Now, I know you're probably a bit more of an expert than most people on the front lines. What are the chances that Ukraine continue to withhold and push the Russians back?
The Ukrainians have shown overwhelmingly that when they have the equipment, when it actually shows up, that they're willing and able to take back land, or at a bare minimum hold the line very sternly. But when we trickle them down shit and they don't have enough to plan an offensive, let alone a defensive line, they either barely hold on or they lose the line. So they've shown when they have the equipment and they know what's coming, as like more equipment's coming, they are more than willing and capable of performing exponentially well. But again, if I don't know what equipment I'm going to have in 6 months, I can't plan an attack, let alone a defensive line. I have to base my defensive line off what fucking equipment I'm going to have. And if I don't know what that is, how the fuck am I going to defend myself?
Okay, fair enough. And how crippled, well, not crippled, that's not a great term, but how devastating will it be to lose the US funding, or will it not make a difference?
It'll suck. It'll suck for HIMARS and Patriots, but Germany's already trying to start making Patriot missiles for them.
UK's making them, and we've got the Raytheon components as well.
So, Hammer. When it comes to air defense, Germany's been chomping at the bits to try and get money out of people for making shit. They're the ones that just signed the multi-billion-dollar with Israel, or $1 billion deal with Israel to start making missiles for them as well. It's gonna hurt HIMARS for sure. But Ukraine's been pumping out their own systems comparable to HIMARS because they saw the writing on the wall, and they've actually been pumping them out in pretty decent numbers. They've also been pumping out a lot of self-propelled howitzer vehicles that have been performing exponentially well and better than some of the NATO counterpart vehicles. And a lot of the equipment that has actually arrived to the front lines in Ukraine has been European. Like all my boys fighting right now, their Humvees are from France. Their Browning 50 cal machine guns are French. Their SAW machine guns, their M249s, are Turkish. Their ammo is from Germany. Like most of the equipment, other than the high dollar like big items, is not American. The American shit has just been sitting in fucking warehouses or on the border and mostly not gotten to the front, other than like Bradley's.
Germany's buying missile defense from Israel.
Germany made a deal to manufacture missiles for Israel, though.
Where?
This was like a $8 billion. Yeah, we'll find it.
Yeah, it was to buy the Arrow 3 from Israel.
Yeah, but they also part of the if it's not the same deal. If it's not the same deal, there's also a deal where they want to make missiles for Israel.
Send that to me. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. So what we're saying.
Hey, hang on before I forget. So I don't think it's gonna work, Hammer. But what they were trying to do was it looked like they were trying to outdo the U.S. bid for when the contractual obligations ends for Israel having to spend money on our defense industry. And I think they were trying to sway Israel to go with them instead. And I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, makes sense.
But at least, hey, they showed a willingness. Like, hey, we can do it.
And of course, you know, we've got things like the Taurus missile system, that you know, hopefully now Germany will actually fucking hand over. For fuck's sake, Germany, we love the new energy coming from you, but you need to do better. Any Germans in the chat, please write off to your representatives and get them to pull their fingers out their arse a bit more. Thank you.
I keep just seeing the. No, I don't want the Arrow 3 deal. I know about the Arrow 3 deal. I don't want to read about that one.
You know, there are European equivalents to a lot of the American systems. And don't get me wrong, American weapons are beautiful things. But you know, there is a beauty to the American lethality that I absolutely fucking adore. But Europe needs to, but this is the one thing about that I don't like Trump, by the way. But the one thing I do agree with him on, Europe needs to stand up, and we need to stand up a lot faster and a lot sooner, and we need to just do it. But that means we need to start actually grabbing money from the rich and not just undercutting the poor like we always do, because ultimately, who are going to be fighting the war? It won't be the rich, because they'll be hiding in their bunkers and safe rooms. It won't be the rich's children, because they'll just put stripes on their kids' arms because they're rich and they can fucking do that. And it'll be poor people fighting the war. So we need to make it clear to our government: tax the rich, or they'll have two wars on their hands. And we'll start nailing rich people's heads to the wall like we used to do in the medieval times.
I'm gonna find this.
Yeah, rich people are the problem.
Yeah. So it's not it's not the Arrow deal, because the Arrow deal was only a $3.5 billion. This was an $8 billion deal.
Now, Hammer, what I'm trying to say to you is that in Europe there is a problem with that, and it's not because of capitalism. It's basically because of a lot of old money flowing through Europe, and I mean really old money, and it means that the rich during peacetime continuously always fuck over the poor, and then when war happens, we're like, oh shit, we haven't got enough money to do this, we haven't got that, we haven't got this. Like, we've seen it in history. The rest of us are not going to allow our kids to go and fight a war just because, rich kids get to sit in bunkers or are given stripes. It's a different system, Hammer. I'm not.
You have kids?
Hey?
Do you have kids?
Do I have children? No, I have.
Why do you say we?
I have lots and lots of. We have lots and lots of. My siblings have children, and they.
Why do you say we?
And I'm just saying we're echoing, because I take care of my sister's kids since her husband.
They're not your kids. They're not your kids, so don't say we.
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. You don't have kids. What are you speaking about?
Again, if you just listen to, I spend a lot of time taking care of my sister's kids.
That's lovely. That's great. I'm sure they're better off for it.
Hang on. Hammer, it looks like the deal never went through. The initial opening arms of it was Germany did a $100 million export in arms to Israel and offered to do the stuff, and it looks like Israel said, "Fuck you, we're sticking with the U.S." But at least the offer.
That's right.
But my stance is the But you get what I'm saying. Like the offer was on the table where Germany's like, we can make air defense stuff.
These colors don't run, Sam. Don't forget
You know what I mean, though. The deal was offered where Germany was like, hey, we can build stuff too.
These colors don't run, Sam.
Oh my God, you don't run anywhere.
That's true. Why would I want to pull a muscle? What's the point of that? That seems wasteful.
But the point being is that poor people's kids shouldn't just be thrown to the front lines whilst rich kids get to sit in bunkers because they've been given stripes because mummy and daddy's money has given them stripes. We've seen it happen in Europe before. It can't happen, and the rich need to. And the rich.
You guys have conscription in Britain?
Yes.
You have conscription?
And historically,
if you've got money,
are the people serving in the military right now? Are the UK military right now conscripted, or are they volunteer?
Oh, in the UK, it's volunteer. But if we're at wartime, it's conscript.
Okay, right now, it's volunteer, right? So everyone that's in the military, agreed to do so. They volunteer. Okay.
Yes.
Look,
Okay, what are we getting back to though? Hey, can we get back to topic though?
Rich go to Sandringham, they become officers. They never go anywhere.
Can we get back to Yeah, originally, I don't know how we got here from, like, if Ukraine wants to keep fighting with or without our support, they're going to keep fighting. Yeah, sure, Ukraine could eventually fall. I think it's very likely that Russia fucking implodes like they did, like this USSR did after Afghanistan, before Ukraine falls. Because if let's say hypothetically speaking, all support period drops and the Ukrainians are 100% on their own. If the USSR thought the Afghan war was bad, holy shit, are they not ready for the insurgency that will be Ukraine? They could barely handle the Chechens in the first Chechen war.
So, Sam, I've got a question. Do you see in any sort of peace deal or whatever, do you see Ukraine ceding any land if they were allowed to join NATO?
Oh, if they were allowed to join NATO, 100%.
Okay. And what do you think they would give up as like a best case for them?
The only the land that Russia currently has.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to get Ukraine to ever agree to hand over all the cities that Russian troops aren't even in.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And for the record, Crimea should definitely not be part of that deal.
I mean, fuck. China still recognizes Crimea as part of Ukraine. And so the reason behind that is that Russia has a habit of attacking sabers. True, Sneaky.
The thing is as well, what you've got to realize is that this isn't just about what affects Ukraine. If we allow Russia to take even 1 square inch of Ukraine, that's a banner going up saying, "Hey, colonialism is good again." That's what that states. It just says colonialism is back on the table, people. Let's go and colonize.
It's incentivizing bad behavior. It'd be like if immediately after October 7th happened, the rest of the world went, you know what? You guys can have the country of Palestine. Here's a reward for your attack. Like, you're incentivizing bad behavior. You're saying that it is okay to do whatever the fuck you want, violate international law, and invade a sovereign nation, and we're just not going to do shit about it.
And that's where we're at. And we got and we got to recognize that Russia will not stop at Ukraine. They will, as I said, they will go after other countries. They're already trying to take Georgia. They have eyes on other countries as well, like Moldova.
Yeah.
We need to wake up and stop being so frightened at taking the necessary action. At the end of the day, we've had a relative good run of peace in Europe, and I know we want to maintain it. But right now we need to forget about peace and go into full war and fuck Russia up and wipe out Moscow. Take away their power.
Hammer, have you seen Trump's whole thing about how he's considering selling F-35s to Turkey now?
Don't like it.
Yeah, Turkey was willing to throw us under the bus and buy S-400 air defense systems. And the excuse for us letting them back into the F-35 program was, well, if you just let us see that S-400 for a little bit, we'll give you F-35s. It's like they've showed a clear cooperation with Russia, but apparently, I mean, that doesn't bother Trump, I guess.
Well, he hasn't done it yet.
No, but the fact that it's even being considered is
Well,
asinine.
it depends what they get in return. You got to remember, Trump doesn't do anything for nothing.
Yeah, but I get that he may get something out of it, but it's Turkey.
Well, not him. He wouldn't get anything out of it. He's going to try to get something for the United States. Whether that's enough to make it a good thing, I don't. As a abstract idea, I disapprove. Let's see what they get out of it, though.
Sam, I've got a question about NATO. So obviously, judging off of what you've said and common sense, I guess, Russia, the last thing they want is for Ukraine to join NATO because they ultimately want Ukraine. They see that as part of their territory.
Yep.
So would Russia ever agree to, because they always say we don't want boots on the ground on our borders, would it ever make sense to say if Ukraine was to join NATO, it would be under some sort of ruling that there can't be NATO boots in Ukrainian land, but they're still part of
That would not make sense because Ukrainian troops themselves would be considered NATO troops.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, yeah.
And that's also giving into one of Putin's demands right now. One of Putin's demands is he wants to dictate the size of every country's military that borders Russia and say that no NATO troops are allowed in those countries. Good luck telling Finland they're not allowed to have a military.
Yeah, get fucked on that one. Oh, Hammer, Israel's just struck inside Lebanon, by the way.
That's because Lebanon launched 5 missiles at Israel.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware. It's a good thing. I'm just letting you know because it just came up.
Knock it all down, baby. Take it all to the ground.
I agree.
All of it.
Wait. Did you see that? Wait. What's going on with the peace talks or the talks of normalization with Israel from the Lebanese government? What happened with that?
I'm sure it's still going on behind the scenes, but
that would be fucking hilarious to rub into Hezbollah.
Well, Hezbollah's not going to abide by it.
Yeah, but
No, but I think if there were an actual agreement between the official Lebanese government and Israel, I think part of that to me, a no-brainer with that would be that like Israel's allowed to just fucking smack around Hezbollah.
No, it would be the opposite. That's why I don't support normalization right now. If you normalize relationship with them, you have to stay out of their internal affairs.
What about? And this is just a point. You're probably going to say it's a terrible idea, but basically having the official Lebanese government, military, and IDF literally just do a joint exercise, a series of joint exercises, and just flush Hezbollah out of Lebanon together.
The Lebanese military is kind of a bunch of pussies, though. That's the problem, and you can't really trust all of them. They're similar to the ANA, where a lot of them won't outwardly show their support, but a lot of them are loyal to Hezbollah.
Okay, fair. I said it was probably a really shit idea.
Oh yeah, someone in chat says, good luck telling Poland that we can't have a military. Yeah, Russia takes Ukraine and then says, hey, no bordering countries can have a military. Poland's sitting over there with their 400 Abrams going, you fucking what?
Yeah, true. But yeah, but British, honestly, you gotta look at things properly here. Come on, right? We can have our disagreements about our own country. That's our right. We can argue like fuck about it. But the reality and the writings on the wall, we cannot appease colonialism. Because you start appeasing colonialism and everybody goes, oh, colonialism is back on the table. And the whole world just goes to fucking shit with people trying to take over other people's land. That just cannot happen again. That just cannot. Not with the weapons of war we have today, because even if we try and kick the can down the road, eventually our country will come under military attack, and we need to fix our country to get it strong again so we can actually deal with that shit. And right now the best hope of buying us that time is Russia being turned into a car park, or at least Moscow, because like trying to car park the entire of Russia would be pretty impossible.
I mean, you're not serious.
There's only a couple places you gotta hit.
Yeah, no, I'm completely fucking serious.
I mean, that's just ridiculous, though.
Wait, Hammer. Russia today. Did you see the unveiling of our new 6th generation fighter air superiority jet?
Yeah, F-47.
You saw it, right? The F-47. Russia claims they already shot one down. Russia claimed that there's a picture of a plane that has been shot down that no one has been able to even identify if it's Russian or Ukrainian. But Russia has claimed that it is a top secret F-47 that the United States sent to Ukraine for combat testing, and it was shot down day one.
I'll tell you what, dude, that F-47 is badass looking.
Right, there are good Russians out there. Not that many, but there are. So what we need, but there's also a bunch of brainwashed. You got to look at Germany, British, right? Germany at the tail end of World War II, a country that was still thoroughly full of Yazidis and people that really hated what happened to their
Yes,
country.
I do remember that.
And when we
Ashton, it
spent,
was
what was
hilarious.
2 generations deprogramming the fuck out of that country. That is exactly what we're going to have to do with Russia, because Russia, even if Ukraine win this, which I'm pretty confident they will, given what they need, Russia, that's not going to stop Russia fucking around in 10 years' time, because when Putin arrives, the oligarchs will just replace him with somebody else. It's an autocracy there, and when you've got such a big autocracy, if you don't fucking deal with it, then basically you're just continuously having to fend it off. So you either deal with it now, whilst we've got the means, the opportunity, and their economy is so shit that we can actually force a surrender in part on economic grounds alone, or we just allow them to continue rebuilding, and they then go and attack another country, and then we're back.
I get that, but you also can't be saying things like we should just nuke Russia.
Let's do it.
Why not?
No, why not?
Let's do it.
You know, mutually assured destruction. You can't do that.
Oh, come off it. Most of their shit blows up before on the launch pad.
So Russia launched 3 intermediate range ballistic missiles at Ukraine to prove the whole thing of, well, we could nuke Ukraine if we really wanted to. You better watch out. We're big, bad, and scary. What happened with all 3 of those missiles? Do you know?
I'm assuming they failed.
Well, one of them hit the city of Dnipro. Another one blew up inside the missile silo before even leaving the ground. And the other one blew up in the air over Russia.
Yep. And it hit its own citizens. But the reality is that whilst Russia's military technology, especially its nukes, are in the junk pile, or at least they fucking should be, you've got the perfect opportunity to neutralize the
Very true, Captain.
And also,
that is true. The Russians were not forced to go back to where they came from.
Sam, I know you're not going to like what I'm about to say, but it needs
What?
to be said. We can also, the world also needs to say to the US that you need to take down the amount of nukes that you have.
Nah, fuck that.
No, you have to, because otherwise otherwise it just pushes other people.
The problem is we did that already with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act, and do you know what Russia did?
Yeah, they just
They lied about it and didn't stop making nuclear warheads at all. They never dropped production. In fact, they ramped it up.
Yeah, that's true. Okay,
So,
fair enough. I'll take that back.
also,
I'll take that
China
back.
pulled out of the agreements that says they're going to tell everyone how many nukes they have and ramped up production while doing so. Fuck them.
Okay, fair enough. Well, all right, fair enough. But ultimately, Russia needs to go. Russia has to go, and we need to stop fearing Russia like it's the old Cold War when it was the Soviet Union that actually had the balls to go toe to toe with the West. Russia definitely does not have the bollocks anymore. It has maybe one limp testicle hanging out the sides of its pants.
Why?
Really sad, but that's it.
Okay. Do I have anyone? I got 113 people in here. We're at 44,000 likes. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Get the likes up. Do we have anyone who's into Ukraine in the chat? All right. I'm gonna move on, British. Thank you for coming up. All right. Toxic, you're friendly too, so I'm gonna drop you for now. because obviously you're on our side, so we're not going to disagree here. But thank you for coming up.
See you later, Toxic.
Someone says just look for pro-Palestinians. They've already been making this about Palestine. God damn it.
The flag's Ukrainian.
I'm aware. That doesn't stop them. Dude, the amount of videos I see where fucking Hammer, you'll love this. The amount of fucking videos I see of morons who don't even know what Gaza looks like, who will go onto videos of Ukrainian cities fucking wiped off the face of the earth. And I'm talking like so fucking flattened that there's not even rubble left. It's just craters. And they will go, oh my God, rip Gaza. Oh my God, poor Gaza, free Gaza. It's like, this isn't Gaza. There's other wars in this fucking planet.
Yeah, like I'm not sure how far back you'd have to look at my videos. There's a company trying to sell Palestina cola, and they were showing drone shots flying over Ukraine, and
Of
like,
course they were.
Look at how beautiful Palestine is, and I was just like, you absolute fucktards. And the worst thing is when they try and conflate the so-called plight of the Palestinians with the Ukrainians, and then now you've got people with like the Ukrainian and the Palestine flag blended together. And I'm going, you fucking sick twats, because part of the reason why Ukraine has lost so many people is because of Iran. Who does Iran support? Oh, Hamas. Don't fucking mix the two together, you absolute knuckle draggers. You're fucking sick in the head.
Oh, Hammer, did you see the Dodger games in Japan?
I read about them.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, Otani hit a bomb.
Oh, yeah. There was actually, there was a story about apparently one of the home runs that Otani hit, either this time they were in Japan or the last time. He hit a home run, and Japan is so fucking nice that people don't suck. The girl who caught it was literally able to pass it around to people that just wanted to see it. It made it around the whole stadium and made it back to her.
I know, that's lame.
No, but like think about that. Think about how nice of a place that is that you don't have to worry about someone just stealing your shit.
Yeah, I think that's horrible.
You think it's horrible to not have to worry about having your shit stolen?
Oh my God, Hammer!
what the fuck? What the fuck is it? Why would you disagree with that?
Dude, I'd take that ball and go sell it on eBay before it even got back to her.
Not everything has to be about money,
No, the eBay listing for Hammer would be you'd see his feet in the background as he's walking back to the car.
They also root for ties in Japanese baseball. Like they're so lame.
I don't care about that. That's dumb. I'm talking about the fact that you could pass the shit around and it's fine.
They root for ties, dude. Who cares? Dodgers won 2 games. That's all that matters.
Why are you adding me on Facebook, Palliative?
Both of the
because it was
Japanese
funny.
pitchers pitched
I really wanted to say hey K word to you.
Both of the Japanese pitchers pitched well. Yamamoto and Sasaki both pitched well. Otani hit a bomb. It was good. And you know what's crazy? Those 2 games count against the Cubs.
You guys talking about baseball?
Yeah.
So the Dodgers still get
okay.
their full set of home games, and the Cubs only get 79. And the whole stadium was in Dodger, were wearing Dodger uniforms.
I had no idea you liked baseball.
I also have I have a jersey for the I think it's Tokyo Dragons, the Japanese baseball team. Their logos, they're basically just the Japanese version of the Dodgers. It's pretty cool. Hammer, do you remember Kazi Ishii, the Dodgers pitcher? The guy that got hit, Kazi Ishii. This is like early 2000s. The dude that got hit in the face by a line drive back to the mound. He got a metal plate in his head.
Never heard of him.
This was 2002, September 8th. It was a
He wasn't on the team for very long.
2002 September 8th. I was 1.
Yeah, well, he was a Dodgers pitcher. They had changed the time of the game to like mid-afternoon, and you know the direction the sun faces from the mound at that time of the afternoon, Hammer. Dude, fucking sun was right in his face. He took a line drive straight at the middle, straight at his forehead, and ended up getting a metal plate. I remember that was one of the first Dodger games that I actually remember being at. Went to the Dodger game with my uncles, watched a fucking pitcher get a line drive to the forehead, and I was like, oh, wow, I'm a pitcher. That sucks.
You got Pearl Harbored.
Yo.
Hammer. Hammer, what the fuck?
I haven't been to a Dodger game in a long, long time.
I want to go to the Dodgers Rangers game, but there's coming up, but there's some other conflicting events happening around that.
I can't even remember when was the last time I went to a Dodger game at Dodger Stadium.
What do you think about the range of IQ of your average? What do you think is the range of IQ of your average TikTok viewer? Well,
67.9.
depends. Is my chat flooded with pro-Palestinians at the time, or is it like normal people?
It's been a long time since I went to a Dodger game. God, I can't even-
Normal is a relative term, by the way.
The games are still good. It's still Dodger Stadium. I appreciate that, even though they've gotten a little bit bougie.
You understand this? Ever since they Frank McCourt sold the team, they changed up the parking situation, and it is a fucking.
Oh, I know. I've been there during that. I will say that I like that the stadium itself, because you've probably been to Angel Stadium and stuff too. Angel Stadium is almost not even about the baseball.
Big head.
Yeah, the Angel Stadium is almost not even about baseball anymore. It's just all the fucking flashy bullshit and all the food. I like that the Dodger games are still like, I go and everyone's actually paying attention to the game. And the team could be losing in the fucking 9th inning and the whole stadium's still full. You go to Angel Stadium and they're losing. By the 5th inning, everyone's gone.
I remember going to a game at the Big A with like 3 or 4 buddies, and we were there for batting practice in the outfield, and I forget who it was, hit a bomb, and one of my buddies went up to the ball, and he got hip checked by a grown-up, and the dude totally jacked him for the ball. We were all so mad. We were so upset about it, because that was his chance to get a ball, and looking back on it now as an adult, it's pretty freaking hilarious.
There's a child in my way. Ugh.
Oh, dude, he totally just bounced him over the seats. It was hilarious. I mean, not at the time, but it's hilarious now.
Are we not going to get any pro Russians in the chat to come up? Ah.
Wait, did British just spam in the chat "Glory to the Resistance" with a Palestinian flag?
Are you really surprised at this point?
Oh,
Sam,
brilliant. You absolute fucking.
1 second, Auntie Biscuit, 1 second. Sam, would you like an update?
Sure.
So do you know how the House of Lords did a parliamentary investigation into October 7th with a 307-page document?
Okay.
Guess what the British government has done?
What?
They've rejected the premise and conclusions of the entire investigation.
That's not an ally of ours. I'm just
No.
UK is not an ally of ours.
No, I've never been more ashamed in this country.
What?
Like,
Are you fucking kidding me?
They need to be treated as they are, an adversary to Western civilization.
Literally.
Yo, what's up?
What up, Bears?
Sam, how you doing?
Doing okay.
Hey, can I become mod? I'll be a way better mod than this palliative guy.
Am I even modding this?
I don't know. I don't know which account it is.
I don't like your attitude.
No.
Wait, not the Israeli talking? British, nobody up here is Israeli.
I don't like that.
Wait, the only enemy to the West is Russia and Israel. I'm sorry, Israel upholds Western values.
And it's against
Oh
Russia.
my
More so than Britain does.
British, I pegged it. You are a fucking. You are an absolute. You're an absolute dumbass. I seriously.
Someone said British. Okay, I had hoped that it's a joke, but ...
No, the reason why people in the West despise Israel is because they've been fucking brainwashed by a bunch of morons who come into our country and tell lies.
Everyone doesn't hate Israel. Everyone in the West doesn't hate Israel. What are you talking
I
about?
fucking love Israel, you fucking moron.
British people.
I don't hate Israel myself.
British people still eat like they're in war. Yeah.
They do. Yeah, they do.
Palliative, do you want
Hey.
to do your thing against this person?
Wait, no, I will handle that because this is my live. Hey, Palliative, what do you think about beans and toast?
Fuck that shit.
Okay, you're safe for now. Ferris, what do you think about beans and toast?
I told you, Sam.
About being what?
Beans on toast.
It's poverty food. It's
The
poor
hell does
people
that mean?
Would you ever eat a piece of toast with beans on it?
Yeah, I would eat it. It's probably good, but it's still poor people food.
It's garbage. Hammer, it's garbage. It tastes like garbage.
I wouldn't.
Well, their
I wouldn't
beans
give-
probably
I
suck.
wouldn't-
Yeah, they don't season
I wouldn't give
anything.
that to I wouldn't give that to my dog. I'm just saying. That's animal abuse.
I'd call the RSPCA if you did.
The Welsh don't get a vote. Does this work?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, hang
What
on.
do you mean the Welsh don't get a vote? Fuck off, Palliative.
The Welsh don't get a vote.
Sam, I'll probably eat the toast alone, honestly.
Just scrape the
Why
beans
did
off.
we get a vote, Palliative?
Because you're Welsh.
Uh-huh.
Hammer,
What did the Welsh ever
hang
matter in
on,
history?
Hammer. Someone in chat called you Hamar, I think.
The fact that we created a significant...
Somebody in the chat said I would like it if Trump told me to like it. Two things.
No, no. But the comment below that, I think they.
One, I don't know why anyone thinks that I'm this big Trump lover. I love when Trump does things I agree with. Two, I wouldn't listen to Trump on anything when it comes to food, considering the man eats McDonald's and puts ketchup on his steak. Pass.
British,
He does what?
British, come back up here. I need
I
to,
would
I,
never
I need to
listen to
smack
him.
you around.
I'm sorry. He does what with steak?
Uses ketchup.
Like as in tomato ketchup.
Is there another kind of ketchup?
Yeah, ketchup just means sauce.
No, and not in America, dude. No, tomato ketchup.
Okay, that's revolting.
Of course it is.
Like I get like a mint sauce if you like got a really shit steak, or like a peppercorn. But like,
I like peppercorn, not
yeah,
ketchup.
I like peppercorn.
And
Like-
he eats McDonald's.
Ugh. Why would he eat McDonald's? He's rich.
What's the topic today, by the way?
No?
Yeah?
Ferris, did you?
What's the topic
did you
today?
just look? Ferris, do you not see the text that is above you?
I'm currently doing some illegal stuff that I don't want to share, so yeah.
Yes, I believe you. Tell him I never cared.
It's Ukraine. British, I need to come smack you around about Israel.
I'll be quiet for the first 5 minutes.
Palliative, I've just sent you a link, by the
No,
way.
Hammer, the British guy that was saying that America is so bad earlier, the guy who was pro-Ukraine but saying that Ukraine should just give up half their land.
Yeah.
He's pro-Palestine and says that everyone in the West hates Israel.
Who gives a shit what everyone thinks? See, there's just it just goes to show you how lame the pro-Pally movement is. They care what people think.
British, I love Israel, and I'm in the West, so that's not everybody.
This is the same world. This is the same world community. This is the same world community that I'm supposed to care about that sat around while they marched my relatives into the gas chambers and into the ovens, and they sat around and did nothing. So fuck the rest of the world. Who cares? 80% of the world is total garbage.
Oh my God, you Z, you've got a bunch of wind in the background.
Get rid of Africa, most of Southeast Asia, most of the Middle East, most of Central and South America.
Wait, British. When you
Get rid of
say
them.
when you say we freed you, be so for real. Who are you talking about? You freed who?
Oh, he's on about World War II. He's going to start talking about World War II.
No,
Oh my God.
earlier he made the claim that England created Israel.
Wait, what?
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
What?
Wait. Oh no, he's talking about Jews. He's talking about Jews. He says we liberated you from the camps. We didn't stand by.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
right,
you actually did
right.
stand by.
Yeah, for the record, there was Western for Allied forces.
Wait, Auntie, hold on. British, we created Israel by allowing mass migration. You literally limited specifically Jewish migration to the land while allowing the hundreds of thousands of Arab Muslims to migrate there. You openly made it a law to limit Jewish migration. What are you talking about?
Are we pretending that this person is smart?
Maybe.
Okay, hang on. UZ, do you have anything to say? Or you got a bunch of wind still?
You're muted.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are.
What's that flag he's got in his profile?
It's from Lithuania. This
Oh.
flag, Lithuanian flag.
What flag?
And sorry,
Lithuania.
Lithuania. I'm from Lithuania also. Maybe my English not the best, but I'm pro-Ukrainian.
Oh.
And guys, I'm from Soviet Union time. I'm born in 74.
I'm sorry. I'm
And,
sorry.
I can speak. I know Russian language. I learned in the school Russian. We had few channels, so Russian TV and only one Lithuanian. So many
The
of
Soviet
us.
Union had its ups and downs.
What?
So I want to say that if I go to Russian streams like this, where people talk about the situation between Russia and Ukraine, you don't know how they speak about what will be next.
Oh, I
they're gonna
do.
take first. They're gonna take first Ukraine, then they're gonna take it back to Russia, Lithuania, and Baltic countries like Latvia, Estonia.
Oh,
and
we're aware.
then
Oh, we know.
they're gonna take Poland because they are speaking not the right way.
No, Paladin.
I'm sorry, Poland
No,
right
no,
now.
Paladin. He's just saying what they talk about. They talk about taking Poland
no,
because they're
yeah,
convinced
I
that NATO wouldn't invoke or NATO wouldn't vote yes on Article 5. Yeah, usually we know. I go to Russian lives. I smack them around a bit. I'm very versed in Russian propaganda. What they talk about. I'm in a bunch of Russian Telegram channels. We know what they talk about. They're disgusting people.
Good luck with that. The Polish are strong.
And very angry and very racist. Ferris, I'm
No,
gonna.
they're not racist. They just want strong border.
Ferris, I've never heard the N-word more in a 5-minute span of my life than when I was talking to Polish soldiers.
Wait, what?
You know, an immigrant threw a spear.
You did?
Yeah.
Polish
Sam, are you
soldier's
for real?
chest, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, wouldn't you have strict
Journey, your fucking service is awful right now. Ferris, can you mute when you're not talking? I can hear. I think what sounds like a pew pew on a video game.
Oh, okay.
Man's playing COD in the background.
Yeah, I am. I'm bored, man.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I feel like COD is the reason half the people in TikTok think they can talk about war.
Nah, not
I
me.
feel like that's an accurate assessment. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about half the people we come across on this app. Like, I understand Boom Boom, because I played Pew Pew.
Yeah, Palliative. I call them respawn heroes.
But yeah, what I was saying was the reason why Poland is so strict on immigration. One of the reasons one of their soldiers took a spear to the chest.
There's not a reason they're strict on immigration. Poland has been strict on immigration for a very long time.
Yes, I know. Western Europeans will flee there one day.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I talk about their liberal use of the N-word.
Yeah. Like
That's
the
Eastern Europe,
Polish are that racist uncle who doesn't think he's racist because he doesn't think the word actually means anything.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty
Like
much.
he's not saying the Polish are maliciously racist. They're just racist.
Yeah, just
Everyone's right. Well, no, not every country has its racist people.
Okay.
I agree.
Auntie, I'm gonna drop you for now so I can clear up some room for opposition.
Okay, yeah, Palliative, check the link out I just sent you, please. And
I will, but I'm just pointing out once again, Wales is being left behind for the rest of the United Kingdom. Just saying.
No, it's. Have you seen the state of England?
Have you seen the state of Wales?
Yeah, Wales is beautiful. What the fuck you on about, Paladin? You fucking dick.
I mean, I don't know if I'd be. I don't know if I'd want to be from a place called Wales.
It's Cymru,
I mean,
actually,
you're
but,
basic.
yeah.
You're basically Scottish.
It's Cymru.
Sam, you just got him over fucking Oh no, you just came out with fighting words. I can already hear the Scottish getting the kill.
I know. I know. I know what to say to piss off my foreigner friends.
What would you say to piss me off?
I mean, you don't. You already don't like when I call you a poodle.
Yeah, I've accepted it. Try harder.
Sam, you will pay for that. No, I won't. In fact, here's a 5-minute timeout. No. Journey, did you unfuck your signal? Or are you still living in a tunnel?
Unfuck?
No,
That's a unique.
Journey, not you, Ferris. You're no longer living in a tunnel.
Yes, I'm here.
Who, me?
No, Journey, the one at the top.
Oh,
The one,
He's not-
the one
he's
who's
not even on
paused.
camera.
But yeah, usually, thank you for supporting Ukraine. I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna clear some space for some opposition if they want to come up. I appreciate the support, though.
I like Russia.
Shut up! Shut up!
You wouldn't visit Moscow?
After it's
I was
nuked,
in Moscow. I
What?
was
What?
in St. Petersburg.
I'll visit after it's been nuked.
Oh, that's a little harsh.
I feel like that's a waste of.
Thanks for
nuclear
coming up,
material.
UC. Journey, are you coming back or what are you doing? I don't know where you are.
I've seen videos of Zelensky on TV.
Wait, Cossack Gundy says I've visited Russia. I'm aware, Gundy.
I hope to visit too one day. I want to make it my home. Either that or Jerusalem.
What?
I want to make either Moscow my home or Jerusalem.
Are we missing chromosomes here?
I'm so confused. Ferris, what are you saying?
I'm not saying nothing. What's,
Oh
what's
wait, that
up?
is Journey. That's at the top. He shows that he's paused for me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Hang on, Journey, come back up. Okay.
Hello?
Okay. Hello.
Bonjour.
Okay. So why do you think Zelensky is a bad leader? Let's start there.
I've seen videos before of his acting days.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with him as a leader?
Was that actually him?
Yeah, he was he basically the fucking Ronald Reagan of Ukraine.
I saw Trump in Home Alone. Does that mean I didn't? It's not getting
Yeah,
that
he wasn't
conversation.
acting very. He wasn't acting very fruitful in Home Alone.
Cool. Again, what does Zelensky being on TV and being an actor have to do with him as a leader?
It doesn't show a strong leader like Putin.
So because he was an actor, he's not a strong leader?
What he was doing on the show shows he wasn't a strong leader.
What does the show, which is scripted, have to do with him being a
Show
leader?
the video. Show the video.
Why can't you just answer my question?
Because he's not strong.
Wait, are we on about Putin who went in drag?
No, he's talking about Zelensky. What is wrong? What does his acting career have to do with him as a leader? Give an actual answer, not some fucking bullshit answer.
Also, I heard he's very corrupt.
But no.
Last
Skippy,
chance to answer. What does his acting have to do with him being a bad leader?
Because it's gay.
So you're just a homophobe.
Bye.
Of course you like Russia. Bye-bye.
Ginger little bitch.
Oh.
You could come for me when you knew you were gonna get kicked. Why didn't you just stop?
God. You people are fucking pathetic.
You've only just started realizing this.
No, of course I've realized it for a long time. British, still waiting for you to come up and tell me why you think 50,000 kids have been unalived in Gaza. Wow, that's news to Hamas.
Sam, I just want to point out, British is the Chamberlain of England, not the Churchill. British is the capitulator.
Yeah.
We still have them somehow.
1 trillion kids in Gaza. Oh God. Oh my God. I gotta find.
It's over
I gotta.
9 billion.
No, I gotta fucking edit a video of Dr. Evil standing there after he gets unfrozen, and he's in front of the camera going, like 1 billion, and then everyone going, really? It's not that much.
Oh God.
Yo, Sam, listen, I'm sorry for coming up for not too long because I gotta go do some engineering stuff.
All right.
As you know, so hopefully I'll be back. Okay.
All right. See you.
The timing is so ass, but whatever. Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yes, innocent people being unalived is so funny. Well, because it's not 50,000 and it's not 50,000 innocent people.
And it's not 1 billion. And Dr. Egghead is not an actual doctor. That might be confusing for you.
Hey, fuck you, Sam. You want to kick me, you little bitch? I'm gonna take a shit on
It's
your
the
doorstep.
same guy from earlier. He's got
You
multiple
fucking
accounts because he's
Take a
pathetic.
shit on his doorstep. Why would you do that?
Ginger. I'll take a.
You think it's offensive calling me Ginger?
Why,
What
why
a
is
powerful
that a
king in
threat,
the world was Ginger.
That's like
You're a gay ginger.
so weird.
Yeah, and
What's it like? Hey, you better calm down. He might fuck your dad.
I
And
take shit on
hang
your
on, hang on.
doorstep.
You better calm down before he fucks your dad and grounds you.
I wouldn't ground him. I'd abort him.
What's
Late
so
time
weird?
abortions
I've
exist
never
now.
heard anyone say, "I'm gonna take a shit on your doorstep." I don't understand. Why would you do that?
Brother, whoever that is at the bottom, your head looks like my balls.
All right, but I know to take a shit in a toilet.
fully dipped in baby
But at
powder.
least I know where to take a shit.
Yeah,
I'm not a dog.
here's the thing, kiddo. We actually put our faces out there because we're not pussies. Like,
You just admitted that you're like a dog. You're just
Yeah,
like, I'm a
you're
dog.
just-
I'm gonna go take a shit on his doorstep.
he's just a massive pussy. We put our faces out there because we actually, we got shit to say. We're not
Hush
pussies
up,
about
boy.
it. I'm not in this shit.
Is
hush up.
this
You're the one
not
getting muted.
is this not embarrassing for you? You're a,
It's like,
you're a
I'm gonna
gr-
sound tough. Watch this.
I'm
I'm
gonna
tell him
act
I'm
like
gonna
an animal.
Look how tough I am. I'm gonna go take a shit on his doorstep.
Head looks like my ball sack hammer.
Where did you
It's
think
just
that
like,
would
baby-
go ahead.
powder.
Where did
Shit
you
on my
think that was
doorstep.
a tough thing to say?
Shit on my doorstep. I'll just rub your nose in it.
Oh, and he left. He left on his own. Wow.
I'll show
Embarrassing.
you how tough I am. I'm gonna go take a dump on your doorstep. Like, what is that? That's
British
so
still waiting for you to
weird.
come back up.
That's so
Oh.
weird.
Oh, Hammer. The Americans have the weirdest insults, but that one has to top the cake.
Don't blame, dude. That's not an American thing. We're good with insults.
I'm sorry. No.
No. The American thing would be to shit in a bag, light it on fire, and then throw it at someone's door.
No. That's a Texan thing.
No,
That was weird.
that happens all over the
How was
place.
it?
You think Colorado, people from Colorado are doing that?
Yes, flaming bags
California.
of shit on people's doorsteps are hilarious.
That was weird. Let's
Oh,
just-
he's
let's just
Russian.
be honest.
Hammer, it makes sense. He's Russian. Remember, 26% of his country doesn't have access to toilets.
Oh.
That makes sense.
But is
It
that meant to be
also
like a...
it makes sense that he's homophobic.
No, it doesn't.
Russians are extremely homophobic.
I'm gonna take a shit.
Well,
on
also
It's like
Simon.
Grindr.
Well,
It's one
also
of the most popular apps.
doesn't mean they're not homophobic.
No, they're just closeted gay boys.
Palliative. They literally, one of their hazing things is to literally force each other to grape other men in trenches.
I'm aware. I've read the bloody. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's an actual thing. to
Yeah,
do.
no,
There's
Hammer. They
There's some battalions that are very.
a lot of their hazing rituals include SA and grape. Like at pew pew point, on the front lines.
All right.
Of course, British now pivots to the Jews. Are Orthodox Jews pro LGBTQ? When did anyone bring up religion or Jews? Why
They
about
don't
that?
really. I can tell you from experience because I've been with many different.
What
communities.
about the
Mostly
skulls?
They don't give a shit.
What about the skulls found in Ukraine? What?
Oh, it's a conspiracy theory, Sam. Just Google Russian skull claim Ukraine.
We don't
It
kill
comes
them.
up. No, apparently we drink from their skulls.
No, I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews. Orthodox Jews aren't killing anybody.
No, I agree.
They're also not throwing gays in jail.
And they don't really care if you're gay. Just like keep it away from us. Like that's fine. I don't want to be near you either.
British Patriot, still waiting for you to quit talking shit and come back up here so you can get smacked around a bit.
British Patriot, stop being a weakling. You're really letting this side down here.
Don't
I'm not
care
even
either.
British.
All right.
Me and Hammer will mute for you, British Patriot. We'll stay quiet. No, Hammer won't mute for you. But
No, Hammer will just sit there and laugh until he feels like it's the time to step in and then insult someone.
And that someone will be
Hey,
me.
thanks
He
for
will insult me.
thank you for subscribing, Butt Ugly. Remember, guys, if you do subscribe, any of the proceeds go directly to Ukraine, and you get a bunch of nice, fancy stickers. Butt Ugly, go ahead and display those stickers in the chat if you wouldn't mind. They're pretty funny.
Oh, Mikatoma's back.
I gave him a 5-minute timeout earlier. I thought that would send a message. Stop the war. Good job, Happy Joy. You stopped the war.
You say stop the war, and then
shit
you
on your
invite our war
doorstep,
to this
Sam.
panel.
How'd you
Look
find
at
out
shit on
that
your
the
doorstep,
was
Sam.
a
That'll
Russian?
show you.
The dude, because he said he was Russian.
Oh,
Yeah.
здравствуй, товарищ, как дела? Иди ёбай твою маму. Just a thought. Just a random thought in your native tongue.
Yeah. Auntie, god damn it. This is what happens when I let up another friendly. God damn it. Now Auntie wants to come back.
No. I feel like this was in poor judgment.
What? I am never in poor judgment, you ginger.
I have.
Dave, you're always a poor judgment, okay? You're like Better
Says the
Call
poor
Saul.
judgment. Says the walking embodiment of poor judgment.
Throwing my insult back at me doesn't make you clever, Better Call Saul.
But he's not wrong. I've seen the photos of the repercussions of your judgment as you walked around stumbling drunk.
Me? No. That wasn't my judgment. That was their judgment to try and compete with me drinking.
Who made the call to go out with them?
Right.
Okay, that's a different story.
Who made the call to go, you know what? I could just carry them home.
In my defense, I did it.
But you still made the call. And then you decided to
still
call
did it.
me at like 1 a.m. and go, Sam, do you know anyone who can help?
Sam, it was not 1 in the morning.
For you, it was.
No,
the
for me
way-
it was 3 in the morning.
By the way, my lovely Carrot Top friend, please don't. You really do look like Carrot Top with your haircut. I'm sorry. It's the truth.
Dave, I think we forget that you literally look like Five Nights at Freddy's took a dump on the carpet and smeared it.
I don't think Dave knows what Five Nights at Freddy's is.
I know, 'cause he's
what it
old.
is. I find that movie to be
You're
so
still not reading Twitch chat? Yeah, I've been reading Twitch chat, but I've
he
been
went
going
for
back
the-
and forth.
Wait, Sam, he went for the movie. He thought I was referring to the movie.
I know it's a video game too.
Oh, God.
Okay, Grandpa. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, there you go, Quality, with those
Sperm
nice stickers in chat. Please press on Dave profile. Look how look. What?
Everybody knows
trying to
how
say,
I
look
look.
at how he
I just
look.
woke up. I'm not freaking going on camera. I look terrible. I am not going to freaking go on camera right now.
I feel like
Please.
we Thanos Dave.
I know what he looks like, Sin. What do you...
By the way, I have to say this. Yesterday, listening to Matt Nuclear scream, "Who the fuck is Dave?" was the funniest thing ever. I almost want to thank Hammer for that.
Yeah. Don't make me get my other device.
Okay. Dave, I appreciate you coming up. Are you getting ready for work right now?
No, actually, no. It's Saturday. I am not
damn it.
getting ready.
Okay. Do you mind if I clear spot? I'm waiting for
Ah,
a
sure,
moron to
drop
come
me.
up. Okay.
Yeah, no, you want to get.
All right,
Yeah.
bye, Dave.
No, Hammer.
You were getting rid of him anyways. What's the big deal?
I was letting him finish the sentence.
Who cares? He's a putz.
God, stop being...
This is why you don't bring him up, Sam. You brought this ruin on upon.
Hammer.
You did this.
What?
Hello, Orc Hunter. Oh, and paused.
Believe me, he knows.
Sam,
He knows he's a putz.
Sam, you invited all of this. Literally.
He knows he's a
Head of communication. Sorry, what?
Apparently, calling me a famous character from South Park is going to annoy me.
Can I have my secret bag of Jew gold in that case?
No.
What about the decoy
may
bag? Oh, and
No.
Orc Hunter's gone.
No.
That's still one of my favorite South Park episodes. Give me the bag of secret. Give me your secret bag of Jew gold. It's like, hold on a minute. Every Jew has a decoy bag of Jew gold.
I just want to point out the only thing I have to offer you is a hat. And not the hat you want.
What?
Think it through.
A fucking keepa? What are you talking about? What?
I think Hammer got it.
A hat?
I'm not even listening.
Yeah, think hat. Never mind.
I'm shopping, so I'm not even worried.
Palliative looks like the dude from Hotel Transylvania.
Am I meant to know what this is? I really don't know what this is. No, I don't need to see it, Sam. I don't need to see it, okay? Because you're all missing the one really funny one. If I put my glasses on, I look like the kid from the Goldbergs. Like, I'm just saying, you're all missing comedy gold here. Apparently, we need to see it. I look at how pro Pallies are on your side now. I hope you're happy. Oh, actually, I see the resemblance. I see the resemblance. I'm fine with that.
Easy.
Hammer, look, my twin's on the screen.
Well, whatever.
Mikatoma, what did I tell you about insulting people's moms that have nothing to do with this conversation? There's another 5-minute timeout.
Just ban him. At this point, Sam, spare everybody the sanity.
But
You're not gonna
algorithm.
learn.
But algorithm. Guys, tap the screen. We're at 52,000 likes. Let's get more.
You think your mama jokes are getting you on the algorithm?
It's still interaction with chat.
What happens if I just comment 50 times?
You don't have to be Muslim to support Palestine, only human. British Patriot, you're still not coming up here. Oh, the animal wants to come back up here. The door-shitting animal wants to come back up here.
Yeah, and wants to somehow make a piss take out of me.
Oh, and he's gone. All right.
It's really funny that he's trying
Hello,
to make a piss
Sahar.
out of me, but I'm just not bothered.
Get that guy back up here. I gotta ask him a question.
Which one?
I accepted him for a second, and then he just
The door
disconnected.
sitter, I gotta ask him a question.
Why do you need to speak to the door shitter, Hammer? You're
I
better
got
than
a-
this.
I got a legitimate question.
Oh my God, he changed his profile picture to Kyle's cousin.
Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware of this. That's why I said it. I love it how he's trying to insult me with this. I
Yeah,
literally
yes,
don't
Hannah, the
care.
cat's in the background.
I've got a legit question for him.
Then invite him up.
I did.
Also, can you transfer my mod to this account? Make life easier on us all.
Don't you deny my fucking invite. Get the fuck up here.
Imagine insulting me and running.
Okay, door shitter. Hammer has a question for you.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Hey, question for you. After you're done shitting on Sam's doorstep, how do you wipe your ass?
I'm actually disappointed in you.
I'm serious. What do you do? Just pull up your pants and run away with a...
He's got a point.
Shut up, you fat, ugly Zion.
Why are
wipe
you
your
thinking this deeply into this guy shitting on people's doorsteps?
It was such a bizarre comment that I need some clarity.
Why are we thinking about
Yeah, no,
this?
for real. What do you do, Journey? Like, how do you clean yourself? Do you just pull up your pants and run away? Do you like use some wipes before you run away?
Yeah, what do you do?
Both of you are gross.
I don't think he thought this. No, Palliative, it's a valid question.
Totally valid.
That's why I like when you shit in a bag to light on fire on someone's doorstep. You don't shit in the bag right there.
Right.
You shit in a bag someplace where you can clean yourself, not in the fucking front doorway.
Why are you thinking so much about other people's shits? It's weird.
Because he said something so absurd that I need to know. Hammer brought up a good point.
It's a great point.
Fucking Americans.
Journey, are you gonna answer, or are you just gonna sit there silently? And he's gone. He just left. I don't think he thought that one through. Someone in Twitch chat says with the knob.
That would be painful, and that would result in a very different ending.
You'd probably give it a shot, Palliative. Let's not kid ourselves.
Fuck off. Behave.
Wait. Hang on. Hammer, would it have to be a knob or a handle, though?
Ask Palliative. He's the expert.
Why the fuck would you ask me? I'm a cop.
I wonder why.
No, thank you.
I wonder why. Why would we ask you?
I'm nice. I'm nice and crisp down there. There's no breach. Okay, it is not Halo down there.
It's I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say the things that'll get me banned.
Go on, say it. I dare you.
No, because it'll get me banned. You're right. You're right.
Pussy.
This is why your accounts get banned more often than I do.
He's gonna use the closet window. Oh my god. No.
God, the South Park episode with Tom Cruise in the closet. Great episode.
Oh god. Wait, Tom Cruise has never been in the closet.
It was on South Park.
And that's about the only time he ever
So
has
was I think it was Kanye. I think Kanye went in the closet with Tom Cruise. Someone did.
Less I speak about that creature, the better.
Sushi, be quiet.
You named your cat Sushi?
Yeah, we got her in Japan. Her collar has little pieces of sushi on it. Door shitting boy's back.
Oh my god.
Did you figure out the answer?
All right. Did you figure out the answer? How do you wipe your ass when you shit on the doorstep?
Hello, I apologize. My internet is not the greatest.
Okay, cool. How do you wipe your ass once you shit on someone's doorstep? Do you just like pull your pants?
I have a question.
Cool. I'm asking you a question. Do you like just pull your pants up and run away?
It was joke, but I have a question. Have you seen the clown that hide from the gay people?
Have you? Why can't you just answer the question?
What?
Yes, I've seen the clown that hides from gay people because I'm not gay. Ha 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 ha. Good like fucking preschool joke. Now, how do you wipe your ass if you like squat on someone's doorway and shit?
With your head. I use your shirt.
Cool, but I'm not there in theory because you're shitting on my doorstep and you probably wouldn't have the balls to do it in front of me. So, what are you using to wipe your ass? Are you just pulling your pants up and running away with shit running down your legs, or what?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. That's gross.
You guys are gross. You're all gross at this point. This is just gross conversation.
How you doing, Hammer?
Why are you trying to put on a fake Russian accent? You sound like you're Pakistani.
What did you say?
You sound like you're from Pakistan. You do not sound Russian. Okay?
Oh my God, Captain.
I'm almost expecting you to tell me that I've been hacked. Okay? I'm not hearing Russian here. I'm hearing
hacked.
call center. You're
I've been hacked,
American.
no.
It's okay.
Do you have
Just shit it
anything
out.
to say at all?
Oh no, I just had questions for you, Samantha.
Oh no. What is your question?
Oh, we're so scared.
Why are you scared?
It was sarcasm, you dipshit.
This is why you get banned, Pallet.
What do you mean?
For insulting people like that. You got to do it more eloquently. Okay, cool. Journey, what's your question for me?
Excuse you?
Why do you like go so hard for Ukraine? No offense.
because it's the right thing to do, and I care about other people's freedoms.
So, what are the main Russian arguments they come up with?
You mean the ones that you parroted when you came up here?
No, like what are the ones you mainly hear?
All of them. They cycle through like every other fucking week. Like they just flip for same with the pro-Palestinian arguments. They cycle through every single fucking thing.
Well, theirs are just stupid, but I don't know about the Russians.
They're also stupid. Like the the bioweapons labs. Russia claimed that Ukraine was making genetically modified mosquitoes that would only attack Russians, while out of the same side of their mouth saying Ukrainians and Russians are related and brothers.
Do they say Ukraine was going to join NATO?
Yeah,
Wait,
they basically thought police and say Ukraine was thinking about joining NATO, therefore we're going to invade them.
So you guys are allowed to hyperfixate on shit. So I want to hyperfixate on the mosquito thing for a second.
Yes, that was an actual argument. That was an actual thing.
Wait. What was the mosquitoes doing? Was they going up to like people and going slap Ukraine?
They made a fake video in brand new Ukrainian uniforms pretending to be on the front lines with a box full of mosquitoes duct taped to a drone and said that Ukraine was using genetically modified mosquitoes from Ukrainian bioweapons labs funded by the US to harm Russians. And the person that said, Joey Abs says, so why don't you do it for Palestine with reference to going to fight for freedom? That's because the only one standing in the way of Palestinian freedom is Palestinians. Thank you for agreeing, Kat.
I still feel like sushi is an inappropriate name.
She's got pictures of sushi all over her collar. It's great.
But you eat sushi.
Yeah.
You want to eat your cat?
No.
Why name it food then?
Welcome to white people naming animals.
No. No,
Okay, Jordy, what other question you got?
So, like, are you Ukrainian yourself, like ancestry-wise?
Nope.
No? So, like, what made you go over there? I could see support in them, but are you sure you...
Because my family's not being bombed for existing.
I don't think it's for existing.
You mean when Putin openly states that he doesn't recognize Ukrainian ethnic identity, that they don't deserve to exist?
I think that he wants the territory for more like say
stop with the fake ass
Did
accent
you not
of
hear?
making you actually sound gay.
So Putin openly
The cat
admits, Putin openly states that he doesn't recognize Ukrainian ethnic identity and that he doesn't think they deserve to exist. He openly states that on both Russian
wants the
media and even
territory.
he's openly stated the thing I just told you. He's openly stated on both Russian state media and even in his interview with Tucker Carlson.
But he wants the land.
Dude,
so
just
if NATO
just
and-
fucking pick an accent at this point.
Yeah, because you're going from he wants land. to
I am
bit
starring
bit.
for the next Borat. I am practicing.
Right.
That's not
You're
what
never
Borat
gonna get
sounds
anywhere
like.
With that.
Also,
yeah, no, he's paving the road this time.
you're also gonna have to be a really good Jewish actor to do that. So good luck.
Yeah, I know. He's a great Jewish actor. He's beautiful. Thank you. Anyways, why if they wanted the land,
Pick a lane. It's either Jew hatred or Jew love. I'm confused by this.
Borat is a comedy. Come on.
Okay, on to your question. What were you saying?
I love Jews. I love you.
Okay, on to your question.
Anyway.
Gay.
No, I didn't mean it like that. But it's if they have Ukraine, they got all that extra territory. They won't be able to get to Moscow as quick.
Okay.
I think that's why he wants it. Not
Yeah,
for what
that
you
doesn't.
said.
Cool. Then anyone who's trying to get to Finland would just go through Moscow. Or I mean, anyone who's going to Moscow would just go through Finland.
But you get what I mean.
No, because it's an asinine argument.
You might have
What-
to explain what asinine means.
What if he really thought that they were going to join NATO?
Then maybe he should have talked about it and negotiated rather than go, you know what? I'm going to thought police you and invade you because of your thoughts.
Is it a military operation or is it a war? That's That's what Putin said.
Why are you subjecting all of us to this nonsense at this
I'm not.
Like, yeah, good. Finally, it was funny when it was Shitsuke and Skidlers. Okay, but this is not funny anymore.
That was funny.
It's not funny anymore.
I'm going to disagree.
Sam, here's a take about the Palestinian-Israeli debates. If you take a look at history, what's happening in Palestine is the exact same thing that happened here in Ireland with the IRA. Not even close. The Palestinians were literally created out of thin fucking air with the sole objective of stopping the foundation of a Jewish state. They openly admitted that in all their founding charters and documents. Their leaders were very open about that. Their entire existence is to stop the Jews from having a homeland.
Sam, I think it's really funny because the IRA supported the Jews against the Palestinians in 1948.
Yeah.
Literally
The 6 Arab nations that invaded them.
Yeah,
oh my god. No,
literally
I'm
provided
not
Israel
bringing you back up, dude. You're just boring. Yeah, again, the Palestinians who today openly acknowledge that their entire objective of their of Hamas, their armed wing of the Palestinian government, which is who the people elected and still to this day overwhelmingly support, their entire objective is to wipe out Jews. That's it. It's to wipe out Jews and take the land.
Yes, I like the kitty.
I can show proof they were going into NATO.
Can you show us the cat? The cat's cute.
Yeah. What proof do you have that they were going into NATO?
Hey, fuck you, bitch. Fucking pussy. Little small pussy ass palliative. Fucking weigh as much as my ball sack, little skinny bitch.
Bro, if your ball sack weighs as much as a human being, you probably got cancer.
Elephantitis.
Or your Nicki Minaj's cousin
Elephantitis.
after a COVID vaccine.
Also, Thor and Trishette, I'd suggest, I've got a report you should read.
Elephantitis. No
Where'd
doubt.
it go? Hang on. Sushi, be quiet. It's not time for you to come out yet. Here. Thor, I recommend you look at this report. It's by Impact-SE. You can Google Impact-SE, and I'll show the Twitch or the TikTok. Impact-SE European Textbooks Ireland Review. And you'll see that a lot of what people in Ireland are taught about Jews in Israel is blatantly false.
Wait a second.
Shock horror.
Like, they deny the Jewish connection to the land. They refer to Auschwitz, the concentration camp, as a work camp and prisoner of war camp. They use the fake maps of what land used to be Palestinian, which is blatantly false. They also have a gross misrepresentation of Judaism compared to Islam. Oh my god.
Gross.
Are you going to be a coward and run away again after throwing an insult?
Oh, I wanted to say I'm sorry to palliative. You are not skinny.
Don't
You
care.
are,
Well, yes, I am skinny. Is that meant to offend me? Hammer, you've met me. When I turn to the side, do I
I'm
go
sorry.
invisible?
I need to point something out. This kid just tried to use small, tight kitty as an insult. Dude, tell me you've never fucked without telling me you've never fucked. What a baby!
Sushi, say
It's
hello.
adorable.
Sushi, say meow.
I
Oh
don't
my
know. but-
goodness.
Hammer hates
I got-
cats.
What is going on?
Hammer, why do you hate
Hammer,
so
are
many
you Muslim
things?
now?
No, I hate cats.
She has a cute meow too.
I like
They hate
dogs.
cats as well.
I like dogs.
Okay, but you don't have to.
I like
hate
dogs.
Cats.
I also
Look
like
at this
cats.
specimen.
He's a long
Look at
noodle.
you.
She's actually really tiny.
Wait, can you do the swing test?
What, like the...
Oh my god, she's such a cute noodle.
Yeah, she did not like that.
Hang on. No, let me hold you like a baby. There we go.
Oh, she's precious.
You just clawed my
yeah.
microphone.
Yeah, I
You
feel
did
like the
just claw
cat. I
your
feel like the cat
microphone.
is. I feel like the cat is trying to tell you something there, Sam.
Yeah, I think she wants your attention, not the microphone to get your
Okay,
attention.
here, you can sit on the desk.
I imagine sushi does hate Russians.
Yeah,
'cause
she's
Russians love sushi.
she's not allowed out in the house while the young ones are asleep. Because she just runs up to the door and screams.
No.
I don't remember
What's
being
on your
taught
mind,
that
Hannah?
in school. Thor, once you see this stuff, I'm sure you'll probably remember because it cites what the textbooks are from too. Sam has 2 dogs and 1 cat. That is correct.
Wait, I'm curious.
Give you
I'm
one.
curious.
The
Hannah,
British were
what's on your
never
mind?
taught in school about any history here.
You did
and
a
what
you did
happened.
a you did a
Also true.
as if something's on your mind, something's bothering you.
Wait, you
No,
saw the husky?
I'm looking for tickets for Israel, and it's
So, I do
Do you
still.
want me to send? Do
Oh,
you want me
go
to
ahead.
send you my contacts for flights?
I do still have the husky. Unfortunately, every shelter around me, every
Yeah.
shelter around me is an unaliving shelter, and even all the unaliving shelters are entirely full. Every shelter in this entire state is full. Even the husky rescues, nobody is taking dogs in right now.
Really?
Why do you think that is? What's going on?
Hello, Purry Kitty.
Did you have like a friend or a family member that was going to?
Yeah, my brother was supposed to, and then he stopped answering my calls when I would ask him about the updates for the dog, and when I finally got a hold of him on it, he was like, "Well, it was actually just me and 2 of the other roommates who wanted him. The other roommates kind of aren't on board and never were, so we're trying to figure that out." And I was like, "Cool, I've got like 2 weeks to get rid of him
Why?
because he's been getting territorial."
Oh, with the kids.
I'll explain later.
Okay, that's actually really upsetting.
Just because they have a lot of LGBT doesn't mean they like get on the whole what? What?
What?
I don't know if that was
Repeat what you just said.
I don't know if that was a euphemism. Yes, Sushi. I'll give
Huskies
you
do
attention.
remind me of children with ADHD. I'm definitely a husky.
No, huskies remind me of children with bipolar.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe
Why
I'm
is
not a husky.
Hammer laughing evilly? What have you done?
Actually, no. I'm more of like a poodle,
Anushka,
but without the
Anushka.
poodle haircut.
I sent
Hammer,
Sam a
what have you done?
message.
Oh god. Sam, check your messages from
I
Hammer.
can hold her like a baby and just pat her on the butt.
Sam, check your messages from Hammer. He's being evil.
Jesus Christ, Hammer.
I wasn't following you. That's crazy.
Ow, 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 ow.
If that cat got anywhere near my house, I'd drop it off at the nearest Vietnamese restaurant.
Oh my god.
Hammer!
Does that mean you'll become a centrist? What?
Hammer
Hammer,
is definitely
it's
a
not
person of
Vietnamese,
likes and
it's
dislikes.
Korean. It's
They
Korean.
know what to do with it.
Get it right. It's Korean.
No, they eat dog.
That was the joke.
Am I pro capitalism? Yes. I like money.
I love how everybody just assumes that you're like a hardcore like liberal.
Me.
Yeah, and then when I
No.
go into leftist lives, they think I'm a hardcore Republican.
It's wild being a moderate.
Sam's a Bernie bro.
Hammer, what do you think of Sam?
About what?
What do you think of Sam's politics?
Actually, I don't know his politics that much, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you come here and you've never yelled at him.
I don't really know what his politics are on a lot of issues. I know he's pro-Ukraine. I know he's pro-Israel, but I don't really know. I don't know what his social issues are. I don't know what his fiscal issues are. I assume we agree on most stuff, but I don't think he's as hardcore as me.
I'm not as hardcore, but we agree on most things. Like I'm a little bit more social. I'm a little bit more socially liberal. I'm like, honestly, I don't really care either way on that one, but I know that you have to appease society, and I know that everyone's not going to agree on that one. I like to try and find a middle ground on that one because I can see both arguments. I've kind of tried to say like, hey, you're not going to find a middle ground to appease everyone, and there's always going to be a slight majority that feels one way, but that's still a lot of people on the other side that, yes, may have lost a vote, but still have a valid opinion and concern. The thing that I propose as a middle ground was when the spinal column connects to the central nervous system to where it can feel pain.
Sam was kind of a rhino.
Hey, you little bitch! You just bit me. Get off my desk.
He's not talking to you, Hammer.
He's a bit of a rhino.
I feel like Hammer's.
I
more
have not heard
socially
that in a
liberal than he
long
lets on.
fucking time.
It's still used.
You're right.
I do feel like Hammer's more socially liberal than he lets on.
Not me.
Don't know.
You are hyper physical conservative, but you are quite liberal on some viewpoints.
Not me. I'm socially conservative.
Not
I
on
don't-
LGBT.
Well,
Oh,
You're
yeah?
not
I
a gay.
don't think- yes, I am. I don't think you should be able to get married.
I don't think I should be able to get married. That's not a
Well,
liberal
there you go.
position. The
I mean, I
liberal
don't give a shit
position
what
is
you do. I don't care what you do in the bedroom, but I don't think you should get married. Be able to get married.
Exactly. So that's a socially liberal position for
It's
conservatives.
not socially liberal to oppose gay marriage.
By normal people's standards.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Hammer, I haven't heard Ryan in a while, but here's the thing is, I am socially more left leaning, but fiscally conservative. But I don't even think I'd call myself a Republican. But if I had to run, the only choice I'd probably have would be to run on the Republican platform.
who
Because
the hell wants to be associated with the Democrats? It's a party of groomers and violence.
yeah, I don't think anyone
perverts.
on the left would really like me.
And
Well, I
perverts
mean,
and
not to
deviants.
say anything, but haven't more people been outed as being groomers in the Republican Party lately?
No, you have an entire party that thinks it's okay for men to go wave their schmeckle at little girls in locker rooms. That's grooming. You've got an
I
entire
don't think
party that
anybody thinks
supports.
that's okay.
You've got an entire
I think
party
you're
that
taking an
supports.
issue and making it extremely black and white.
You've got an entire issue. You've got an entire party that supports kids being groomed in schools and the teachers keeping it a secret from their parents.
I won't
That's-
say it's the entire party, but honestly, there is a very loud minority on the left who suggests
no, I
those
know
things
the
as an
left is
actual thing.
absolutely psychotic. Look at the
But
states.
honestly, what I'm saying is the left, because they're so anti-right, will take any stance that their side presents and grab it and go, yeah, push that,
Sam,
including
go read
taps
about-
like
Sam, go-
that.
Read to us about the girl in Deerfield, Illinois.
I'm just saying that there's extremists
happened
on
this
both
week.
sides that are psychotic.
It just happened this week. What happened to the girl in Deerfield?
I don't know. I think it's San
The
Diego.
administrators of the school took the girl into the locker room where a man
Is that the one where they forced them to be in the
forced
locker
her to
room?
change. Yeah, they forced her to change in front of a man. And by the way, not a single Democrat has come out against it.
I have no
the
idea what you're talking about, so I
No,
can't talk.
so there was a story where a girl was uncomfortable changing in the locker room because the other person was not transitioned and still had, a thing. And said, I'm not. They said, hang on. They said, I'm not
That's
changing
not
with
a
this.
man. That's still a boy.
Hang on. They said, I'm not changing with this person. I feel uncomfortable. The administration the administration said, nope, we're going to watch you and make sure you change in front of them.
No, that's fucked up. But still, that is still a child, not a man.
Whatever, dude.
Still
It's
not
someone with a
good.
penis.
But when you're starting to take like social issues and you start using incorrect language to push your... Can you
Anushka,
say my name correctly? I know you know how to say
Yeah,
my name.
Anushka. Anyway, I love you.
I'm the only one that's allowed to
I'm
mispronounce her
agreeing, I'm
name.
just saying you have to use the correct language.
Where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats?
Hammer, hold fire for a second, please. I love you, but this is the kind of shit that gives people like me a bad fucking name when you use that justificational argument.
I
That's
did not
revolting.
use a justification.
Oh my
I said
God.
it was wrong.
Calm down.
I
Calm
said
down.
It was wrong.
Calm
really
down,
was.
everyone.
It really was a
Wait.
justificational argument.
I
quite
said it was
revolting,
wrong,
actually.
but I said you still need to use the correct
No one in the Democratic Party leadership, when I say Democrats, I mean the party. I don't mean rank and file. I mean the leadership, the party. This is the same party that says in states like Minnesota and California and Washington that if you tell your teacher you're transitioning, the teacher's under no obligation to tell the parents. This is the same party that in Maryland is putting condom vending machines in elementary schools.
Wait. What was
party
this? Hang on. What was this? No, that's actually real. What was the state that said they had the right? What was the state, Hammer, that said that they had the right to take a parent's child away?
California.
Minnesota.
No, you know what I'm talking about, right, Hammer? It was they have the right to take a parent's child away if the parent doesn't approve of gender transition or something.
Minnesota and Washington. Yeah, it's
yeah, like
insane.
they can actually take your child and just not tell you, and like
And if you don't listen, you don't have to believe me. Just go on to Libs of TikTok, Go to them on X, and you can see all the lefties, teachers, pushing this crazy nonsense on kids, hanging pride flags in elementary schools, forcing kids to go to pride parades, forcing kids to go to drag shows. Yeah.
Who's forcing kids
They
to go to
shouldn't-
drag shows?
They
all
shouldn't
over the
be
place,
doing that.
all over the country, it happens.
So there's certain places where, again, the loud minority is taking over, and the Democratic platform is so anti-Trump. I'm anti-Trump, but I'm not willing to push out disgusting things because I'm anti-Trump. I still have my morals and values. So there's.
Are we sure that all of these little things are actually true, and not just like propaganda meant to make you emotionally
They had a
angry?
child drag show at a bar in Texas, and the LGBTQ
And then they had the
community.
kids get up there and dance.
The LGBTQ community.
And then the kids get up there and dance with these and sexualize the kids
That-
by dancing.
Yes.
With the drag
So
queen.
hang on.
think you're the one sexualizing the
No, Anushka. In Roanoke, Texas, there was a bar that had a drag show and encouraged families to bring their children. Videos came out of parents having their children put dollar bills in the G-strings
Oh,
of
hell
male
no.
strippers. And then to defend themselves, to make sure that no one stopped them, they brought a bunch of armed people to stand outside and protect them from counter-protesters.
Now that's
That's
disgusting.
revolting.
That happened in Texas. That place was literally closed down 2 weeks later.
Good.
Those are the groomers. The groomers.
Yeah, they're not about
Yeah,
the
but then you're
LGBT,
like
they're
taking
just
it and saying the
crazy.
entire party is groomers, and that's a little fucked.
It's
This is the-
it's because the
It's the-
party's
it's
willing.
Party.
It's
This is the same party that unanimously voted against preventing men cosplaying as women from competing against women.
It's
All of
the problem is that the party is, again, they're so anti-Trump and anti-Republican that they're willing to take any stance that someone in their party has and shove it down everyone's throats because it's what Trump wouldn't want, so I gotta support it. It's like, that's not how you fix your party. If you want to fix your party, you address real issues and you stay away from the crazies.
Oh no, I think the entire Democratic Party needs to be dismantled and turned into something else.
Oh my God, Kat.
I think it's long gone.
The same Democratic Party that voted against deporting illegals who have committed sex crimes.
I
They
think you
voted
think
against
that I
that.
like the Democratic Party.
Well, that's the point I raised.
Literally just said I think that honestly I think both parties need some work. But the Democratic Party maybe a little bit more. Like there's a lot of things coming out about like the misinformation that a lot of schools are starting to push, and like the money actually going not only into colleges from Qatar but into actual like elementary schools,
Yes.
like publicly funded elementary schools.
Yep. And I think the Republican Party has a problem right now. Like, so the left's got all that batshit crazy stuff. The right has a problem with not willing to stand up for what you believe and what you say behind doors because the party is so fucking fanatical that if you step out of line, gone.
Other than Ukraine, name me the issue that happens.
Different state level issues when it comes to stuff like homelessness. Like in Texas is a problem.
If you say you don't like Trump.
No, yeah, like so Ted Cruz in private, actually very similar to his stance on Ukraine, will say stuff to constituents and people in the state like, yeah, here's how I would agree with fixing it this way. I would agree with doing it that way. But then in public he's like, "No, we don't have a problem."
Yeah,
It's
what
like,
what issue would that be?
I just said homelessness, like in places like Houston and Austin.
Homelessness isn't a federal issue. It should have nothing to do with the federal government.
No, I'm saying Ted Cruz when speaking to Texas like residents, talking about issues
Right,
like
but he has
homelessness
nothing-
in.
You know the parties
But
go
he's a
down to a
senator.
local
He has
level,
no-
right?
He is a senator. He has no role in homelessness.
But he's a representative of Texas.
Right, which has nothing. The responsibility for homelessness in Texas.
I'm not
is
saying
on-
he has to do anything. What I'm pointing out is
Greg
that he
Abbott.
is afraid to say anything publicly. He'll say this stuff in private meetings, but he won't say it publicly
that's not
because
a
it
very
goes
good
out of
example.
line.
The only issue that you can think of really on a national level is Ukraine.
I can
that-
think
other
of
than that,
national
the
security.
Republicans-
I can think of national security with stuff like Taiwan.
What have we done to Taiwan? We haven't done anything to Taiwan.
The people pushing the Chips and Science Act, even though behind closed doors they acknowledge that the Chips and Science Act, although good intentions behind it, was done ineffectively that puts us at risk.
How many Republicans voted for the CHIPS Act?
Let me see. I don't remember what the percentage was actually.
I would have voted against it, but
Like, it's a good idea in theory, but it was rolled out completely fucked.
it's just a payout to people that the administration liked. That's all it was. It was just a sop of money.
Passed in the Senate 64 to 33.
Okay, so they probably had 13 Republicans? And those are the rhinos. How many of them are even still in office?
Hang on. House passed legislation 243 to 187.
Okay.
24 Republicans going for it. That's the House, though.
The Republican Party sucks. There's no question about it, but they don't present the danger to the country that the Democratic Party does. The Democratic Party hates this country, hates capitalism. Chuck Schumer was just on The View rambling on about people wanting to keep their own money.
Oh, shit, Twitch chat.
Like, we earned it. We
Do you
worked
believe
for
the
it.
wealth
Why
distribution
wouldn't
gap
we
in
want
the
to
U.S.
keep more of
is
our
fair
money?
as it
Of course.
stands? Well, it's never
Especially
going to be
now that we're
fair,
seeing
but
how
it can
much
definitely
waste
be
the
addressed
federal
and definitely be
government has.
fixed.
It makes it even
Republicans
more so
are
that
now
we wouldn't want to
associated with
pay
heavy
taxes.
Christian values, right? There's a lot of
Of course. Why would I want to pay
abuse with that
taxes?
religion.
We can fund.
Yeah, and in organized
$20
religion, there's
million
definitely a
to
problem,
Iraqi
especially
Sesame Street or
at certain levels.
all these transgender funded nonsense or propaganda for Ukraine or any of these things. This is not what the government should be funding.
To answer Thor your question on what are your thoughts on McGregor, he's a fucking moron that was brilliant in his time when he was in the U.S. military, but is ancient and senile and doesn't know jack fuck about anything, and literally nothing he has said in the last 3 years has been factually correct or accurate in any way, shape, or form. He literally gets paid. Like, this is not a joke. He goes on Russian state television and blatantly lies about America and Russia in favor of Russia.
I thought at first you were talking about Conor McGregor.
I mean, Conor McGregor is also a moron.
He's going to run for Prime Minister of Ireland.
Oh, good fucking God.
He's better than what they have now. I mean, what they have now is someone that's destroying Ireland.
Thor, I would highly recommend looking up some of the conspiracy theories and Russian talking points that wait, you were talking about Conor McGregor? Oh, Conor McGregor is just an alcoholic fucking idiot.
He's an alcoholic?
Isn't he Muslim now?
Is he Muslim? No way. There's no way.
He's running on a
Yeah, I took the Shahada.
he's anti-immigrant.
talking about.
Wait, I might be getting him confused with. Wait, no, I'm getting. him
There's
confused
no
with
way
other-
he's Muslim. No,
No, I'm
yeah,
wrong,
no.
I'm thinking of someone else. I just woke up.
He's not. He's anti the Muslim immigration.
I just said I mistook him for somebody else.
He's pro-Jew. Neat. He's still a drunk idiot.
I don't think he's a drunk. Kind of hard to be a drunk and be in that kind of shape.
No, it's not.
It sure is.
Oh God, what does the same dude who was up here earlier have to say? Journey, what do you want?
About good night, Sam.
I see you, Hammer. Journey, you still have shit Wi-Fi.
Is this the guy from? Oh my God!
Ireland does not like Connor. I mean,
I still can't believe this guy.
oh
made a
wait,
ra-
did he actually get convicted of that?
Who?
There's no way he actually got convicted of that. I didn't even see that. Connor.
Are you talking about Conor McGregor?
Conviction.
Yes.
It's nice. Don't care. Ooh.
Stop bringing that guy up. He sucks.
He was found guilty of sexual assault. Ooh.
Oof.
Oh. He was found guilty of SA, but the case was about him raping a woman. Ooh. Ooh.
So
Well
what's
then.
going on with you?
Same old, same old.
Oh, come on. I really hate this conversation. Sorry.
Are you gonna keep the? Are you
Huh?
gonna grow back the beard, or what's going on?
Well, this is like 4 days of growing it, so
Yeah, it's gonna take some time.
I'll be back in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Are you gonna do like full beard again, or are you just gonna kind of do?
Yeah. I miss
If you
my
were
beard.
actually Middle Eastern, if you were actually Middle Eastern, it would take you 2 to 3 days, not weeks.
No, it's because I'm Jewish, and I'm clearly not indigenous to the Middle East. That's it after 4 days. You know what, Lauren? That's a timeout for you. That's a timeout. Lauren's on timeout. That was
What
rude.
happens when you're actually white?
Like that's how you know you're white, not Middle Eastern or Jewish.
And like my dad was like, well, he would still get stopped before every single flight, but still on the whiter side. And even he basically would almost have to shave twice a day if he wanted to stay clean shaven.
I have a friend who looks very, very stereotypically Middle Eastern. And I'm not talking like your random just Middle Eastern dude with a short beard. I'm talking like deep Afghanistan long elder beard. He was driving somewhere 2 days after September 11th. And I'll say this, when you drive to Camp Pendleton, it is very easy to miss the freeway entrance and drive directly up to the entrance of Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. 2 days after 9/11, this man rolls up to the gate, very confused, asking how he got there, and gets pulled out of the car at pew pew point and slammed on the fucking ground. He has never gone to a military base since then.
I would absolutely not blame him.
Ukraine isn't innocent. God's curse on Ukraine. What?
Stop
Okay.
talking.
Borat,
Stop talking to me.
fucking. Now you're just getting muted because you're just spamming. Go away.
Leron,
Hi,
I
Leron.
Wait, I'm lost as to why this guy's pretending to be Borat, but is pro Russia and
Oh no, he keeps switching his name and his profile around to make fun of Jews. Like he was making fun of. Yeah.
oh no, because if you watch
Try
Borat,
to
he's literally
use
just trying to complain about small European
tight
countries.
kitten as an insult, so clearly he's never been fucked.
It's
No, the dude is like making a point, and Borat used the country.
Leron,
Dagestan-
don't think of the logic. There is no logic behind it. Just don't even bother.
Okay.
There's no logic. Where the
People
fuck
are
have you been, Leron?
Dealing with anti-Semites on my campus.
Why haven't you texted me back?
Wait, don't you go to school?
I'm dealing with anti-Semites on my
Doesn't text
campus.
Anybody. She doesn't even return calls, even though people call her, and she completely.
Oh wait,
ignores
shit.
them.
Oh wait, shit. She's
No,
hang
you
on,
have to be honest.
hang on, hold on. I have to apologize. She's the last one that messaged me.
Was I?
Yeah, I didn't
I don't
reply. I replied with the laughing emoji.
Don't you go to school in Israel?
Yeah.
And you're still dealing with anti-Semitism on campus?
Most of the people next to me are Arabs. Yeah.
Certain school.
Huh.
Yeah.
Listen, anti-Semitism is everywhere. Don't you know?
I
If
got
there's
fired for
one
Columbia
thing
for
in
it.
common- If there's one thing in common that every single country shares is anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Even the country
Unites
called
us.
for Jews.
It's what unites us as a people.
Wonderful.
I didn't yap anyone to death. In fact, shut up.
I like it when you yap.
Thank you, mommy. Also, I bought Dubai chocolate. I'm trying it.
Oh, is that the one with the what is it called? Oh, wow.
Nafe?
Like the filling.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
I got. It says it has.
You got the pistachio one?
Yeah, white chocolate filled with pistachio, kadif, and tahini. Where's the kadif?
Kadif.
Where's the kadif?
It's It's Kadaif. You don't have another name for it.
I don't need help. I don't need help growing my beard. God damn it.
Knafe? No, you use Kadaif hairs in Kataif. Kataifi? Is that what it is?
Okay, I'm the only goy up here. What's going on?
Kataifi.
כדאיף, נראה לי שזה הדבר שהם...
No, Kataifi. Oh, shredded phyllo dough. Okay,
It's like
thank
what
you,
they
Lauren.
make
I think you're the only one having trouble growing a beard up here. That was a bad joke, but I'm so proud.
good.
Oh no, her connection dropped. Crazy.
אחותי, this chocolate bar was 32 shekel.
Yeah, Dubai chocolate is
Mikatoma, every time you insult someone's mom in my chat, you get muted for the whole live.
But I like crunchy stuff. Where do I buy this crunchy stuff, guys?
Love you, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
This crunchy shit in my chocolate. Where do I buy it?
So what you need is tahini, you need pistachio spread, and you need kataifi.
Can we make chocolate, Dubai chocolate at your house one day?
In my house?
Yeah. Or my
Sure.
apartment. You can come over if you want.
You can come over if you want. If you actually fucking return my calls.
Bitch, I tried. Okay,
No,
I'm
you
gonna
didn't.
Okay, I'm
No,
gonna
you
text you
didn't.
now.
Oh, let's not turn Sam's life into a drama live.
Okay.
It's already been for the past 5.5 hours. I think I've only had one anti-Ukrainian person up here the entire time.
Okay, you have to give up on the Ukrainian lives.
No?
Okay, so you gotta, I don't know. What do you have to do?
Someone's anti-Ukraine that is like not Russian or right. And
Yeah,
that's the
there's a
problem.
lot of very hard Trump dick sucking Republicans that have just anything he says goes. Yeah.
Not only that, a lot of pro-Pallies who are pro-Russia.
They're
Yeah.
Which
okay.
is just, you know,
And
you
and
get the
and when they come up here, they have to make every single fucking thing about Gaza.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Do you remember the one
to
from
Nana though, she's really
last
pro-Putin.
time? Do you remember the one from last time who said Zelensky signed the rockets and therefore he was a war criminal?
What the fuck?
You guys missed it earlier. I had a dude that was so convinced that he was smart and telling me I'm dumb, and he said he has 33,000 hours of research in this, and he knows more than me, and that the actual invasion plan was set for 1991 as soon as the Soviet Union fell, but couldn't prove it. Then he said Trump, Zelensky, and Putin are all on the same team, and that Zelensky sold out Ukraine, and then he made all this money from these groups, but couldn't prove it, and couldn't tell me how, couldn't tell me who. And then he said, you know what? I said, go find me a source. He goes, you know what? I will. And then he's like, you better show everyone, though. And he sent me a source in my DMs. And I shit you not. It's an article from EU versus disinfo.eu. And this is the article.
Hey,
Hang
Sam, you want to hear
Hang on. No, I gotta finish reading this.
Oh my god, it
Damn
literally
hold on.
says disinfo.
Hang on. Zelensky stole more money than all Ukrainian presidents combined. The summary accusation is that Vladimir Zelensky has managed to steal more than all other Ukrainian presidents combined. Tens of millions of dollars are transferred every month from every government body to Zelensky's office. From the Odessa region alone, 10 to 15 million are transferred every month, and the income from the Ukrainian conscription service ranges from 2 to 4 billion a year. Literally the second paragraph. No reputable source or investigations have substantiated the claims that funds go from different Ukrainian regions to Zelensky's office, let alone that he won 2 to 4 billion a year from conscription. Ukraine's use of public and international funds, especially during wartime, is subject to scrutiny by domestic watchdogs and international partners. He couldn't read beyond the title.
Wow.
That
is
And then when I pulled that up on stream and I told him to come back up here, he left.
You wouldn't expect that from somebody who's pro-Russia, right?
Oh no, I would.
That sarcasm, bitch.
What do you want, Ellie?
Well, it just seemed like you were lonely. There's no too much estrogen here, no man. So.
Oh my god, drop Ellie. Drop Ellie.
No, I'm just
Drop
saying, Sam
Ellie.
needed company.
Immediately the
Drop
women
Ellie.
just attack Ellie.
Drop Ellie. Drop him.
They knows Ellie and Sam don't know. Guess what my prof says yesterday or 2 days ago?
What?
This is very related to Russian propaganda.
What?
That
Even Lauren is
Roman
saying that,
Empire, the Jews were Bolsheviks.
Look at the comments.
So he
there.
believes in Khazarian theory.
He believes in Nazi and white Russian propaganda, and I'm like, you're a Jewish professor in Israel. Are you fucking high?
So he believes Khazarian theory?
Wait,
I don't know what the fuck he believes, but I was about to backhand that motherfucker. I left class and I was like, is he insane?
Is
Fucking
this the same
racist.
professor that you were arguing with before?
No, the other professor called me an Arab.
Yeah.
Lauren, if you want, if you guys want Ellie dropped, someone's gonna need to give Galaxy. Let's get money for Ukraine in exchange for dropping Ellie.
I'll take that any day of the week.
Professors and like the
Every
Bolsheviks
time
were
you
really
want to drop me, Lauren, you have to send Sam not a Galaxy because that's weak. Send him the Jets. I know that
what the
World
fuck?
News gives you enough coins.
What are the Jets?
You'll see, it's awesome.
I love how Sam and Karine got it right away because they know the history.
Mhm.
But, like other people were like, but they were Bolsheviks. I'm like, you're talking about minus 5%, like 5%.
Literally just
No, they definitely were Bolsheviks, seeing how they killed my Jewish family for being Jewish.
Liron, I just want you to pull up show him the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and pull up Khazarian theory out of it.
Thank you. Oh, I'm reporting him to the president.
You would do that.
I'm sorry, you don't.
He would do the right thing.
Yes, exactly.
Wait, God damn it, Ellie. Lauren says she'd rather leave than give me a Galaxy to kick you.
Yeah.
Lauren
because-
is,
Hey guys,
terrible.
you guys
I
should.
asked her for
You,
medical
I
advice,
like her,
and
she's
she did
funny.
not respond.
you guys should all subscribe, by the way, because if you get if you pay for a subscription, you get these fancy fucking stickers.
You need to make better ones.
You haven't even. Are you a subscriber?
No, but I looked at them.
Wait, you are a subscriber. Hold on a minute.
Am I a subscriber?
How much is it?
Yeah, just start spamming all the stickers.
$3 a month?
It's
No,
the
that's
cheap.
crazy.
It's the cheapest option.
Crazy. I'm not giving you $3 a month. I'll give you $3 now and then cancel it. Just so-
There's different levels.
I don't have different stickers at different levels.
You're
I don't
the only
think.
person I subscribe to.
Aw. I already subscribed to pay for your propaganda. No. You're paying for Ukrainian propaganda.
Ukrainian bitch. Welcome to Ukraine. Also, one of my really good friends, Sam, I told him about you.
Mhm.
He's a refugee from Ukraine.
Neat.
Christian Ukrainian. Came to Israel. He's at my uni now. We're really, really good friends. I absolutely adore him. He's having like a pancake event to like raise money for Ukraine. And I'm helping him out.
Pancakes. Thank you
Like,
for the
he's having,
subscription,
like, a
Ellie.
pancake breakfast thing that like people are paying for to like raise money and send over or whatever. But like me and him are really good friends, and I told him about your friend with the pee-pee photo and Russian propaganda. So
Pixel.
I immediately I was like, oh my god, wait, I have to show you what my friend Sam showed me about Russian propaganda.
Please tell me you
Wow,
didn't
what
actually
about
show
the-
him pixels.
I showed him the picture.
You mean the picture of the pee-pee pics that Sam sent you? That's a
Pee-pee
bit
pics that
disturbing.
Sam sent over.
Not my PP.
It's not your pee-pee. Your
We need more funny
your
stickers.
Would not be, your pee-pee would not be
I gotta
3
figure out what
pixels, it would be
stickers to
1.5.
make, Hannah.
You gotta make one for me.
Sammy,
'cause that's-
Sammy,
What?
your pee-pee isn't 3 pixels, it's 1.5.
I want a sticker.
Did you actually
Mhm.
subscribe? Why are
No,
people
I'm just
Yeah, I
kidding with
did.
him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kidding with him.
You
I
know
love
what?
him.
You know what,
A little bit of
Liron?
pee-pee talk.
I love you.
Uh.
Hi, Nikki. I miss you guys. Honestly, I'm tired. Like, I just want to be around people with brain.
Come hang out in Texas.
I'm coming. I'm gonna
Nah,
book my
Texas.
That's what she said.
Oh my
Everything-
God, Sam, you're gonna kill me.
Sam,
If
are
I
you
kept
15
my
years old?
layover in Dallas, the layover ended up getting oh, what's the word? I'm losing words. Where I wasn't gonna be able to go anywhere for 12 hours. I could have come and hang out.
Delayed?
I'm sorry. Delayed. There we
Did
go.
you mean
But then I went and hung out
Wow.
with Seals instead.
No, but we need to go and do like another Zionist meetup, and not in Israel this time. Like, we should do it.
We
One in
should do it-
America, one in Israel. Like,
New
we've done
York.
Israel, we should do
Hang on,
America.
Liron.
we should have
This,
done?
New York.
Liron, this can be made kosher, but the picture I just sent you, everyone who comes to my house gets a meal like that.
Fuck up, I'm coming. Bro, it's a big ass steak and green beans. Of course I'm coming.
Green beans and asparagus and red skin potatoes
It
with
looks
gar
so
with
good.
Our
garlic
next
butter
meetup is
seasoning.
in Dallas. at
Garlic
Sam's
butter,
house.
I'm coming.
Hang on, that's what she said.
I can't have butter though. You got to make it margarine.
Yeah, and butter's not kosher, Sam.
No, because butter
What are you
with
trying to
meat
do?
you can't have because it's not
I
kosher.
heard
'cause
that
meat-
oat milk butter is actually really good alternative.
Oat milk butter?
Mm-hmm.
He's a goy. Why are you talking to him about kosher?
Because I'm gonna
Because
eat kosher.
Liron is kosher.
Yeah, I have ways to cook kosher.
Yeah, you just get margarine.
Or I
No,
just
he means
like I gotta
goes
get a
to the
proper
rabbi's
I gotta
house.
get a proper skillet too. Like I just go to a rabbi and just like, hey, can I borrow that?
Yeah, we
I
listen
was-
and we go judge. You don't gotta go that
You would
kosher.
have
We're good.
to.
That
No,
is
Sam, he
perfectly
would
cooked
probably
steak.
not lend it to you just because once it's in your kitchen, you can't guarantee that it will become kosher again. But he would probably let you cook.
If I borrow it from
Yeah.
him and then he takes it back and makes it kosher
Yeah.
again, why would it not be kosher again?
Well, because it's a very complex process.
Yo, I don't even.
Yeah, have you
identify
not
as
seen how
Jewish.
Texas rabbis do things here?
I'm saying an easier option for him would be to say, "Come to my house and cook it."
Yeah, the Texas rabbis around here do shit fucking lit. They literally walk around with flamethrowers.
Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah.
You guys okay?
No, because for
Ellie just
for
has the
Pesach,
need to be disagreeable.
not true. I have a need
completely
to educate
true.
people on Judaism.
We got a vegan in the chat.
L vegans.
All animals are suffering. No food is kosher anymore. Sorry. What?
That's not what
Anymore.
If I put a bullet in a forehead, it ain't suffering.
Well, we're not
that's
allowed
not
to do
kosher.
that. That's not kosher.
I didn't say that was kosher. I just said they're not suffering.
Did
You're
you know
not
that
vegan, then
because
why
of
do you
the-
say all animals are suffering so no food is kosher anymore? Should we starve? I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
animals
every
are
time a
some form
vegan
of
talks about this
sustenance.
shit, it makes me want a cheeseburger more and more.
You're also an atheist, so then why are you talking about the food?
I remember we watched Super Size Me in high school.
When you
Where
immediately went to McDonald's.
no, where the dude was like showing like all the stuff and like going through the process of making McDonald's, showed how fat he got. And I remember the scene where they showed the ground up pink
that guy
paste
died.
of the chicken nuggets. And me and the other guys in the class were like, you guys want chicken nuggets? I was like, yeah.
Yeah, dead ass. Every time, oh my god, did I
He
tell you
was
one
drunk
time?
that whole time. He
I
actually
think the
died of
whole-
cirrhosis.
The whole time I was okay, so legit. One night I was I think I was
Died
drunk as I've ever been.
of.
And I got so drunk I went to McDonald's. I got 2 boxes of chicken nuggies and fries. Went home. I'm drunk. I can't see straight. I put on an Israeli TV show. I'm sitting there and all you see is just me chicken nuggets in my mouth.
What? What did he die of?
Can we block this vegan
brain freeze
atheist
dinosaurs.
because she's really bothering me?
You don't like atheists?
I don't like
Not
vegan.
particularly.
I don't like.
Oh, no,
okay,
he-
I don't
he-
like
he
someone who
died
says
of
she's not
cancer.
Vegan, that she's atheist.
Did he?
telling
Yeah,
me
I told
about
you
this
he
shit.
died.
Yeah, he died
Oh.
of cancer.
What kind of cancer?
The kind you get from eating too much McDonald's.
I have no problem. קרין, את יודעת שאין לי בעיות עם אנשים
It
שלא
sounds like you have
מבינים
problems
בדת.
with atheists. I don't
יש
know.
לי,
I don't know.
I don't have a problem with atheists. I have a problem with atheists teaching me kashrut. כאילו, you don't follow kashrut. You don't
Oh,
believe in
it
God.
was. Hang on,
If I don't
hang
follow
on.
kashrut,
Guys,
does it mean
enough.
that it's
לא
not
את, אבל
Oh
היא
my God,
מסבירה לי
enough.
את הכשרות ואומרת כי החיות סובלים, זה לא כשר. אז למה את מדברת על הפאקינג
To be honest,
החיות
you do.
סובלים?
Well,
אני
here's the
באמת,
thing,
אני
here's the
אשים לה...
thing, Here's the thing. You do have to slaughter the animals in a certain
my
way.
God.
No, I'm aware
I'm
of this. She's
aware
saying
of
that
that
because
too.
they're suffering, it's no longer kosher. And then she goes, I'm a carnivore. What the fuck is wrong with you? Then why are you talking about animals suffering? Are you fucking...
Oh my
Yo,
God.
את בסדר בראש? אחותי, את
Oh my
חולת
God.
נפש.
Stop speaking squiggle.
Sorry, you're fucking sick. I don't
first
know
of
what your
all,
problem
Sam,
is. You're talking about
Squiggle's
animals
the other
suffering
one,
in the
you
chat, being
fucking
shoved in tiny
racist.
spaces, and then you're fucking talking to me about kashrut v'zeh, and then the next sentence you say you're a carnivore. Are you bipolar?
I'm so fucking lost.
Are you talking to the chat?
Yes, she is.
איזה
Wow,
סתומה
now she's
פה, that has a
insulting.
fucking mullet. I don't know what her deal is. את נראית כמו גבר, אחותי.
Liron has the most pleasant Hebrew voice.
Palliative,
The
are you
only
still
problem
awake?
that's going on is my eyes looking at your haircut. Grow it out.
Stop speaking spaghetti was funny.
I'm speaking spaghetti.
Wait, what did you just say about my hair?
וואלה, אני לא יכולה. Can you please mute this?
No. What did you just say about my hair?
Not yours. This bitch in the comments is a mullet and she's talking to me about shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that
Enough.
mullet trend needs to end.
I know. Cut it. Also, you need to stop growing out your beard. God damn.
Eat shit.
You eat shit.
I like the scruff. I don't like the beard.
Hang on. I gotta, hang on. I've been seeing a lot of Zionist lives saying we shouldn't support Ukraine. Yeah, Mike, what you're referring to is all these super pro MAGA cult people that probably would drop Israel in a heartbeat if Trump said to drop Israel as well.
Facts.
Like the people that supported Ukraine and Israel, and then the second Trump said not to, they were like, yeah, fuck Ukraine, Russian propaganda.
This bitch goes Atazui. I wrote her back. Okay, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Oh my God, who cares?
Whatever happened to that guy?
He went
But
crazy.
you
and
have a
the girl
choir
happened-
boy haircut.
Who has a choir boy haircut?
You do.
How? It's just a fucking medium fade.
It's according to Rick in the comments.
Have you guys ever seen
I
the
would
Rav
agree.
Avram Baruch?
It's a fucking medium fade.
I don't know,
Choir
man.
boy fade.
It looks like you shoved. I'm not gonna do it. You,
Do
shove
it.
a lot of, you put a lot of gel in your hair, huh?
No.
It's just greasy.
It's just
No gel.
I think we need to discuss different shampoos.
My hair gets really dry when I take a shower, and then it fucking overcompensates.
That's interesting.
Also, when you get long hair, come back to me. I'm not growing my hair long. I hate my hair being long.
You would look hilarious with a mullet, Sam.
You
should
would.
do it.
Oh my god.
Mullet should be illegal.
Mullet should
Well.
be illegal. It looks bad. It looks bad. Eek.
The fuck was that?
Eek. It's me getting grossed out by the idea of a mullet.
Why was that the most Israeli sounding ew I've ever heard?
That's how Israelis say ew.
Because that's
It
how
looks
we
good
are.
on no one. Y'all are all high. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Mullets are the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Why is it short in the front and
It's-
long in the back? Make a decision.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Yes.
There's your
Natalie,
answer.
man. You're bad.
You want to see
You're
a
a
terrible
hypocrite.
haircut?
You're a fucking this bitch in the
Oh my
comments is a
God.
hypocrite for calling out
Stop.
animal suffering when you eat animals.
Stop. Enough.
Pull up a picture of a steak, Ellie.
No, wait. Make me full screen.
Now she's pissing me off.
Oh my God. Ellie, if this is dumb.
No, opinions are like a. I'm not gonna
Look
say.
at this terrible haircut.
Interesting beard.
Why does he just look so confused?
Because
What
he's
the
like, why
shit
are you
and
taking a
beards?
picture of me?
I just want everyone to see how well Sam cooks steak. Just perfect.
Oh yeah. This is the steak that I cooked. It's a Costco steak, New York strip.
New York strip is the like best cut of steak.
I disagree.
Or filet mignon.
There we go. I knew you got there.
Perfect
Problem with
medium
filet
rare
mignon
with
is
a nice crunchy crust, but not too crunchy. With green beans and asparagus with garlic butter, and red skin potatoes with garlic butter as well.
I actually don't.
Yes,
like
and
ribeye
the
because it
steak
has
is
too much-
the steak is seasoned with just salt and pepper, and then cooked with rosemary and thyme and garlic and a whole lot of butter.
I should have stayed for that layover in Dallas.
Dude, if ever you come to America from a different country, don't have a domestic layover in the United States because it fucking sucks.
Wow. Like, that steak looks fucking good. That's the one that Sam sent me.
Yeah,
Looks
I said it to
Wow,
her
Sam,
too.
You're sending women pictures
No,
of your
Leron,
meat.
he does
Absolutely.
message
Wow.
more than just you.
It's a damn good
Well,
steak.
can I have
It was
mod already?
so juicy too. Actually, I thought you did have mod.
No, I don't have mod on
Just
this account. Give me mod.
Play nice.
I'm just gonna mute these dum-dums.
Play nice.
Okay, just give me mod. I'm just muting these dum-dums. They're still talking about what's
Too scared to use my mod unless Sam's like,
Mute,
Anushka.
Oh my God, why are you
Hold on.
muting people for
And
the
then he
whole
runs to the
live?
bathroom.
I'm muting them. Suck my dick. There we go. What the fuck? Sotzle!
I'm calling the police.
By the way,
You have a razor phone?
No, it's just a little burner.
That's so funny.
Wallahi.
I've got
Here's the
I've
difference.
got all sorts of burners.
Look, Kareen's atheist. She would never tell me what I can and can't eat, what I can and can't do. I would never tell her.
You can eat these
she has to
nuts.
believe in God. She would never.
Oh my
She would never
God.
tell me I should not believe in God. We respect each other's beliefs, and that's the end of the story.
Show the pager. Oh, the 3D
I
printed
find
one.
atheism very arrogant.
No, it's fine. I don't mind. You can be atheist. It's your own decision.
Most
Listen,
people that are
opinions
atheists are
like-
actually agnostic. I like that
Agnieszka,
feature.
I'll
That
tell
was
you. I'll
funny.
tell you how I feel. Right? Opinions are like a penis. Good for you if you have it. Don't shove it in my face without my consent.
Yeah.
That's
Valid.
it. Leave me alone.
Very
Do you
valid.
consent? No.
I didn't consent to being told that because animals are suffering, I'm no longer kosher. And then the next sentence, the person to go, I eat animals. Then what the fuck are you doing with your like moral
Wait.
superiority complex?
Comments on the IDF having to use civilians in December due to manpower shortages. Are you referring to when a lot of the reservists said I can get paid more as a civilian contractor and became contractors and did the same job, but for more money and not as enlisted? What are you referring to?
Yeah, well, he probably doesn't understand the difference.
You're telling me that the IDF just grabbed a bunch of civilians and was like, you're not soldiers, but we're going to use you.
What?
The IDF, who had hundreds of thousands of people show up within 48 hours of October 7th.
I'm lost. What did you do?
What civilians then?
No.
What then? How did they use civilians if they didn't just grab them? What are you talking about?
Dude, the IDF, like everybody. in
That
Israel
was
is
then.
asking
This
the
is now. Again, what are you talking about?
I don't know. These people are all high.
same. Israel doesn't like force people.
I did read
Into
the
service.
report from Ynet yesterday about how Israel basically created a bunch of new units because they had so many fucking reservists, and now that those reservist units have had a 30% drop in people, you know, the 30% drop and the 1,000% boost, some of those units are having to close, and they're reconsolidating.
Oh.
Israel has a chronic manpower issue that's not even close to true.
Pauline, after the live, I'm gonna call you because I haven't spoken to you in a long time. Okay?
Oh, really? You think?
Oh, really? Yes, I think.
Well, okay. Well, we'll see about that.
זה לא אשמתי. It's not my fault. It's your fault.
Where did my shit
It's
go?
both of our fault. We'll split the blame. I'll call you after this, though, seriously.
I mean, knowing you, LA, it is a little bit your fault.
תום את הפה שלך. די, חלאס. I said I'm calling, I'm calling.
No, I
Nikuda.
believe you. I'm just saying. You,
Yeah.
no fault to your own. You are a chronic bad texter and caller.
Because I fall asleep a lot.
Because you fall asleep and then go to
I
class
know
for
of someone who
12
you
hours.
haven't fucking responded to on a regular basis.
I've
Yeah, me.
responded to you on a regular basis for the most part, except when I don't remember to respond to you on a regular basis. I'm telling you, it's a
What do you
chronic
think the whole
problem that I
Friday draft
have.
issue was about?
It's
because
ADHD
people,
problem.
hold on a second.
It
It's
is.
because
I
people
forget.
don't want the
Okay,
Haredi to do
enough,
nothing and then be
Sam.
supported by the entire
Why
country.
don't you care about my other friends that are on this panel, like Ellie and Karine, that I don't answer? Shut the fuck up.
It's true.
That is-
I was trying to meet up with her to go get a drink when I was in
Okay,
Israel.
what,
And she's like,
what do I look like? I'm sorry, Sam, are you my pimp?
no, I'm saying she only
Not
texts
you,
me
Ellie.
that
I'm
I've
talking
been
to
in
Sam
class
right
for
now. He's
12
pissing, he's
hours.
texting me answers. He's texting I don't give a fuck. I'm not
He's
your
so
guy.
proud of
You're not my pimp. The fuck? Pimping me out to your friends.
Okay, well, this
not.
conversation took a turn.
I'm trying to wingman here, Leron.
I don't give a fuck. Stop pimping me out.
This conversation took a very strange turn.
No, because damn, bro.
Wait, you're actually gonna laugh at
here.
this message, Leron.
I'm gonna beat your ass.
Tell me that last message didn't make you laugh.
I hate you.
I'm not wrong.
Nah.
Oh God.
She
Okay.
says it like she might have one. I don't have a pimp. I never had a pimp. I just learned about this new website where you sell your photos of your feet like 2
Feet-
days ago.
Feet Finder.
That one, yes. I only learned about that
Sam
2 days ago.
is very familiar.
It's ingenious, but apparently you have to have ugly toes, so I can't do it.
Man, hey
All toes are
Sam,
ugly.
I wanted to get into the Ukraine and Russia conflict in order to fully learn about Israel. Hamas conflict. Did a lot of notes on Nick's lives, and I spoke to Nick and with some arguments. Do you think taking notes in your lives will help me to learn about the Ukraine and Russia conflict? Absolutely. Because originally my family's from Ukraine, I inherently support them, but I really don't know anything. Okay, so if you go to my TikTok page, I know you're in the YouTube chat right now, but if you go to my TikTok page, the first pinned video that I have on my profile is the basics. It's I know nothing about this war. How do I learn more? What are the basics, the documents, the rhetoric, the dates, and the timelines? It is literally the gist and the basics of it. Start with that. It's 7 minutes long, but it explains, again, the basics.
We love the basics. We love the basics.
Oh, shit. Mideast Peace, thanks for the galaxy.
That Mideast Peace gave you a galaxy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mideast
Wait, does that mean Ellie gets dropped now?
Oh, it
No,
does.
because it wasn't Lauren.
It does.
He said anyone.
I'm
Mideast
dying.
Peace definitely came in, did not know about that, gave a galaxy, and someone got dropped. I'm kind of obsessed
That
with
was Ellie. That was Ellie. Ellie got dropped.
Lauren's so happy. I also want to point out that Lauren did not leave. Did Paladin fall asleep?
I think so.
Paladin! Yeah, drop him.
He's skin. He keeps falling asleep on the panel.
Oh, shit. You gave another one. Yo, thank you.
Tell Sam
No,
about
that is
Buffy.
not bringing
I
Ellie
will tell Sam about Buffy, but he doesn't want to listen.
I love when you talk about Buffy.
I love Buffy, bro.
Oh, God,
Buffy's my
why?
shit.
Why?
Don't ask. I'm gonna write down my homework. I also need a better pencil. My pencil sucks. And I think you're erasing.
Moderate just sent me a picture of him looking like a fucking tool.
These nuts. Just text me
Moderate
Buffy,
case.
these nuts.
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
No, you're not. Because then you don't get a steak. Wait, another galaxy to keep him off? This is true. That was the second galaxy. Now he can't come back up.
Steaks are really not that great. Sorry.
I like steak, especially
No,
Oh, damn. What? Look at that. Her service crashed.
No.
Just like Paladin.
What just happened?
I don't know. She said steaks aren't that great, and then her service dropped.
I thought
That was not me. That was definitely you.
Steaks are the best.
Steaks are cool.
I like steak.
Gonna say it again. Steaks aren't that great.
Oh, damn.
I was gonna do it if you didn't.
W steaks, she says.
Hang on. Ellie's winning on this one. Ellie says steaks are good. Hang on.
I went.
Hang on. Ellie, what are your thoughts?
Steak.
What?
Can you stop being such an asshole?
No, it's in his
What did
nature.
steaks do to you?
They're just overrated.
No.
Immediately, Lauren spamming in chat. Drop Ellie.
Hey, man. Yo, LA.
With friends like Lauren, who needs enemies?
את רואה את מייז בתגובות?
Lauren's not an easy enemy to have. Good luck.
כן.
Oh, I'm aware. You didn't know
מי
her. She's
זאתי?
calmed down now. You didn't know her.
חברה שלי מהעבודה, אני יכולה עליה, היא באה לבקר בלייבים.
רגע, אני עכשיו נתתי לה פולו. מה קורה, אחותי?
והיא גם זמרת.
וואלה, איזה כיף, תביא אותה.
אני אביא אותה, אני אביא אותה.
את שומעת איך איבדתי את הקול, ועכשיו אני אומרת וואו, וזה עושה כאילו אני צורחת.
That wasn't me.
אופסיס. It wasn't me either,
It
bro. I'm
was
writing
me
down
with
my
the,
notes.
it was me with the candlestick in the cellar. Clue
Glor-
reference. You just-
Shit, I gotta read Twitch chat or YouTube chat. Hang on. Hello, American Joe Show. Also, I joined yours and Nick's Discord, and not to compare, but for him, I was able to speak to him for about an hour, and he had a bunch of debunking sources. And he told me where to look. You have Google Drive. I've got a hard drive, a physical hard drive that I still got to work on getting stuff over and compiling where stuff is. Because the problem with debunking stuff with Ukraine, it's not like I have this random book that I can show the history of this conflict and this and that. It's literally like going through active news articles and social media posts and videos that like Russians have posted themselves for debunking stuff.
Wait,
So like,
I need to introduce you for a second. Nobody cares, Sam. Anyway, Mazal, this is Sam. He's like a soldier. He supports both Ukraine and Israel, right? But as you can see, he cannot grow a beard because he's a boy.
damn, hey, you should tell Karine to like fix her service. I don't know what's going on.
He's also a serial dropper. He drops people for no fucking reason. Stop! No.
I love it when Mac Nuclear
Yeah.
does that. The mousetrap. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Say something nice.
You're a great advocate for Israel.
Mm.
And Ukraine? What the fuck? What do you want me to say that's nice?
Mm.
What?
Would you be opposed if China joined the coalition of willing for peace troops in Ukraine? That one would honestly be a very confusing option for me. And BJ, don't worry about all the questions. It's fine. I'm always more than willing to help on answering questions and stuff. Someone in Twitch chat says, you know what annoys me is that the Democrats use our government as their own piggy bank to pay for all their stupid, insane projects here and around the world. Why the heck couldn't they get rich and spend their own damn money on their crap instead of spending our money? What the fuck? What? All right. Good morning, Nasir. Wait, who left? Oh, Ellie left. I forgot. Rip Ellie.
Hey, Ellie got left. Got left behind.
I have to go back to work tonight.
Nobody cares. Who? Where's all the opposition?
Sam, this is what I chose to do instead of my layover in Dallas. Hung out with some thick mermaids.
Wait, see. Oh yeah, I saw your story posts. Well, that's a reaction. Yeah, because I'm sorry, man, but you kind of just you came into a live that's supposed to be focused on like the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel, and you just spouted off about Democrats spending money. Like I don't really. What do you how do you want me to react? Thank you, Nashir. I think having China there would be a good counterbalance, considering they would stand next to Turkey and sort of oppose Moscow. Sounds confusing, I know, but say India joined too. Yeah, well, that wouldn't work. One, because India and China, although they are both in BRICS together, are both very opposed to each other and literally technically in a war with each other for territory. Also, China, while saying that they recognize Crimea as part of Ukraine still, is anti-NATO and also, like, arms Russia. So... Also, every time China sends peacekeepers anywhere, they get fucking schwacked. So they're kind of useless. Hello, Roger Smith. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? I've been in here a couple of times before. I've seen you around.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, yesterday I happened to jump into a live stream. They said that the Ukrainian and Russian wounded, that Ukraine had lost like 1 million, and the Russians had only lost like 120,000.
Yeah, it's funny what happens when you ask them for a source on that.
And I was like, wait, how is that even possible? There's no way that 1 million Ukrainians are gone.
Yeah, so they never have a source for that. The only source you will find is literally Colonel McGregor talking out of his ass at interviews and on Twitter. That's it. But if you just go off of publicly available information, public obituaries in Russia, not including the 50,000 soldiers and mercenaries that Yevgeny Prigozhin admitted that Wagner lost, not including the thousands of North Koreans that were lost, just the public obituaries in Russia account for about 280,000 Russian soldier deaths. That's just the public ones. And that also doesn't go into account the fact that Russia and Ukraine both do this thing where if I don't have a body, then it's not a KIA. It's just MIA, which means I don't count them. And there's hundreds of thousands of those.
I saw on a YouTube video that supports Ukraine, he said that the Russians are getting soldiers with crutches into battle.
Yes, there was a couple videos of Russians on the front line in crutches, not even at the position yet, like literally headed back to the positions from further back behind the Russian line, meaning they were going to the front. There's also been videos published by Russian soldiers themselves. One incident was 2 Russian soldiers were being told, "Hey, we know you just got out of the infirmary, but you're headed back to this unit on the front line." They were like, "Yeah, no, we're still fucking broken. We're not going." And they said, "If you don't go, we'll beat you until you go." So they beat the dude so hard they literally broke one of the dude's spines. It's like, wow, you really got him to go to the front lines. You broke his fucking spine.
It's crazy to me because everybody thinks of Russia as like the Soviet Union, the big bear and everything, and now everybody's actually seeing it.
Paper tiger.
Not actually a bear. It's just a cat. Oh, did you see the new F-47 plane the U.S. just unveiled?
Yeah, did you see that Russia claimed to have already shot one down?
I did not see that.
Yep. There's a plane that was shot down somewhere over the border, and no one has been able to prove that it's an American or Ukrainian plane. And Russia claims it was a top secret F-47 that the United States had sent to Ukraine for combat testing and that it got shot down day one.
I'm surprised that they said that so soon.
I'm not.
But, no, I'm joking.
Conveniently, the day that we announced it exists, they're like, "Oh, well, we shot one down." It's like, it's not even in production yet.
I saw you had the older millennial, I think his name is.
That moron. Yeah. What about him?
He said something on a video, on one of his recent videos, something about that.
No, there's no treaty that said that Crimea belonged to Russia just because. Yeah, no. If you actually read the the agreements he's referring to, it literally says the exact opposite. He just blatantly lies. He gets called out for blatantly lying all the fucking time. I've caught him myself lying on stuff on Ukraine on a live with me where he was making up lies about the Budapest Memorandum and reading an entirely different document. And I said, cool, can you name me what article you're reading and what line it is? He got really upset and told me that he hopes me and my Ukrainian friends caught a bomb and died.
Wow.
I was in for some of that live that you're talking about with him. I had to go to work and I missed the rest of it.
Yeah, no, he's genocidal and he's openly stated that he hopes Russia ethnically cleanses all of Ukraine. He's a fucking moron. He just lies.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Hannah mentions Russia claiming they shot down an F-47 is like how Russia was claiming they blew up a bunch of Abrams before the Abrams even got to Ukraine.
What was one of them? I heard that they have like destroyed like 30 of them or 20 of them.
Yeah, they claim to have destroyed more planes from the Ukrainian Air Force than Ukraine has ever even had at any point in history. They basically destroyed the Ukrainian Air Force 3 times over, according to Russia.
I don't understand Russia and their lack of air defense that they have all throughout, like where it is, because I'm like, these guys were like supposed to be the air defense like championed, and stuff is just going through there like it's nothing.
One of the great things about Ukraine and Russia's air defense is Ukraine's been able to get through them using these small little prop planes. Conveniently, they're the exact same prop planes that Russia uses for their mail service. So when they pop up on radar, they just look like a fucking mail plane. They just pack up with explosives. The American Joe in Twitch chat says, here is a hot take. The best way to end the bloodshed is to have Ukraine surrender and Gaza to surrender. As long as these smaller countries don't surrender, the bloodshed will continue. So here's the problem with that. If Hamas surrenders in Gaza, Israel isn't trying to systematically wipe out every Palestinian civilian. If Ukraine surrenders, Putin has openly shown that he has given orders on multiple occasions to wipe out Ukrainian citizens. 90,000 civilians died in the city of Mariupol after the fighting stopped when the Russians had moved beyond the city and there was no longer combatants there. Ukrainians are ethnically cleansed from their cities every day and wiped out at Pew Pew Point while Russians film it and laugh at it. Putin openly states that he wants to wipe out the ethnic identity of Ukrainians and doesn't think they deserve any freedom. So, no, that idea won't really work. Would work for Gaza because Israel's not trying to wipe out the Palestinians, but, doesn't really work with Russia. And also, Ukraine shouldn't have to surrender considering they're not the ones who invaded another sovereign nation and tried wiping them out and illegally annexing territory.
What's going on?
What?
I'm sorry, I was away for like 2 minutes. What did I miss?
Did you see the picture of Russians posing with the little girl's skull? Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Russians took the skull of a little Ukrainian girl and put it on their rifle and took a picture.
And they think that that's... I'm sorry.
Korean, they openly post videos of themselves beheading Ukrainian soldiers and proudly displaying the heads. And they openly post videos of themselves dropping grenades on Ukrainian civilians because Dmitry Medvedev, the Prime Minister of Russia, has openly stated that civilians are now fair game. This was months ago. They post it all the time.
No, but here's the thing that kind of fucks me up. It's just like with... Who wants this picture? Why would you want that picture? Jesus fuck. It's like you got the I know you don't want me to mention this, but still, you got the pro-pallies crying about like IDF soldiers posing with lingerie. Well, you got fucking Russian soldiers doing this shit.
Yep.
And like you don't see them like legit crying about this.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yep. No, they don't care. Damn, that's messed up. Sounds like that's the real genocide in Ukraine. It is. America Joe, Putin just signed into law the thing that the Russia's already been doing. So for anyone that didn't see, Russia claims that all of the people who or all of the territory their soldiers currently have is Russia. It is Russian land. Even though, at first he claimed, oh, they just want to be autonomous. No, he claims it is Russian land. Now he has signed it into law that you have 60 days to get the fuck out or accept Russian citizenship. Well, what has happened to all the Ukrainian civilians that have tried to escape from Russian occupied territory and go to the Ukrainian side? They get wiped out. The Russians openly post videos of themselves kidnapping Ukrainian children, sending them to Russian military schools, burning their documents, forcing them to have Russian citizenship, forcing them to speak Russian and beating them if they speak Ukrainian, sing the Russian national anthem every day, and filming themselves berating Ukrainian children who no longer have their parents, telling them, you're up for adoption now in Russia because your Ukrainian parents don't love you and they hated you. That's why they gave you to us.
You know what's fucking wild about this?
Nobody cares?
No, the fucking wild thing about this is, and this is what I was trying to get across to Colin when I was in, and I know this is like a separate thing, right? But this is what bothers me, right? My family in the Middle East, like the Jews, went through the same thing. Stolen from their homes, forced to speak a different language, were not allowed to speak Hebrew in public, had to speak Arabic. And now, in Israel, hundreds of years later, he called me and my family Arabs, Arab Jews. Imagine if those kids now, in 100 years, would be called Russians. How upset we would all be. Do you understand what I'm saying? Instead of fucking fighting the forcible assimilation of individuals and I would consider it a form of complete cultural eradication, forcible eradication of one's culture, right?
It's the same thing Russia always does.
Support this, but in 100 years, there will be some scholars that'll say that those children that have already been taken are now Russians. No, they're still Ukrainians. They didn't consent to it. What's the difference between grape and schmecks? Consent. You can't just take someone's culture without their consent. We're living in 2025. It's actually wild to me that not only do people support it, but no one says anything about the minute, like the things that are happening behind the scenes that are forcibly eradicating people's culture. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's happened before. It's happening now again. You'd think we would have learned by now to stop fucking erasing people's culture, or if someone's culture is being erased, to fucking say something about it, but no one even talks about it. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. And it bothers me because it happened to my damn family.
There's currently 1.2 million Ukrainian children in occupied territories. Ukraine has lost contact with over 200,000 of them.
That's what I'm saying.
200,000 Ukrainian children.
You understand what I'm saying? We're in 2025. This is shit that we did as human beings fucking what, 1,000 years ago, 300 years ago? We haven't changed at all? Are we fucking insane? Like, what's going on?
So when I go to DC on the 9th, I'm bringing something with me as a... I mean, the only way I can describe it is as a prop, but to kind of help with this, because one of the big things the organization I'm going with wants to hit on is rescuing Ukrainian children. Because Trump actually canceled the program that was doing investigations to find Ukrainian children that were kidnapped into Russia. So they had found and were actively tracking 35,000 Ukrainian children. Trump canceled that program. So I have here what I found when searching a building in a bedroom. A little Ukrainian girl's 5th grade English homework, burnt to a crisp. Dated for 2 days before the invasion. I have no idea what happened to this girl. All I know is it was on the outskirts of the city that was at the very brunt of the invasion and got hit really fucking hard. You'd think humanity would be beyond this BS by now. We should be spending money on going to space.
We're not.
Than going
We're not beyond
to war with
that's
each
the
other.
thing.
Yeah.
This is proven to me. We're not fucking beyond it.
Russia and the extremist groups are not beyond this.
No one is beyond this. Because who the fuck is saying anything? Have you heard anyone say anything except the people who actually know what's going on? You're different. You serve. No, but you served there. You saw it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? People are so easily distracted by their own
Liron, I went to a Ukrainian protest and actually had people walk up to me and ask me if the war was real.
This is what I'm talking about. Do you understand why I'm frustrated? It's like, at a certain point, you have to sit back and go, Holy shit. Like, we believe that we've modernized, right? The advent of modernity is upon us. It's been upon us. We're past it. But really, we're just as barbaric and disgusting as we were 1,000 years ago. Because even those, and this is something that Imlo ani az mi ani is a Hebrew thing, right? From a rabbi. He said, if not me, then who? Right? If I say nothing, I am complicit. And the majority of the world is saying jack shit. They talk about things that actually aren't happening and support terrorism. Easy. But they can't sit for 1 second and look at what's actually going on and do some fucking research on what's going on and see that there's...
And the worst part is Russia called this too. Dmitry Medvedev on October 9th came out and openly admitted that Russia helped fund, train, and arm Hamas and helped orchestrate October 7th in order to distract the world from what was going on in Ukraine. And he said, there's not a damn thing you guys are going to do about it. And he was right. Everyone heard what he said, went, wow, what's going on over there?
You do. I have a theory that you tell me. I think this is 100% real. I have a feeling that this whole, that they did October 7th because they knew the world would be distracted because it involves the Jews and it's, people love being anti-Semitic, right? They knew it involved, the second that October 7th happened, on October 8th, they were running around cheering for terrorists. And everyone completely forgot that there's a war in Ukraine. They forgot about everything else that's going on in the world. Because it's more fun to blame the Jews for your problems, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, they say Ukraine's full of Yahtzees, and that's why they're doing it, but also sit there and refer to Zelensky as Jewlensky.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's a complete... How do I explain this in a way that makes sense? It's like, oh, cool, now we have something to distract. And I wouldn't be surprised, because Russia's giving them the weapons anyway. If this was pre-planned, premeditated, okay, the world's going to get so distracted, right? We'll get more funding for our terrorism.
Russia knows how this works. Remember, Russia's been involved with the Arab Muslims since the 60s. They know what they're doing.
They're not dumb, bro. They also inspired Hitler. Like, let's be so for real. They're not dumb. They know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
On
They're
the
not
topic
idiots.
about
They did it on purpose.
What,
on
Hannah?
the topic about children, did you ever see that group going around in Russia, Sam, that was advertising the young little Ukrainian children that went to Russia, offering them to men for a price?
I'm gonna cry.
There was a picture of a 4-year-old Ukrainian little boy that was sent around a group chat, basically describing what he looked
Of
like
course.
and everything.
Of course. Also, hey, Lerone, speak the devil.
Yeah.
Like, people just close their eyes and they don't want to see what's happening. And the children in Russia, they're going to have their brains completely washed. So will they even know that they're even Ukrainian?
No, they're not gonna know.
No.
I promise you, they're not gonna know.
Putin would not allow them to know.
No, because it's more than that. Because it's happened in history. Like what I was saying with the Mizrahi Jews, it happened to us. There's Yemeni Jewish kids running around that are now adults that have had kids of their own that were turned into Muslims under the orphan decree that have no idea they're Jews. And we have no idea where the fuck they are. We know that they were taken because it's our family members, but we have no idea where they are right now. And I'm telling you, the same shit's going to end up happening to Ukrainian children. They're not going to know.
Lerone,
50 years down the line, they have no idea.
Lerone, have you watched 20 Days in Mariupol?
No, you said it was gory. I can't do it. I'll cry. I'll throw up.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's
You told me it was
it's
full of gore. I can't do it.
yeah, you get to watch a baby die within the first 5 minutes.
I'm not doing that.
I watched the Butcher one, and I think it was called I Still Call Him By His Name. And that was heartbreaking.
I can't do it. Like, I'm not physically capable, to be honest, because I just can't. Like, I tried to do it on the 7th, and I couldn't get through it because I started throwing up, because I was like, oh, they didn't have a... I basically convinced myself if they didn't have a choice and they had to live it, then it's my obligation to watch it. I threw up, started bawling, and then I couldn't get out of bed for a month. So, not doing that again. Still haven't watched all the footage from the 7th because I can't do it physically. Like, I'm not built for that, so... You know what I mean? There's like, I understand my limits now, and I'm like, I will read it because I can read it, but if I see it, I'm gonna break down. Like, I'm not strong.
Oh my god. Are these people still here? Yeah. Guys,
There's
I understand that you're mad at Liron for muting you. You don't need to message me and say hateful things. Like I'm over people in my chat fucking arguing.
Hey, you got my messages.
Sam, have you seen the October 8th documentary? Which one are you referring to?
Yeah, I've seen that going around. I've not seen it.
Yeah, I really don't give a shit about this girl upset that I like to eat animals when she herself eats animals. because
That's
she's
enough.
atheist.
I don't
Okay.
care. I don't care.
No, Baba, she's not the Rambam. She has no right to tell me what I can and can't do as a Jew. If you want to do that as an atheist woman who doesn't even believe in the dot, you go do that. But leave me the fuck out of it and stop crying
my
in his
God.
DMs.
Let's leave it out of my chat too. I don't care.
I promise you,
Enough.
whatever her name is with the mullet. Rega shnia, 1 second. I promise you, woman with mullet, that Sam will pick me over you every day.
Oh my God, enough.
I'm done now. That was the end of the sentence. Oh, I found an umbrella.
Easily distracted.
I needed an umbrella. I'm packing stuff for my saftas and I'm bringing it to my
I
apartment.
had to go get packs for my trip. Got a 5-hour drive to go see a monster truck rally. Oh, that's very American. Just be
That's
safe
so
and pray that
American.
hopefully there's an economic solution to this end this war because bombs don't work. Bombing Russia would work. That'd be pretty
would
neat.
work.
That'd be pretty fun.
Anyone else support the idea of bombing Russia? Raise your hand. I'm raising my hand.
I'm raising my hand.
Raising,
raising
my
both
hand.
hands.
I am so
Alright,
good with bombing.
Is there any good news updates for Ukraine? There's active fighting going on in the Sumy region. Ukraine's pushing into Belgorod.
By the way, Biden wasn't such an idiot. They could have pushed into Belgorod during the counteroffensive.
They could have just pushed into Crimea.
Okay, but you're gonna have to retire that until you actually provide some sources. Like, stop talking about that.
No, I'm saying they could have if they had actually not been stopped by Biden when they had
Yeah, I know,
almost
I know,
pushed Russia
provide
out
some
completely.
sources, for God's sake. I want to use this.
Oh.
But you just trust me. bro.
Hang on. I forgot to send you a fucking link. Dude, I've got a bunch of people I'm supposed to send shit to. Hang on.
Ow. I put on a ring and it's
Biden
too small. I'll look 'em up.
administration told Ukraine to stop pushing back Russia. Nope.
I think this might have
No.
been a dream.
No, I'll find it.
Whatever. The point is, Belgorod was a genuine contender for attack during the counteroffensive, given its position. But of course, Biden ruled out any attack on Russian territory, and of course told them that they were going to do it, which is probably a larger problem.
See, I don't think the Legion should have left. I don't think they should have. They should have stayed there.
What?
The free Russian Legion who entered Belgorod.
Yeah, they were a bunch of neo-Yazis, though. They were really fucking weird.
It was quite funny though.
It was. It was really funny until I read their charter and I saw that they were using the PewDiePie logo and I went, ooh.
I gotta tell history what my professor said.
Okay, hurry up because I gotta go in a sec.
Okay, I have 3 different professors. Here's what they've said, and here's what I've fought them on.
Just go on the last.
No forcible conversions in Muslim countries towards Jewish people. None of them were forced to convert to Islam. That's 1. 2, that I'm an Arab Jew, and that Mizrahim are just Arab Jews, and with Arab culture. And 3, that the Jews were all Bolsheviks. There you go.
Yeah, Khazarian theory. Lovely.
Well, that's not what that is. That's something else.
That's Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah, which
Nazi
was
and
also
Russian
used
propaganda
by
is
the
selling
Yazis.
Okay, whatever. But that's a really popular one online at the moment. The whole.
I know.
Jewish
It's really bad.
Okay.
Like, I was so mad.
Okay, I have work for the next 4 nights, so I'll just be in other people's lives the next 4 nights. But we will continue, and I got to make some videos making fun of some idiots.
Wait, are you getting off live? Why do you hate me?
Because I have to go take care of my family.
Boo! I'm your family.
Are you? Do I have? Are you here to make breakfast for right now?
No, I'll send it to you.
You're gonna send me the breakfast that I'm making?
Yeah. Check your front door.
Fuck was that laugh?
An evil one.
That was my evil laugh.
Uber Eats.
Right. See you later then.
Yeah, you know what? Hang on before you leave. What was it? Oh, I got this from someone else's life. Do you guys know what the word redacted means?
Yes.
Means that. Oh God. Okay. All right. Good night, everyone. See you guys in 4 days.